Hello and welcome. We hope you all had a great day and looking forward to have a wonderful evening with all of you. As we all know, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has been running around in the country for more than 1 year now. So although many of us are very much aware of the negative consequences of it and the adverse effects that the pandemic has had on our lives, if we look at the bright side of it, or if we look at the lessons which the pandemic has taught us, we cannot forget that two of the most important lessons that the pandemic taught us was the importance of flexibility and adaptability. So as an institution which finds creative and innovative solutions to challenging situations, flexibility and adaptability are running in our blood. So, although 1 year ago, when we presented the Business Information System Student Symposium as a virtual event, and although at that point it was something new to us since most of us were based at homes and it was a virtual event, today, 1 year later, we find it quite easy to handle, and we find that we have tackled the challenge very much successfully. So ladies and gentlemen, looking forward to have a fruitful evening with all of you. Thank you very much for gracing the second Business Information Systems Student Symposium today. In order to officially commence the events, I would like to most cordially invite the chair of the symposium, Mr. Nilanta Prasad, to deliver the welcome speech. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sandhini. So good evening to all of you. Most distinguished keynote speaker today, Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, General Manager Sales, Hemas Consumer Brands. Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor P.D. Nimal, Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. Honorable Head of the Department, Dr. Mahesh Fernando, Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. All senior professors, academic members, all the honored panel members, students, and all the other invitees. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming all of you to the second Business Information Systems Student Symposium 2021, organized by the Department of Information Technology of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. So just to brief about the department, Department of Information Technology offers Business Information Systems degree, bridging the gap between the business and information technology professionals. Capabilities of our students are not limited to research, but also to improve information systems development skills which meet the requirements of the current business world. This event showcases research and application development projects of the students who have completed their final year research and application development project courses with a higher result. Moreover, this is an opportunity for the final year undergraduates to earn a publication during their studentship while receiving an expert opinion on their research and application development work. This event will allow current students to improve their skills and knowledge towards research and information systems development areas while making a platform for students to share their visions and ideas and operationalizing them for the benefit of the country and world at large. We believe that this event would help students to excel in research and application development projects in the future. On behalf of the organizing committee, I feel honored to welcome you all for taking a keen part in this event. I'm sure that you all will feel enriched with knowledge after completion of this event. I ensure that this event will be knowledgeable and the next few hours will be enjoyable and fruitful for every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nilanta sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the chair of the symposium, BISSS 2021, who presented the welcome speech to all of you. Now we are prepared to listen to another very important personality who was behind all the organizing effort of this event. He is none other than the person who spearheads the Department of Information Technology. I would next like to most cordially welcome the head of the Department of Information Technology, Dr. Mahesh Fernando. Over to you, sir.
Uh, Thank you, Sadhani. I believe that I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. And
Right. Okay. Good evening to you all. Uh, Professor P.D. Nimal, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, our keynote speaker today, General Manager Sales, Hemas Consumer Brands, all senior professors, academic members of the department, as well as all the academic members of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, and all the other faculty members from other faculties. Invitees, alumni members, students from all 4 years, and presenters of Business Information System Student Symposium 2021. It's my pleasure to address you all in the second Business Information Systems Student Symposium. In a time we all are fighting against an unseen enemy, I believe uh, it's our responsibility as a department not only to keep the momentum in teaching, learning, and evaluation, but also through research and development. The Department of Information Technology is a unique department, the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, with the first of its kind that offer business information systems degree, special degree mainly, for advanced level students from commerce streams. The main objective of our department degree program is to produce competent graduates in IT competent with the IT competency to bridge the gap between business and information technology disciplines, and also to meet industry needs around the world. From the inception of the degree, which is 20 years back, we have understood the importance of information system design and development and management knowledge for our graduates of information technology department. Thus, we have introduced a course for software application development project in the final year of their degree program. This course was improved throughout the years, and I'm sure that our alumni members will probably agree with me about the benefits of such a course for them for their career initiation after the graduation. Similarly, the research study in information systems was added to the degree program around 2015 with the alignment of Sri Lankan Quality Framework, SLQA framework guidelines to fulfill the requirement of a special degree. The independent research study in information system pave the way for students to identify an information system related issues in organization as well as in society at large, and conceptualize the solutions to research with the research methodology. This course helped to improve the students' ability to work independently and for logical thinking that they have carried out the research and with critical writing and presentation abilities. Both independent research and the application development project was limited to a course in the degree program till last year, which we have started the Business Information System Student Symposium in 2020. The symposium provides a platform to exhibit research findings and innovative applications development effort for students who have achieved the highest grade in independent research study and application development project as well. These course units was come up into the interest of most of the students, and the Department of Information Technology organized this symposium as an annual event as a result starting from last year. And we have a productive research symposium experience last year with 6 research abstracts or extended abstract and six research posters as well as 5 application development projects. With the last year's experience, in this year, we have opened up the platform for 2015 and 2016 student intake batch of students. As a result, a Business Information System Student Symposium 2021, there are 13 research presentations and 12 application development projects presented in this research symposium. I would like to acknowledge the event sponsorship by AHEAD, Accelerating Higher Education Expansion and Development Fund, and the alumni members of the department, those who have came forward this year to sponsor the best research and best project presentation starting from this year. As head of the department, I would like to appreciate the work of the reviewers from the academia as well as from the industry who have provided immense guidance and spent time for the betterment of student community of the department. While thanking the organizing committee, I wish all the presenters a best of luck in today's presentation and hope that this will be a very good opportunity for them to greatly enrich and edify their work in their future activities as well. I wish you have a productive evening and thank you for giving me a speech in this time, and wish you all luck and hope that we can have a wonderful evening from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, ladies and gentlemen. That was the head of the Department of Information Technology, Dr. Mahesh Fernando. And next, a very important person has once again graced our occasion, who has always been a guiding light of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, and who has always encouraged us with his words of wisdom and his enthusiasm. This is none other than the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Professor P.D. Nimal. Dear sir, I most cordially invite you to take over the session.
Okay, thank you very much, Sanduni. I hope that everyone can hear me.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, the keynote speaker today, and Dr. Mahesh Fernando, head of the Department, Information Technology, and my dear academic members and non-academic members, Mr. Nilantha Prasad, the coordinator or the co-chair of the program or symposium, and my dear students. In fact, it gives me a great pleasure to speak few words on this occasion. As you all know, this COVID pandemic has affected almost all the activities of our life, and probably IT has played a big role in this situation, because IT department in the university and IT of the industry is the one that helps us connecting with each other through these online platforms. The education and everything is done through the virtual platforms. So it has become very important than ever. So I must thank the IT department for helping us in carrying out the faculty activities smoothly. And if you take this event, the symposium is the second time that you have this student symposium, where you give a kind of a platform for undergraduate students to showcase their research findings as well as project findings. So this is a special opportunity. As you know, according to the Sri Lankan qualification framework, so you are offering, or we are offering special degrees. As we know, we have 12 departments and IT is one of them. So research component is the one that differentiate or distinguish other degree programs from the honors degree, and also with our professional qualifications. So you will get a real advantage by doing a research as a part of your degree program, where you will get, as Dr. Mahesh mentioned, you will get knowledge how to identify, especially maybe IT related issue of an organization, and conceptualize the issue and collect data systematically, and analyze data and come up with solutions, or critically discuss the solutions. So therefore, this will be a great opportunity for you to have that skill, because none other person or professional people or other graduates will not have this opportunity. So I hope that you will get definitely a competitive advantage in the market with your other skills. This research skill will be a very important one. So again, I must thank this organizing committee for giving that experience for our students to learn how to conduct the research and come up with solutions. And also, as you know, you are now in the final year. So everybody is looking forward to joining with the industry. So remember, you may end up with a very good performance in your undergraduate degree program. Maybe end up with the first class degree or second class upper degree. Still, remember, that will be very useful. That will be very useful when you enter into an organization. Your CV will be very much attractive with the first class or second upper degree. So you will be evaluated by your degree performance as well as interview performance. Then you will be recruited. Remember, after recruiting you, people will not worry about your qualification. Your seniors or supervisors will not worry about your qualification as such, but they will evaluate you on your performance as well as your attitudes. So you have to develop, or you have to be aware to work for the organization as it is your own organization, and contribute as much as possible. At the beginning, do not go after other benefits. Work as much as possible and work with people in a friendly manner and support others as a team. They will be the measures that your superiors or supervisors will evaluate you. Therefore, please keep that in mind. When you work, it's very important. Nobody will care about your qualification. Okay. So that is just an advice to all the graduates. And today, in fact, I saw that many of you are making your presentations, research presentations, as well as project presentations. So I congratulate all of you and hope to meet you very soon in the university. So until then, we will be meeting you with this virtual environment. So wish you all the best. And I wish you the department also. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, to you as well for gracing the occasion amongst the busy schedule that you are meddling with on a daily basis. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Professor P.D. Nima. So with that, we would like to move on to another very exciting item on today's agenda that I'm sure most of you, all of you actually, have been eagerly waiting. We are going to listen to a very important personality in just a few minutes. But before that, let me just give you a brief introduction about him to all of you. Dr. Dinesh is a well-experienced professional with more than 22 years experience in the fields of sales, marketing, supply chain, business development, and general management, including stints in 2 leading multinational companies in Sri Lanka. He started his career in 1998 as a junior executive at Sampath Bank Treasury, and in 2001, he joined Unilever Sri Lanka as a management trainee. During his Unilever career, he functioned as a sales manager, senior brand manager, business development manager, head of demand and business planning, head of marketing, Unilever Food Solutions, Sri Lanka and Maldives. After covering a 13-year spell at Unilever in FMCG, he joined Holcim Lanka as a marketing manager. Dr. Dinesh joined Navaloka Group as the CEO for East West Marketing Private Limited in January 2017 and achieved Slim Brand Excellence Award for Turkey brand in 2018. After successful 3 years at East West, Dr. Dinesh is the General Manager Sales in Hema's Consumer Brands, and currently he's holding that position. During his 23-year corporate career, he has completed 2 foreign assignments at Unilever Philippines and Unilever India. He is a past pupil of Nalanda College Colombo and obtained his doctorate from the University of Kelaniya in 2020 and holds a first-class BSc Honours degree from University of New Delhi under Indian Cultural Scholarship Scheme. He is also an MBA from Postgraduate Institute of Management and a professional banker with AIB qualification and fellow of Chartered Institute of Marketing. In addition, he is a lecturer, mentor, corporate trainer specializing in sales, motivational, and leadership training. He is a permanent faculty member of the Marketing Strategy for PIM Alumni Senior Member Development Program. Dr. Dinesh is a visiting lecturer for MBA, MSc, MBS, and EMBA programs in University of Colombo, University of Kelaniya, Cardiff Metropolitan University, and Edith Cowan University. Currently, he is the immediate past president of the PIM Alumni Association, attached to University of Sri Jayewardenepura, and secretary of the Unilever Past Employees Association. He was recently appointed as the Vice President of the DBA Alumni of Kelaniya University, and he has participated in diverse leadership, marketing, sales, and strategy training programs through Unilever and Holcim in more than 17 countries and panel member of Slim Effie's Awards judging panel for the last 2 years. So I think y'all can see the versatility that attached to his personality. And dear sir, we are indeed honored to have you with us today. Thank you very much for gracing our occasion amongst your busy schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, the General Manager, Sales, Hema's Consumer Brands. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sandhuni. Am I audible, Sandhuni?
Yes, perfectly.
Right. I think the screen is visible to you as well.
Yes.
Right, thanks. Professor Nimal, Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Mahesh Fernandu, Department Head of the Department, other academic staff, non-academic staff, and my dear learning partners. Good afternoon to all you people. And thank you very much for inviting me, especially as many of you know, my passion is sharing my knowledge. So especially since I have a good career background and good academic background with a lot of affiliation with Sri Lankan universities, I am really passionate to share my knowledge. So giving me this opportunity, I really appreciate, because giving the industrial perspective from my point of view to student is really enjoyable to me. So thank you very much for the second time. So I congratulate for all of these symposium learning partners, because having participated for such a symposium with research findings, your presentation skills, and other people are planning to listen and learn, that itself resembles that you're eager to learn, eager to create knowledge, eager to getting into industry, eager to supply a lot of innovative knowledge through your research industry. So while congratulating you, I would like to get into the topic very fast because the time is limited. So I think big introduction has been given, no need to. So setting some philosophy, I would like to reiterate the fact that in your life, any of your life has different characters. I would like to define that as different lives or characters in you, for you to have a very balanced life. Having all these characters equally important. If you think one factor is missing, one day you will feel like you have missed the whole lot. For instance, like physical life, you need to have physical life, you have to do exercises, be fit, no diabetic, no heart attacks and no. Family, you have to have a superb family life. If your family life is a disaster, you can't work, you can't have academic life, you can't have any of your life. So family life is key. Social life, you have to have friends, you have to have university affiliation, networks, you need to be in a society, and you need to be a sparkling member in a society. Without a society, there is no career, no academic life. Psychologically, you have to be very strong. Emotional intelligence should be very strong, and you have a very good psycho. If your psycho is gone, no life is there. And you have to have a spiritual life. You have to have a purpose to live, your religion and stuff like that. Then academic life, as all of you are academics, academic life is key. If you are not having your qualification on a laddery manner, no career progress, no social progress also will be there in this context of life. Then artistic, can you play a guitar? Can you do an art? Can you sing? That has to be there. Otherwise, no balance in this, career academic life. It's essential. I have seen people, people never had, aesthetic life has really, unbalanced their life. Career is the final one, which is one of the most important things. So if you think one of these factors are missing within you, there's a big question mark. All of these factors should be there. Somebody may be saying, family life shouldn't be there. If you have everything, but if you don't have a family, you will feel big gap in your life. So career is why the career is so important. For you to fuel financial, resources and recognition into this whole pot. Career is the fueling engine. Without career prospects, there is no fuel will be injected to your whole of this life package. So that's why career is utmost important. Now, I would like to give my definition. You will have your own definition. I would respect that. But in academia, there is no the answer. There can be a lot of answer. So my, few definitions would be what a career success is. Good progression in graduate level academics. That means you have to have your BScs, graduate level. Then you progress into your postgraduate level, MScs, MBAs. Then you getting into your doctoral level, PhDs and DBAs. Then you go into research contribution like this, you conduct a lot of research and create knowledge. That is also part of your academic. Then sound teaching, lecturing, coaching, mentoring, training, a lot of university staff, conducting a lot of training program for private sector as well. And you have a good collection of publication as an academic. You have journal article published, a lot of ranking, a lot of citation. Yes, superb academic life. Contributing to academic conventions, symposium like this. Yes, you have participated a lot of conventions, a lot of, symposiums, and you have presented. Good academic success. Leadership for academics association. President of medical association, president of some other, academic association or a forum. You are the leader of, economic forum for such one thing. So that means a very good academic, symptoms of academic success. Then all of my learning partners should have a clear understanding. I must say very clear understanding to have this career mentality. Because many of the young guys, because I am interviewing many people on a daily basis in all my jobs, this is my 6 jobs with 2 multinationals, many, even senior people still haven't understood what is the meaning of a job and a career. What is the meaning of a job? Job is merely, looking for something to survive, having something to, earning for life, to have some bread and butter. How can you earn a buck? That is called job. Maybe a driver job, maybe a laborer job. So basically, job doesn't have a progression. Job doesn't have longer term view. Job doesn't need any, training requirements. Job doesn't need maturity. Jobs they don't have progression into next level. So, job doesn't need any particular technical or professional training for you to move forward. Career means, having a long-term perspective. If you have a career means you're in a journey, not a short-term perspective. So if once you get into the professional or the career life, you should develop, inculcate and embrace this career mentality. Otherwise, you will get into short-term, jobs, short-term opportunities. You will change jobs for money. You will get into jobs for short-term money requirements. And you will get into companies where they don't provide careers, but only a good salary. One day you will suffer. So first of all, I beg all of you guys to have career mindset from today. I don't need a job. My priority is not money. Money will follow you when you have a good career. So career. Then what is your professional and career success? Some people think getting into a big conglomerate and becoming a junior executive, you have achieved your career. No. So I'll give you some symptoms, some, acid test for you to check whether you have really, understood the word called professional and career success. Impressive progression in your career. Impressive progression means, are you continuously being promoted? You're getting awards, lot of achievements in the job, you're delivering results, you're delivering growth, you're delivering market share, highly paid, you're paid high salaries, 5 million salary, 2 million salary, like, becoming the best employee, you have saved a lot of cost in the industry, in your company, leading large teams, higher designation, general manager, chairman, work for few blue chip companies, have you turned around the company or have you bankrupted a company? Acquiring professional qualification in between. Those are the building blocks for you to, who will guide you for your long-term career succession. Maybe MBAs, maybe CIMs, FCIM, and gaining different, industry exposure. Have you been stuck to one industry? You have different, industry exposure. That means career. Stuck into one industry, one job is not a career. You're getting into a comfort zone only. And different positions, marketing manager in one company, general manager in one company, head of finance in one company. Have you got that different, culture experience, different exposure in different companies, different culture? Have you got exposure in another country? For you to become a chairman or a managing director in a blue chip company in Sri Lanka, foreign exposure is must. You should have worked in a foreign country for you to come back and, take over here. So have you got that foreign exposure? And adding value to the industry. Have you chaired an association? If you're in tax association, have you shared, lot of, value added to the industry from your discipline? If you're a marketer, have you added a lot of marketing insight to the industry? You can remember Professor Udita Liyanagi had a lot of value to the industry. So he had become a, professional and academic giant in the industry. So, most sought after career, you are a most sought after career professional in Sri Lanka. Headhunting, calling you, so big salaries, being an iconic career professional with a good brand image, like Mr. Aravinda Pereira, Dr. Hans, huge brand image, Mr. Kishu Gomez, Diane Gomez, those are business icons, good brands. Being a successful consultant, our companies are calling you for consultancy. That means you have got professional and career success. I think I have set the context for the speech. So I have noticed few pitfalls. I am not saying weaknesses. Excuse me if I am, uttering some bad, non-useful words, non-motivating words. Few pitfalls I have noticed during my 22-year career with most of the universities, private and local. Most of the students, I do career coaching, I do lots of, engage with students in different levels. And people who have recently recruited for public and private sector, I have a lot of association. I have seen common issues, why they can't make this academic success into career success. So if you can crack it today, maybe your discipline, maybe IT or marketing or finance, it doesn't matter. But if you crack few of these, I would ensure your career will be a superb success. So very, most of these, brilliant academics who are joining the industry can't present very well. Your projections are really not good. Showmanship, you are not perceived as, you work hard, your knowledge is very high, but you are not perceived as a, performer. A showmanship element is not there. And most of the people have high ego. Low demonstration of, the concept called empty. Once you get into an organization, you think you don't know anything. You have to, like a sponge, you have to grasp everything. So if you think your pot is full, you can't fill the pot with knowledge. So you have to empty the pot. A lot of graduates think, my pot is full. So long delays in adaptation. They take a lot of time to adapt because leadership skill is very low. And a lot of people in the very instant get a huge cultural shock. They can't adapt. Another thing is, these, high career guys, academic guys joining the industry, they don't want to take risk because they think they know. And sometimes ignorance becoming a blessing. If you don't know anything about the subject, you take a risk and you succeed. So since academic know more than other people, they tend to take risks. If you're a marketeer, if you know the marketing risk, segmentation and positioning, you don't take a risk and launch a product. You think, I mean, according to my theory, this proposition may not work. So people who doesn't know marketing may launch the product and he may succeed. So sometimes you will have to take few calculated risks. And these people are highly presentation bias, documentation bias, analysis bias, strategy bias, and very low bias to execution. They don't want to execute. They don't want to plan and give the plan to somebody else. And low results bias. They don't want to create the plan and strategy and tell the boss, I have done the strategy and plan, let somebody else to execute. And a lot of time I have seen, realize the practical gap. What you know and what can be done as a big gap. So they don't understand what you know and the practice has a huge gap. Once they realize, they have jeopardized the whole career. And in practice, the tactical knowledge, sometimes the tacit knowledge, most of the time, matter than the explicit knowledge, the book knowledge. So to get the tacit knowledge, you will have to slowly work with your peripherals and peers and get that knowledge. So they think the explicit knowledge is highly effective, but tacit knowledge most of the time matters. So low interest in learn from peers because their ego is a little bit high. They don't want to, they don't join as management trainees. They think they are, they know everything. So getting stuff from peers, they have a weak point. And I have seen the passion factor is not that great. They think they know everything, but they don't put maximum. Their passion, the eager to get into the subject is very low. And networking, I would say getting with people, get along with people with outside networks, I have seen very low. Some other pitfalls. So you have to understand, even though you have gathered a lot of knowledge in the university, a lot of knowledge can't be practiced because you have to go through a lot of exceptions. Mostly application theory directly into Sri Lankan context is not that easy. Because Sri Lanka companies are not process driven. So all what you need from Kotlers and all the theories, 5 force factors, stuff like that easily can't be adapted because Sri Lankan companies are haphazard. Most of the companies, even blue chip, even multinational, processes are not. So take marketing, get positioning, segmentation, all these processes are not purely done. You all take shortcuts because the processes are not done. Because you guys go there and try to execute the whole process and asking the bosses why the whole process is not there. So you'll have to understand what you learn and what is really practice has a big gap. And growth mindset, they get into a job and get into next level, I have seen weakness. And bigger weakness I have seen in people who are joining the private sector, soft skill, emotional intelligence, shock absorption, resilient is very weak. A normal person shocking, absorbing the shock, and this person very difficult to get into emotional intelligence. They for small things they get really agitated emotion. And leadership skills is they work as individuals. They perform really high, but as a team I have seen very weak. As a leader, very weak. If you give him lead a team, they say I can do it all by myself, but getting stuff from other people, I have an issue. Become a leader, I'll especially IT professionals, I'll do it myself. I don't know how to get stuff done from others. Boss, you do it. So that's the mentality. So sometimes most of the people are not humble to ask for help. You have to ask for help. And sometimes they don't accept the failures, mistakes. The mistakes is the biggest asset. Mistake is a first stepstone to learning. So no request for second opinion. They think first time their first project will be successful. So those are the issues I have seen in prima facie. Excuse me if I have hurt you. Now, as Professor said, qualification is dead after the recruitment is done. No one will look at your qualification, your first classes, all nonsense once you have been recruited. So you are recruited for a non-academic, non-qualified person will be your boss most of the time. So they'll merely through your qualification survey. So you have to remove your qualification hat. But till the recruitment is finished, till the recruitment process is finished, yes, qualification will be colorful for you. Will be valuable for you to get into the job and position yourself against the competitors. But after the job you're recruited, you don't think you're a qualified guy. So I have seen a huge gap in university research coming into the industry. So a lot of people come up with a lot of theoretical problems. You all think the industry is having, but industry have some big practical issues where all you guys should research. So don't go into desk research type, highly academic type, which no practitioner can even touch. Perception about certain people, how the perception of brand manager will affect to the branch manager. Yes, that can be useful, but is that a burning problem in the industry? Is that highly researchable? Is there a researchable need? So I urge you to come to the industry, ask from the people, practitioners, what are the real practical problems in IT, in marketing, in finance, and design your research accordingly. And straight away, then you can go to the industry and sell your research. So I have seen most of the researchers are researchers for journal articles only. Very hardly those research material getting into the practice. So hereafter, if you want to do a research, please refer a practitioner. If you are doing a research in IT, ask an IT practitioner, tell me what are the real practical big ticket gaps in the industry and try to solve it. Once your research is done, that itself will be required for you to get into a job. He'll recruit you. Don't worry. So make your research a path to get into a job, not to publish somewhere there and, get your certification done, get your marks done. Those are, purely nonsense. So few basics, I don't have much time to go through everything. If you want to have a career, you should know at least vague your path, whether you want to become a marketer, whether you want to become a politician, teacher, at least a path. According to the story, if you do, most of the people, when I ask them, what do you want to be? Most of the people say, sir, I want to be a good manager. I want to be a senior manager. So I ask, which discipline, which area, which industry? I don't know, sir, whichever comes in my way, whichever pays me high, I would, that means the job mentality. So select an area, a specific area where you would end up. So get into area, you have to go through all these areas. Your passion should be there. If you get into marketing, ask yourself, you're passionate for marketing, whether you have strengths for marketing, whether marketing or, take pottery. If your passionate area is pottery, will there be future economic development for that? Future opportunities will be there for pottery. If that is no, don't choose. So if the area is growing, if your particular area is socially accepted. I have seen so many people, getting into different passionate areas. Halfway through their agency, people are not recognizing me. When I get into school, put my little one into the school, my principal asked me, my job is not that acceptable. So halfway through, you regret. And things that you can enjoy. So consider all of these factors before selecting a discipline. Maybe logistic, finance, marketing, or whatever. Have a checklist whether all these elements are fulfilled. Suppose you have a high passion, but you don't have a strength. You want to become a popular singer, but you can't sing. Don't get into the singing. So singing, very passionate, you can sing, but no growth opportunities, no salaries, high salaries are paid, don't get it. All these sections should be there if you want to enjoy a good career. Merely because you like it, don't get into it. This is a very big, concept that I have developed. If you want to become successful in the career, don't try to become masters in all areas. You will never achieve that. Try to select in your context, maybe IT, have your context IT as the core subject that you want to master. So if you master that, no one in your company can challenge. You are the best person in your company, maybe in my case, marketing. So peripherally, you can have peripheral knowledge, some sound appreciation about sales, some good appreciation about HR, good, sound knowledge and logistic or finance. Because once you become the managing director, when brand managers present something, if you're in finance, you should know a little bit of, marketing, little bit of HR if you become a managing director. But it doesn't mean for you to become a managing director, you need to master HR. Never. No managing directors, no chairman, no general managers in this context, in this world, had masters everything. You can master only one or two subjects. So I have mastered sales and marketing. But I know logistics. I know very good sound understanding about finance. So that's why you go through MBAs. I can ask very, very, stingy, very strong strategic questions in finance. So that you have to have that appreciation, but don't try to master. So this cross-functional exposure will drive you to the general manager. So one day you have to become a general manager. You may be, master in IT, but one day you will have to, manage an IT company. So keep this model in your head. Try to master one, have peripheral other factors. I think I have few minutes. So better you have to dream your dream job. I will stop since the time is not there. The best, grit that will be highly appreciated when you move forward in your life, especially if people, your superiors are to promote you. This is the mantra. If your bosses are promoting you, here your performance should be at most important. This is the performance, x-axis. Why is your leadership, your emotional intelligence, your strategy? You can't be a standalone player. Suppose you have a high performance, your results are very good. If you're a sales guy, you have achieved all the targets continuously for last 5 years. Your performance is high, but your leadership, your strategy, your how part is low. That means for you to become to next level, leadership potential is low. Then you will be stuck here. Suppose your leadership skills are very good. You know how to manage people. You know how to charm people and get the stuff done. But if your results are not there, you will be stuck here. If you don't have both, you will be asked to leave. If you have weak here, 50-50 like here, you will get red notices here. But most of the people are here, 50-50, not very good in all, you can manage. But if you're promotable, this is the best place for you to be. Good leader, good strategist, good performer. Just like Sangakkara, just like who? Mahela Jayawardene. But if your leadership, if your performance are high, but bad leader, just like Sachin Tendulkar, you can't become the captain one day. So if you want to have a good career, performance must be utmost important. Leadership, strategy, getting stuff from the people factor, the leadership, the soft skill of managing people should be extremely high. Otherwise, you can't embrace a good career. I think my time is over, Sanduni.
Yes, Dr. Dinesh, thank you very much. Anything else to add on your end, sir?
So I would like to stop my presentation by a very, very professional, very academic, very practical quote given by a sportsman, not an academic, not a career professional. My good friend, my respected senior schoolmate, Deshamanya Roshan Mahanama, former cricket captain, he told me one day, Dinesh, it doesn't matter whether you win the match or lose the match. I don't care. What you should matter is your superiors will look up to you is how you play the game in the last overs. If the company is sinking, don't think the company will, get sunken and you will lose the job. In the last few overs, how do you play the match? How do you be resilient? How do you get the pressure until the last ball? 30 runs are to be played and only one ball to bowl. But don't give up. Till the last ball, you have to bat. That is the, breakthrough success of a career professional. So whether you have a nice picture or a bad picture, your bosses will look up to you. Whether you're playing the match, how do you play the game matters a lot more than the performance. So with that comment, I would like to finish off.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinesh. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in me with sharing a virtual round of applause with Dr. Dinesh for sharing such a relevant, such a very current topic with our students. Especially, I think they are surely inspired by your words, especially because they are students who are awaiting graduation, have just taken the first step to the corporate world, sir. So I'm pretty sure in such a very short period of time, you shared a very in depth of intelligence, wealth of knowledge with them in a very enthusiastic way. So I'm pretty sure our students have very well received it. So you definitely did set the bar high for our students and uplifted their spirits and polished up their aspirations. So once again, we are really glad
Thank
that
you.
we got the chance to have you with us on the symposium today. Once again, thank you very much for joining with us amidst all the other commitments that you are meddling with on a daily basis, sir. And also, you are most warmly welcome to join with our research sessions or the project sessions
Sure,
in
sure, sure.
future, if you may please. Thank you very
Yeah,
much once
thank
again,
you.
ladies and
All the
gentlemen.
best.
That was the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, the General Manager Sales at Hemas Consumer Brands. So with that, finally, we have arrived at the point where most of our students have been very eagerly waiting for the research and the project presentation sessions. So as you all have been already briefed, we will be having 3 separate breakout rooms or 3 panels for research presentations, extended abstract presentations, as well as 3 separate panels for project presentations, which will be conducted in a parallel manner. So all the panelists who are joining with us today, as well as all the presenters, will be divided among these panels by our administrative team. But to all those others who are joining with us today, you have the freedom to join with any panel that you wish to, as you may please, as well as while you are in a particular panel, if you wish to leave and rejoin another panel, you are free to do so as well by yourself, or else you can simply do it by sending a message to the co-host of your particular panel. And also, just to give you a little briefing on what happens here. So all these presentations, the 13 presentations on extended abstracts and the 12 presentations on project descriptions have already been through one round of blind reviews done by an expert panel, I must mention. And so today we will be having the second round of evaluations, and by adding the total mark of the both rounds, we will be deciding who are the winners of the extended abstract category, as well as the project presentations category. So I do invite you to stay until students who have excelled in these areas are. So once you're in the breakout room, should you have any concern, any clarification that you wish to make, please feel free to send a message to the co-host in your particular breakout room, in your particular panel. They should be able to assist you. So to all the panelists, we have already sent the links to your mark sheets that should be used for evaluations today. We do believe that everything is ready on your end as well. And at this point, I should especially thank all the panelists who are joining with us today, because all of them are engaged in a heavy workload with this current working pattern, with the work from home scenario. They all are very busy people, but still they very voluntarily and very eagerly did agree to join with us today. So thank you very much for taking part in our event. And with that, I would hand over the session to our technical team. And now you will be diverted to your respective panels. All the other guests, please feel free to join a breakout room as you may please. Good luck to all the presenters today, and may the best people win. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome everyone to the breakout room, which is going to be on extended abstract. Let me first introduce all of you the panel who will be doing the extended abstract evaluations today. Today we have Professor Samanyapa, a professor from Department of Decision Sciences, Dr. Rukmal Veerasinghe, Senior Lecturer from Department of Entrepreneurship, Dr. Ayesha Kotoge, Senior Lecturer from Department of Business Administration. Dear Sir, dear Madam, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation and join here with us today despite of your busy schedules. We highly appreciate it. So before commencing today's presentation, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you few guidelines of the session. All the presenters will get 15 minutes for the presentation. Since there can be technical interruptions while doing the live presentation, so we will be playing the presentation recording of the relevant presenters during this 15 minutes time. After each presentation, there will be 5 minutes given for evaluators for Q&A session. Also, please make sure that everyone stay in this breakout room until all the presentations are over. And this is the kind reminder for our evaluators. Dear sir, dear madam, please update the evaluation sheets after each presentation, since the sheet will be disabled as soon as the presentations are over. Thank you very much. So I think that everything is clear to you. So without further delay, we can move to the first presentation of the session. So our first presentation is done by Shashini Amasha, and her presentation is on the factors affecting to the adoption of social media by small and medium enterprises.
Good evening all, I am Shashini Amasha. So I am here to present my final research presentation. So my research is factors affecting to the adoption of social media by small and medium enterprises in Sri Lanka. So when we talk about social media is a group of internet-based applications that would build on the ideological and technological foundation of Web 2.0 and that allow the creation and exchange of user-generated content. So there are several types of social media like social networks like Facebook, microblogs like Twitter, reviews and ratings like Yelp, communities like YouTube, collaborative projects like Wikipedia, virtual game worlds like World of Warcraft, virtual social worlds like Second Life. So when we talk about social media is a major part of the technology in today. I know everybody, most of the people has used at least one social media platform. So not only individuals, but also businesses use social media platform for their various purposes. So when we talk about SMEs, according to Sri Lankan Export Development Board, SME is an industry with less than 8 million investments and less than 50 million annual turnovers. So according to Durkin, Magwan et al. And Al-Shaji et al., many SME practitioners have proved that by having effective usage of social media, businesses can get more opportunities, maintain issues of trust and commitment with stakeholders such as customers, employees, suppliers, and competitors, etc. And also, they can enhance the quality of the network relationships. But the problem is many SMEs are reluctant to adopt social media because they have not discovered the potential and the purpose of social media. And some SMEs don't have enough knowledge about the strategies to manage social media, getting engaged with customers, which may lead many missing valuable opportunities. So to address that problem, I did my research. So my research questions are to identify the factors that influence small and medium enterprises to adopt social media, to study the relationship between factors influencing and the adoption of social media by small and medium enterprises. And my research questions are, what are the factors that influence small and medium enterprises to adopt social media? And what is the relationship between factors influencing and adoption of social media by small and medium enterprises? So there are many previous studies that have done in social media context. Among them, Muhammad et al. Did a research about the factors influencing social media by smaller businesses to find the relationship between the factors and the adoption. So they have used the technology acceptance module, and the results were perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and perceived trust have their relationship with the social media adoption. So this is the conceptual framework that I adopt from Armored tool, which was developed using technology acceptance module, and they have extended that model using perceived trust. So these are the definitions of my constructs. So perceived usefulness is the degree a person thinks that by using a specific system to enhance their job performance. Perceived ease of use is the degree to which a person believes that using a particular system would be free of effort. A belief, the perceived trust is a belief that someone or something is reliable, good, honest, effective, and so forth. So my hypotheses are, I have three hypotheses. The first one is perceived usefulness has a significant influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. The second hypothesis is perceived ease of use has a significant influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. And third hypothesis is perceived trust has a significant influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. So I use model testing and by using the technology acceptance model, and I use quantitative method. And my primary data collection, I use a questionnaire, basically a Google form. So my population was all the SMEs in Sri Lanka, and my sample is 90 social media adapted SMEs, which I got from quarter sampling and convenience sampling. For the data analysis tool, I use Smart PLS3, and I did the pre-processing data analysis and found and remove unengaged values. So this is my questionnaire which I adopt from previous literature. So this is my result. So firstly, I got the descriptive data. So I did descriptive analysis. First, I asked how many years they have started their business. So among my sample, 50% of SMEs have started their business like within 0 to 3 years. Then I asked how many times they access to their Facebook account. So like 36.7% of SMEs visit their Facebook account every day. So then I asked how many hours they use their Facebook account, their company Facebook account. So 34.4% of SMEs use 0 to 5 hours. So these are the industries of my sample belongs to. And after doing that descriptive analysis, I did reliability analysis. Firstly, I did indicator reliability. Except one item, I got every item above 0.7. But according to Chan and Idris, outloading above 0.6 is also acceptable as having indicator reliability. So then I didn't remove any item. And then after that, I did internal consistency. So then I found that composite reliability and convex alpha is about 0.7. Then I did reliability analysis. Then I did validity analysis. Firstly, I did conversion validity analysis. So I found that AVE is greater than 0.5. And I did discriminant validity analysis. So then I found that my indicator loadings are higher than all of its cross loadings. So this is the research model that I have drawn using Smart PLS3. So after those validity and reliability analysis, I did hypothesis testing. So first two hypotheses, so I found that one was below 0.05 and two were greater than 0.05. So my results of hypothesis were like perceived ease of use towards adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs was not supported. Perceived trust towards adoption of social media was also not supported. perceived usefulness towards adoption of social media was supported. Then I did R-square and I found that my factors can be predictable at 46% of adoption of social media by Sri Lanka by SMEs. And my findings is like perceived usefulness has a significant positive influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. Perceived ease of use has no significant influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. Perceived trust has no significant influence for the adoption of social media by Sri Lankan SMEs. So this is the summary of my findings, and the first perceived usefulness result in higher level of social media adoption by SMEs. Not also compatible result in higher level of social media adoption by SMEs, and also they found that a higher level of perceived trust result in higher level of social media adoption by Sri Lanka by SMEs. So my research can be used as for the material for future studies to expand the knowledge using technology acceptance module in social media context. And by using my research, decision makers the decision makers of small and medium enterprises can combine technology for their businesses by adding more value to customers' experience. And small and medium enterprises can refer these findings to adopt correct customer targeting as well as use proper marketing strategies by using social media channels, social tactics to acquire and retain customers and to increase the firm performance. So the limitations are my sample is limited to Sri Lankan context, and this study is cross-sectional also. And my study is focused only on Facebook. And future researches can be done using data in another countries and by having longitude survey to examine the effect over time. And also future research can be addressed by using more complex models like rather than technology acceptance model. And future research also can be done using in-depth surveys by adopting qualitative approach. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for listening me and have a nice day.
So I think Shashini is here with us. So with that, I invite our evaluators for the Q&A session.
I think you can hear me. Am I Samarya?
Yes, you're audible.
Sashini, what is your sample? You said that there are some IT companies as well, isn't it?
Yes, my sample is social media adopted small businesses.
Yeah.
Yes, I use convenient sampling and quarter sampling to get my sample.
No, you said that companies from different sectors.
Yes, so basically I send my questionnaire to different people, the people that I know, and also I contact the external department, external degree program entrepreneurship, and found some contacts, and I send them to my sample was those.
Yeah. Okay. So I can remember that there are some IT companies, 15%, something like that.
Yes, IT small business, like they do like small IT shops, like hardware shops, likewise. Or
yeah. So that may distort your results because probably anyway IT people may familiar with the social media and all that. So when you put all of them together, then that may distort your results, because others may not be familiar with the IT, but IT company people, they may familiar with this one. So that is one of the concerns. So probably other evaluators or the other panelists also may give some comments, Dr. Ukmal or Dr. Aisha.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm Rukmal Veerasinghe. I think you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You have your effort is highly appreciated, Shashini, regarding conceptualization. Actually, we have seen that you methodologically done the conceptualization part by looking at the technology acceptance model. But one thing it is about just remit into your literature review to 1 or 2 papers. You want to take few to discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the so-called model. So little critical review is needed in the literature review, and otherwise your methodologically you have conducted your development of the model. But Yapa sir clearly mentioned that your population sampling methodology, those are kind of matters related to the regarding your findings. So you know that in Sri Lanka there are a large number of SMEs. So one problem is you have not at least mentioned about what is your population size of the population. Its variation, huge variation is there in this population. So it has not been touched clearly to understand what is the population. As a result of the large population, this is not representative sample. Just taking 90 organization, again, those are different categories. Those are in different categories. Therefore, limiting your population, if you did it, limiting your population to one geographical area or one industry, as the officer clearly mentioned, it would be better. Otherwise, you know that taking 90 sample and trying to tell about all Sri Lankan SMEs uh, spread every district and provinces, that is not feasible thing. That is the one of the biggest issue regarding your data. If that input is not good, the outcome is also questionable. So that is the problem with me. Otherwise, all the things that you have done, validity testing, reliability testing, um, developing the conceptualization, those are very strong, very strong. You have done the contribution in that part, but data, collecting the data with the proper sample is very important to come to a conclusion. I think in future you will think about your studies in that way. Okay, thank you very much for giving opportunity.
Thank
We'll
you.
move to the Aisha.
Thank you, Dr. Ukmal. Actually, I think my video is not working. It doesn't matter. Actually, I am highly appreciate your presentation and work that you have done. It's currently important study, but I also 100% agree with Professor Samanyapa and Dr. Ukmal, because I also concerned about your population and sampling. When you talk about your population, you said you are concerned about all the SMEs in Sri Lanka, but when it's come to the sample, you mentioned you are consider only SMEs who are adapted that social media. The very first, you give your attention all the SMEs, but when it's come to the sample, you limit with the SMEs who are adapted it. But normally we know the sample should be representative of the population, right? That mistake is there, right? Another thing is, I want to clarify why you are using both convenience sampling and the quarter sampling.
Yes, I thought like this. The population is all the SMEs, and I divided like all the social media adapted SMEs and all the non-adapted SMEs, and then I choose all the adapted SMEs and convenience sampling because I didn't had many contacts of SMEs. I use the external program entrepreneurship, and I went and contact with them. And also from my friends, the people, friends contacts, the people who are doing SMEs, I use them as for my population.
Right, thank you. The thing is, when you use water sample, as you mentioned, there are two groups, adapted and non-adapted. The both should be there, right? That's why we use quota sample. If there are too many starters, we can go for the quota sample as a stratified sampling, right? That mistake is there. I think you are in the learning process. These mistakes you can overcome in your future studies as well. Right. Thank you very much. Anyway, I wish you all the best for your future career and the other activities. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all our evaluators for your valuable comments and feedbacks. I think with that, next we can move on to our second presentation of this session. So our second presenter is presenting is Darshika Pothueva. He is presenting a study on an investigation of factors influencing for turnover of IT professionals in Sri Lanka.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Darshika Pothueva, and my research is an investigation of factors influencing for turnover of information technology professionals in Sri Lanka. This is the content I will be following. Starting off with the introduction, a brief background. Within the last few decades, it can be seen that the IT industry is significantly growing across regions. Consequently, the importance of IT professionals continue to grow as well. One of the previous works has stated that as many as 2/3 of the information technology professionals tend to leave the IT profession. Moreover, that turnover itself is a serious problem for organizations, and turnover is even more crucial. Unlike turnover, turnover is a considerably different phenomenon which is not well understood nor much researched. This is even more so in the Asian context. Therefore, there exists a knowledge gap. So this study investigates what are the factors that may cause turnover in the IT sector in the Sri Lankan context. Taking a look at the literature review, certain related concepts could be identified. For example, turnover and turnover culture, professional obsolescence, seeding the line, career commitment, and of course, turnover. Distinguishing turnover and turnover, turnover is where the IT professionals move to another company while remaining in the IT area. And turnover is where they abandon the IT area by moving to another functional area within their company or in another company. Taking a look at the research objectives, first is to identify the factors that cause turnover among IT professionals in the Sri Lankan context. And next is to identify the relationships between the findings and the turnover behavior. Moving on to the research design and methodology. Considering the available literature, it can be seen that they have used both quantitative methods as well as qualitative studies. And for this research, given the exploratory nature of the research purpose, a qualitative approach is adopted without following existing theories or predetermined hypotheses. And also, IT professionals who have turned away to other areas within their original companies or in a different company are considered here. Potential individuals were selected based on referrals and the snowball technique. and the interviews were guided by a semi-structured questionnaire. The interviews were recorded and transcribed, followed by a data-driven thematic analysis. The figure summarizes the design and methodology. To further guide my research analysis, I have followed the teachings of Brown and Clark in the 2006 research paper, which is about qualitative research. And here are some of the important points. For example, keenness of a theme is not necessarily dependent on quantifiable measures, but in terms of whether it captures something important in relation to the overall research question. And also, an inductive approach means the themes identified are strongly linked to the data themselves. This is the semi-structured questionnaire which I used to support the interviews. And these are the steps which I followed in the data collection process: simply searching suitable participants, getting appointments, carrying out the interviews and recording them, transcribing them manually. This is a summary of the background of the interviews in terms of each interviewee's current position, how I contacted them, the venue of the interview, and nature of the interviewee. These names are not real. And as you can see, as planned, initially there were 6 planned interviews, but the final interview could not be conducted due to practical shortcomings. Moving on to descriptive data analysis. Here you can see the steps I have followed and some of the pictures of my work. In this stage, the transcriptions were read repetitively to properly be familiarized with the data. Consequently, an initial list of interesting ideas could be generated, which was then systematically converted to a list of initial codes. When it comes to coding, coding was done manually using highlighters, colored pens, and notes on the printed dataset, and then data were organized into meaningful groups under these codes. These codes were then sorted into potential themes using a table. Refining the significance of each potential theme and confirming their coherence with the data, the thematic map is presented. We can see these in the slides ahead. This table depicts the current and previous positions of each interviewee. As you can see, all of them have previously worked in entirely, completely information technology related professions. And when looking at the current profession, you can see they are in completely different areas. For example, Johan is an assistant superintendent at customs. Sanjay is a manager at a telecommunication company. Tusita is a pre-sales consultant. Rajiv is a marketing and sales executive. And Abdul, another different scenario. He was, during the time of the interview, he was planning to turn away. But later I got to know that he couldn't really turn away. Despite that, his interview was considered into his research. Moving on to deriving codes out of data extracts. Here are some of the extracts from the conversations which implied interesting ideas. These extracts are shown in the dialog boxes. And from these extracts, codes were developed. And in the blue box, you can see the code separately. Let's go through some of these. As you can see here, Johan says the salary was much lower. Rajiv says, mainly I did not find the salary to be enough. Tusita says, I wanted to move out. The main reason was salary. So this implies the code This implies the fact that job dissatisfaction due to insufficient pay, which is counted as a code. Likewise, we have followed the same pattern until we identified all the codes. Moving on. Tusita says, when you are in the middle, both the parties are going to pressure you. You will have to be sandwiched between the two. So it's very hard and you're taking these issues home. I didn't receive the job satisfaction I needed. Likewise, Sanjay says, I don't like tight deadlines. Most of the time, when I was in IT industry, I was having very tough, tight deadlines. For example, everybody asked me to deliver it yesterday, not even today. That is what I don't like in IT. So these amount to the code, job dissatisfaction due to exhaustion. Next, we have two codes together. Emergence of new opportunities from the organization and emergence of external opportunities. Emergence of external opportunities. For example, Rajiv has said, they have identified my talent in marketing and offered me this opportunity. Next, we'll see another set of codes. Need for new experiences, passion to learn, and willingness to accept challenges. These codes are amounted from, for example, Sanjay saying, a person like me who is in hunger of learning, doesn't like to do the same old thing over and over again, and that he has changed his job seven times, and that he likes challenges. Likewise, Tusita says, I wanted to take the challenge, and you can see, I wanted to test myself. Also, this is my fourth job. Moving on, you can see gathering qualifications. For example, Johan says after that, which means after completing his degree, he has written the Sri Lanka Education Administrative Service exam. And Sanjay has completed an MBA, where he could learn management subjects. Next, you can see past experience. For example, Sanjay says, actually my previous experience helped me to manage them. Tusita too says, they know I can do pre-sales, that I have that skill, but I have never thought about joining pre-sales full time. Reaching an important area. Once these interviewees were asked why they chose the IT sector, they gave two sets of completely different answers. One is availability of employment opportunities. You can see Johan says, because there are many employment opportunities than for others. Rajiv says, most of the job vacancies are from the IT field. Abdul says, nowadays and in the future, systems will be linked with IT, so the job market is high. Unlike others, Tusita and Sanjay has shown passion towards IT from the beginning. For example, Tusita says a reason to do maths for his A-levels was because he wanted to do coding. And Sanjay says, even though he did bioscience from grade 9, 10, 11, he was working in computer science out of his own interest. So this amounts to passion towards IT. Moving on to developing teams, in this next stage, you can see how the codes are categorized meaningfully and names are assigned to identify each thing. Let's go through this. You can see job dissatisfaction due to insufficient pay and job dissatisfaction due to exhaustion is themed as job dissatisfaction. Next, emergence of new opportunities from within the firm and from outside is themed as new opportunities. Next, need for new experiences, passion to learn, willingness to accept challenges is themed as desire to gather new experiences and face challenges. Next, you can say gathering qualifications as intentional prior preparation, past experience as past experience itself, and lastly, but most importantly, availability of employment opportunities and passion towards IT is termed as reason to choose IT. So this is the proposed model which depicts the identified themes. We could also see similarities as well as contradictions compared to future research, compared to previous research. First, a strong indication of job dissatisfaction due to insufficient pay and exhaustion was obvious. The causes for dissatisfaction are not discussed further here as it is a separate research area which is beyond the scope of this research. However, job dissatisfaction in the IT profession could be seen as a major reason to leave the IT profession in this study. Some authors have agreed with this, while some have disagreed. Next, some professionals have turned away while remaining in their respective organization with the emergence of new opportunities from within the organization. For example, according to authors such as Reich and Brown, they have said that organizations value these ex-IT professionals. Going into details, the need to gain new experiences, the passion to learn, and willingness to accept challenges too have diverted their career paths in different directions. In several instances, participants have emphasized the fact that they like to take the challenge and broaden their experiences. Sometimes they have intentionally prepared themselves prior to actually turning away. Moreover, stands out the most is the fact that each one of them have acquired university degrees specialized. It was interesting to find out what encouraged them to direct their higher studies and profession towards the IT sector. The two contrasting ideas they have given was the first was availability of employment opportunities, and the other was passion towards IT. So what we can say is perception of availability of employment opportunities encourages individuals to join the IT sector despite their actual passion towards IT. Expectations of attractiveness seen prior to actually working as an IT personnel and how well one realizes them later during his IT career can be quite complicated to be clearly understood beforehand. Consequently, lack of actual interest or passion towards IT can eventually result in the individual leaving the IT profession somewhere down his career path. It shows that, or in other words, the reason to choose the IT sector can have a significant impact on professionals to turn away later. Finally, moving on to the conclusions. There are several managerial actions. For example, managers can address job dissatisfaction issues that lead to, and as for theory, reason can be seen as an influential new finding. So summing these up, these findings contribute to enhance the literature on the subject. On the other hand, it aids to improve basically the quality of IT career management and IT staff management in ways individuals as well as organizations. Taking a look at the limitations here, due to practical shortcomings, interviews had to be foregone. Moreover, one interviewee was during the time of the interview, but later he could not actually undergo the change. To research, I would recommend needed to test and enhance as well as to make the literature. Are some of the references I have put in the. So we have reached the end of. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think with that we can moving on to the Q&A session. I'll invite our evaluators to give your feedbacks.
Dr. Akmal, you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it is a good qualitative study, and your effort is highly appreciated. Being an undergraduate, doing a qualitative study, we know that it is not really convenient. Therefore, we are appreciating your effort. However, I have some kind of problems regarding this study. Uh, did you focus on the level of the managerial position of the people? You know that the people are entering into the usually low management level. What is the area that you concern, level of the management you concern in your study?
So actually, I didn't focus on one set of managers because once in this sample, in this population, once they have left the IT job, they have actually joined diverse sets of other professions.
In the organization, usually the operational level or lower level and the middle level, it may be usually functionally specific. But after working there several years, there is no chance to go further to the promotion in the same specific field, and then the people, they want to be generalists. So that is the nature of the organization. That's why I asking about whether you focus on the particular level of the management in organization. It is not only for the IT, it is for financing, it is for marketing, whatever the field.
So can I add something?
Yes.
Yeah. So in here, I have one manager in this sample. In there, when he was being questioned, what he said was in his company, there are two ladders. One is technical ladder and the other is a completely management ladder. And when asked further, what he said was that he has left the technical ladder instead of going higher up in that ladder and has joined the management ladder instead. So I thought it was relevant for my research.
Yes, actually, if it is there, that would be great if you are thinking about that within the possibility, within the given possibility is there to climb up the career ladder through the IT, but still people, if they are looking for other option, that would be the context. So I'm not sure whether all people like those. Anyway, I told that the managerial level that you are concerning may be influential on your decisions in this study. So that is also kind of, it should be a kind of concern while you are selecting your sample. If you are selecting the purposive sample in the qualitative study, it is okay. You can select the purposive sample. So accordingly, you want to think about the selection of the correct people to understand that what is the correct situation. Otherwise, it is generalized situation. All the people, they are looking for career advancement. When they are going for career advancement within the same function, up to some extent it is possible, but after that there is no possibility. So pay the attention on this matter while you are doing research in the future. And again, you use the term called descriptive. What is it? Descriptive analysis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, descriptive analysis is usually used in quantitative studies. Therefore, there are technical terms in these qualitative studies like narrative analysis, interpretation approach, critical review analysis, critical analysis likewise. So you want to use, if it is a qualitative study, you want to use the correct technical jargon in order to represent what you have done. In your abstract, I didn't see much information, but your presentation, you have information. So while reading the abstract, I did not get understanding about your analysis and other things. But presentation covered that part, that is good. Thank you very much for doing this kind of study and making effort on doing qualitative study. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best for your. Aisha, ask the person.
No, okay. Aisha can go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmal. Actually, I need few clarification as Dr. Rukmal raised. Did you concern about the academic qualification? What academic qualification that they have that mean IT related or not like that?
Yes, madam. First of all, in the interviews, when I was discussing about their backgrounds, certainly I have discussed from their A-level studies. Most of them have conducted their A-level studies in mathematics and biostrain, and then have taken university degrees in the IT stream, some in private universities and some in local universities. Degrees are specializing in IT. So that was the...
Right. And did you concern about their IT related experience, how long they are in that particular IT field likewise?
Yes, madam. Except for one participant, he's very young compared to the other participant. He has worked in an IT profession only once, and this is his second job actually. But when compared to the interviews like Sanjay and Tusita, they have like changed IT jobs like at least like Sanjay has changed like 7 jobs in the IT field. Like a programmer, a VB programmer, etc., etc. And Tusika, he has been in this ERP field as an ERP consultant for so long in several companies. And likewise, they have a history of IT professions, except for the very quite young interviewee. So I believe it's sufficient.
Right, thank you. Actually, you have done good research as mentioned earlier. Doing a qualitative research is not easy task, but you had that experience. And the thing is, there some findings are not relevant to the field like IT, because normally we concern IT is the most challenging field. Once who can get more experiences and they can enhance their knowledge when they are in that particular field. That's the nature of the IT field. But based on your findings, you mentioned they are leaving from that particular position to another profession, that particular profession to another one, in order to have a new experiences, new challenges. Likewise, this is I think it's a new findings because we had a different experience about IT. And actually, you have done good research. So I wish you all the best for your future studies as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Darshika, I also appreciate your work, and it's a good presentation and good methodology part. I have some few questions or few clarifications. One is, yes, true that you can do a qualitative research. It's a small sample, but yeah, there are only 5. So probably identifying the themes only with just 5 respondents may not be justifiable. And also probably you may get different perspectives if you have selected both male and female. I don't know whether there were any female respondents. From the names it seems, and the emojis you have used, all of them are male it seems. Different, there may be different reasons for male and female to leave the job. And also, as I think Aisha mentioned, some of the factors may not be specific to IT sector. So for example, in any sector, employees may want to do an MBA, and so if they leave the job, then it is not, I mean, specific to IT. It can happen in anywhere, but as you have mentioned, like technical problems and the managerial issues. So if you pay more attention to that area, then it will be in a better research, and also your objective does not match with the methodology. It seems it was something like, when I read the research objectives, it seems like a quantitative study, but you have done an exploratory type qualitative study. So then probably you would have changed your objective as well. Okay, so I congratulate for your effort and wish you all the best for your future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir and madam, for your valuable feedbacks. So next, before moving on to the next presentation, a kind reminders to our evaluators. Dear sir, madam, please be kind enough to update the evaluation sheets if you have not done it yet. Since after the last presentation, these evaluation sheets will be closed. So with that, I would like to invite our third presenter of the day. So our third presentation is on the factors influencing undergraduate usage of ICT for academic work, which is presented by Pramodini Jayakodi.
Hello everyone, greetings. Today I'm here to present my research on factors influencing undergraduates' usage of ICT for academic work. Let's move on to the background of the research. Industries, commercial sector, etc. Similarly, integration of ICT in education is one aspect. So most of the researchers that are conducted in relation to ICT in education was done to find out the relationship between the ICT education and students' performance. For example, it has been found that the undergraduates who use ICT have achieved higher results in areas like communication, cooperation, problem solving, according to Williams in 2003. Also, another study done by Edmund Thorpe and Canal in 2012 found out that integration of ICT in education gives significant benefits for both students and lecturers in aspects like ease of understanding, presenting facts in a more creative and attractive way, improve efficiency, effectiveness, etc. But in this study, the main aim is to find out what are the factors that might be influencing the undergraduates' usage of ICT for academic work, and thereby understand the extent to which the students are using ICT for academic purposes. Moving on to the research problem. We all know information and communication integration in the field of education is common around the world in terms of private or public education, especially in schools, universities, and other educational institutions, as it improves the effectiveness and efficiency in the teaching and learning process. But most of the studies conducted have only focused on finding the relationship between usage of ICT and academic performance and have found out the positive relationship between them, as said earlier. Study conducted by Rashid and Ashkar in 2016 pointed out that there is a direct positive relationship with technology and students' academic performance. Another study done by B. Theng and Xia Hu in 2008 on teachers' acceptance of ICT usage for academic work was shown positive, and they appreciated the use of ICT in teaching and learning. Also, another study done by Graf in 2003 and Micropolis et al. In 2003 have said that the use of ICT supports the improvement of undergraduates' mental, creative activities, etc. Also, some of the studies have focused on attitudes of the users and other background factors influencing ICT adoption. For example, research done targeting secondary schools of Kenya found out the users' perception of ICT usage in schools and concluded that ICT adoption in both public and private schools are very low due to user complexity, perception, inadequate ICT literacy, lack of physical and psychological readiness, etc. And also, another study conducted on 18 schools in Hong Kong claimed ICT integration in schools strongly depend on the school leaders' vision, understanding the role and impact of ICT in curriculum, their goals and objectives of ICT integration, plus many more other factors like history, culture, background, etc., to be the factors that are influencing the attitudes or influencing the ICT usage for academic work. Hence, this study was conducted with the aim of identifying what factors might influence the undergraduates' attitudes towards adoption of ICT in their academic work and thereby understand the extent of ICT usage for academic work and the relationship between the identified factors and the ICT usage. Moving on to the research questions and objectives. The research will be what are the factors that are influencing undergraduates' usage of ICT for academic work? What is the relationship between the identified factors and ICT adoption for academic work by undergraduates? To what extent does the undergraduates use ICT for academic work? And thereby achieve the following research objectives: to identify the factors influencing undergraduates' usage of ICT for academic work, to identify the relationship between the identified factors and ICT adoption for academic work, to identify the extent to which undergraduates use ICT for academic work. And moving on to the research design and research methodology. The conceptual model used for this study. The conceptual model and hypotheses of this study was formulated mainly based on the technology acceptance model, which is one of the popular models. Use new technologies from end users' perspective. Researchers in this research have extended the TAM model to explore the factors that affect intention to use of the technology in learning community. They have added factors such as subjective norms and awareness of services. Therefore, conceptual model of this research consists with core variables of user motivation on technology usage, that is, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, subjective norms, awareness of services, and attitudes towards technology. Of these elements, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, awareness of services, and subjective norms directly or indirectly explains the behavioral intention to use technology, and thereby behavioral intention influences the actual usage. Moving on to hypothesis selection. Based on the conceptual model, there are 8 hypotheses that was formed for this study. H1. Behavioral intention will have positive influence on actual usage of ICT. H2. Attitudes to use will have positive influence on behavioral intention. H3. Perceived usefulness will have positive influence over behavioral intention. H4. Perceived usefulness will have positive influence towards attitudes to use. Perceived ease of use will have positive influence on perceived usefulness. Perceived ease of use will have positive influence on attitude to use. Awareness of services will have a positive influence on attitudes to use. And finally, subjective norms will have a positive influence on behavioral intention. This study used a quantitative approach to perform the study, and a Google form was used to obtain responses from a sample of 114 undergraduates from a selected national university in Sri Lanka. To select sample size from the population, ex-ante power analysis was used. A sample of 103 undergraduates was given the minimum required sample size to represent the university. Hence, the collected number of responses was fairly enough to come into conclusions about this study. The collected data was analyzed in form of descriptive analysis and inferential analysis and hypothesis testing, which was conducted using Smart PLS software. Moving on to the descriptive analysis. From the descriptive analysis, we found out of 114 respondents, 52 were male and 62 were female. And out of the 34 respondents Department of Information Technology, which is the highest. Second highest was from Department of Business Administration, and so forth. And out of the data collected for knowledge about ICT, 12 respondents responded they have excellent knowledge, and 58 responded they have very good knowledge, whereas 42 responded they have good knowledge on ICT, and no one responded they have poor knowledge on ICT, and 2 responded they have fair knowledge on ICT. Talking about the frequency of ICT usage for academic work, 48 respondents they use ICT for academic purposes every day. That means even once a day. And 54 responded that they are using ICT for their academic work several times a day, and only 12 responded that they are using ICT only several times a week or less. So majority of the respondents are using ICT for academic purposes daily or several times a day. Moving on to inferential data analysis using Smart PLS software. Based on the data collected after running the PLS algorithm for the first time, one questionnaire item's autoloading value was less than 0.7, which is awareness of services 1, which was 0.683. But since the autoloading value is almost 0.7 and it is above 0.6, the questionnaire item was used in this research according to which is supported by the research done by Chan and Edris in 2017, hence established the indicator reliability. Moving on to the validity, reliability, and hypothesis testing, the findings of the study was backed by this reliability, validity, and validity indicators found in the descriptive analysis, inferential analysis. Results in the table 1 indicates that all of the values of Combrage alpha and composite reliability are more than 0.7, thus internal consistency reliability and indicator reliability was established. Simultaneously, the average variance extracted values were above 0.5 and none of the constructs cross relations exceed the square root of each construct AVA. Therefore, convergent validity and discriminant validity was established. You can see for the results. This is the result that we mentioned earlier. Moving on to hypothesis testing. The next step after establishing good convergent and discriminant validity was to assess the structural model to test the proposed relationships. As can be shown in the table 2, the results showed that the undergraduates use ICT for academic work was significantly influenced by behavioral intention, attitudes towards usage, perceived ease of use, and awareness of services. These results provide support for H1, H2, H5, H6, and H7. Contrary to research expectations, perceived usefulness and subjective norms did not have an effect on behavioral intention. Hence, H3, H4, and H8 were not supported in this study. Findings and discussions. Findings and discussions are discussed under two categories: factors affecting undergraduates' attitude towards usage of ICT for academic work. Findings of the study revealed that perceived ease of use and awareness of services to have significant influence on attitudes towards undergraduates to use ICT for academic work, which is inconsistent with previous literatures done by Theo et al. 2009, Theo Beng and Lee, Kazim and Obno in 2011. It was also found that perceived usefulness and subjective norms are not significantly influencing behavioral intention, which is inconsistent with some previous researchers done by Theo et al. 2009, Theo Bengley 2010, and Silha. This findings implies that undergraduates do not consider the beliefs and practices of people who influence their behavior much and the perceived usefulness of ICT when deciding the use of ICT for their studies. Hence, further research can explore the reasons behind this insignificant influence of perceived usefulness, while the university administration can take measures to improve perceived ease of use and awareness of services or technology when formulating strategies to improve ICT adoption among the undergraduates. Talking about the extent of ICT usage by the undergraduates for academic work, the extent of ICT usage was found to have significance since descriptive analysis resulted 47.4% of respondents use ICT for studies several times a day and 42.1% use every day, which is a significant amount in total. And the remaining 10.5% respondents to use ICT for educational purposes several times a week or less. This shows that based on the sample of data collected, majority of the undergraduates use ICT for academic work every day or several times a day. Conclusion. This study was formulated to find out what factors might affect undergraduates' attitudes to adopt ICT for academic work and the extent to which they use ICT for academic works. None of the respondents were in poor knowledge of ICT based on descriptive analysis data, and majority of them use ICT for academic work several times a day, daily, or at least several times a week. Out of the taken factors, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, awareness of services, and subjective norms, the study found out what factors influence significantly and what factors influence insignificantly, and their direct indirect relationship to attitude to use, intention to use, and actual usage of ICT. The limited sample size and limited number of factors considered in the study and less diversity in the study area can be limitations of this study, which can be improved in further researches done in relation to attitudes of undergraduates towards ICT adoption for academic work. Example, there are so many factors that can be addressed and studies in this domain, such as language of learning, type of university, ICT support, peer support, availability of resources, etc. Practically, the university can take the above findings when formulating strategies to improve ICT adoption for studies among undergraduates. Thank you.
Right, we can then moving on to the Q&A session.
Ayesha, I think you can start.
Thank you, sir. Actually, thank you for the presentation. It's a nice presentation, but I need some clarification about you from you. Actually, when I go through your paper, I have some differences between whatever the things you mention in your topic and the objectives, and when you are when it's come to the conceptual model, there are some mismatch in between those things, because normally we are telling there should be a link between topic, then the objectives and the conceptual framework, as well as hypothesis. But the thing is, when I go through your title, it explains you are going to concern about factors affecting undergraduates' attitudes toward usage of ICT for academic work and the extent of actual usage. Then very first I want to clarify what are the things you want to test. As I read your article, I feel you want to test, you want to research what are the factors impact on one's ICT attitudes and how these ICT attitudes make impact on their usage. Am I correct? Your mic is, you have to unmute your mic.
Yes, madam, that was the expectation. Firstly, to identify the factors that affects the attitudes and thereby understand how it affects the behavioral intention and then the actual usage.
But the thing is, intention is not reflect from your objectives as well as topic, right? That's concern I have. But when it's come to the conceptual framework, you talk about many things, behavioral intentions, and there is some independent variable which are not make influence on ICT attitudes, but directly to the intention, right? Because of that, I have some confusion about the how those things match each and everything, right? Normally, we are telling the objectives should be reflect your topic, and conceptual model should be tally with that objectives, and the hypothesis also developed based on those relationship, right? That's the one question I have, right? Because you are not talking about behavioral intention, but I know the original TAM model include each and everything. But the thing is, when it's come to your research, you are concerning only factors effect on ICT attitudes and thereby the usage of ICT in their academic activities, right? That's the problem I have, because normally we are not using, when we develop our conceptual framework, we are concerned about what are the things we are going to test, right? That's the one question I have. Then next one is, and actually the hypothesis also, then there is a one hypothesis. It mentioned you are going to check whether there is a relationship between subjective norm and the attitude. But there is no relationship between that. No subjective norms you relate with the behavioral intention in your model.
Yes, madam. I actually, there's no...
when your discussion, you mentioned about the relationship between subjective norms and the intention, attitudes likewise in your discussion. But this is not reflected in your model. This kind of problems I had in relating to your model. Can you go through your... in your discussion?
Yeah. Madam, I have a hypothesis 8, which is talking about subjective norms
and behavioral intention.
Yeah.
But when it comes to discussion, you talk about subjective norms and the attitudes. Right? That's the one problem I have. And when it's come to the discussion, right? When it's come to the discussion, in the discussion, normally we have to explain our findings, as well as we have to link our findings with the previous literature, right? Whether the findings align with the previous literature like that, that part also missing with your article, right? These are actually take this as a positive comments, right? When you are doing your next research and when you are develop your next research paper, you have to have concern about those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also agree with what Aisha has told, that actually you have written all the possible hypotheses. I think there must be a flow between, among the research title, then the objectives, then the hypothesis. There must be one flow, and all these are interconnected and interlinked. So that connection is not there. And also, I think you have written your hypothesis also just as given in the model, but you should have written in your context, like rather than writing behavioral intention, you should have written like the intention of using ICT by the student or something like that in your context. But you have written in very generic form. And the other one is, what do you mean by actually ICT use? What did you mean by ICT use?
It's actually the usage of the technology to study purposes.
Like what?
Like internet, other ICT resources. Basically,
okay, but, I think it is too broad. You could have selected something like LMS, then it is very clear. Otherwise, all of us are using ICT in different levels. I think you may not be able to find any student who is not using internet. So then just using internet is it ICT? So I don't know. But if you have selected something like LMS, then it would have been clear, then you could have got a better answer, I think. Okay, so I think you can make some improvements to this research. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. Making a presentation, it is good that you have made some the considerable effort doing this research, because your model is too complex. It is a combination of the TAM model and the theory of planned behavior, as I believe. So when you are thinking of combining these kind of models, there will be kind of complexities. So in the undergraduate level, we are not expecting such kind of complexities. Anyway, it is appreciated that your effort, and you have now done some exercises on data analysis in different levels of the variables. However, it should be, in a flow, there should be a good arrangement in the floor, as Yapasa mentioned and Aisha is mentioned. So make it simple by creating a good flow. My concern, it is about, you are talking about undergraduates. I'm not sure where you are talking about your population.
So the entire university becomes the population.
All universities in Sri Lanka?
No, the university that I selected and the sample was our faculty management.
Yes, I think it should be specific. Otherwise, there will be a kind of, misunderstanding among the readers. I think you have taken the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. Otherwise, there are a large number of university students in this country, so it is not all representative sample. You have taken management faculty specifically. So out of the management faculty, that is your population. So out of the management faculty, you have selected the sample. It is about 100 and how many?
114.
114. So is that the sample sufficient sample size calculated through statistical method?
Yeah, it was 103.
Yes.
So
you got more than that. That's great. So it is methodologically done, but population, definition of the population is very important while you are selecting the sample. And sample frame is also from where you find the sample frame.
So ex-ante power analysis.
Okay, right, good. You want to mention that it may be good way of presenting that you have followed these methods. Is it random sample or
it's
convenient sample? Sample size, if it is large, it is okay, but you want to justify all these matters. The other matter, it is about questionnaire. As Samanya mentioned that I was also in a problem that how did you measure the ICT use? So if it is, how did you prepare this questionnaire? Is it self-developed?
No, sir, I got the questionnaire items to the independent variables from previous researchers and adopted them to my research.
Oh, yes. As Samanya mentioned, what are the questions you use to measure the ICT use?
Let me check.
Right, it is your study. You want to, it is one of the biggest variable in your study. So you want to tell that what is the way. Anyway, it's okay. So be conscious enough because ICT use is, as Samanya mentioned, it is a very broad concept. So there may be different perspectives in using the ICT. So be specific rather than that, as mentioned clearly. I also had this kind of, problem in my mind while you are making the presentation. Again, what kind of educational methods you tested? Educational purposes? Is it about examination or just attending to the lectures, doing assignments?
Basically, sir, doing assignments and using them to self-study, like.
Right. So question here in that part, it should be your own, I think, because technology adaptation, it is not about the here, it is not the general purpose of the technology adaptation. It is about study purpose. And as well as you are talking about ICT usage in the study purpose. So it should be very specific and it should be the kind of, your contribution in your study. Therefore, keep in mind that paying attention to little more on that part and explaining that part to the audience. That would be kind of, new thing for us. Right. Anyway, thank you very much for doing a big work and, analyzing data by using large number of items. And finally, you got a good analytical skill to go through this analysis, I think. Wish you very best for your future work. Thank you very much for making the presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or feedbacks? Right. If not, I think we can moving on to the final presentation of the session. So our final presenter of the day is Pavitra Vijayasinghe, presenting her work on factors influencing online health information seeking behavior among management undergraduates in a selected national university, Sri Lanka.
Good evening all. I am here to present my research study. Research title is Factors Influencing Online Health Information Seeking Behavior Among Management Undergraduates in a Selected National University in Sri Lanka. Here is my content, background of the research problem, research questions and objectives, research design and methodology, data analysis, findings and discussion, conclusion, contribution and limitations.
What happened? Did this one disconnected?
Yes, so I think there is an issue with the video sharing. Let me share my screen.
Good evening all. I am here to present my research study. Research title is Factors Influencing Online Health Information Seeking Behavior Among Management Undergraduates in a Selected National University in Sri Lanka. Here is my content, background of the research problem, research questions and objectives, research design and methodology, data analysis, findings and discussion, conclusion, contribution and limitations. Let's move on to the background of the research. Internet is an effective medium for communication. As of 2019, an estimated 3.97 billion internet users worldwide, according to Johnson. 6.71 million individuals use the internet in Sri Lanka as per the digital and social media marketing stats. And since the internet is an effective medium for communication, an increased number of people use the internet to search different kinds of information such as educational materials, access to online databases, health related information, and so on. Young people are the most active users among all the age groups who use internet channels to search knowledge and connect with others. So, when it comes to health information, young users need skills in using health information available online and utilizing that information for health decision making. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to identify the factors influencing online health information seeking behavior among management undergraduates in a selected national university in Sri Lanka. Let's move on to the research problem. With the advancement of internet technologies, a large percentage of the student is adapting internet technologies for their daily life. According to Jones, emails and instant messaging are the most common communication platforms. Usage of internet facilities among undergraduates in Sri Lanka has greatly increased, especially through availability of free Wi-Fi and use of smartphone. Although there is a high usage of internet, use online sources to solve undergraduates' health issues by using online health information is very lacking. So this research gap will be filled within this research study. Based on this research problem, there are two research questions, and based on that research question, there are two objectives. First one is to identify the factors influencing in online health information seeking behavior of management undergraduates. Second one is to identify the relationship between the factors and the online health information seeking behavior of management undergraduates. Here is the research design and methodology conceptual framework. This conceptual framework was developed based on the theory of reason action developed by Isaac Acheson as an improvement over information integration theory. There are 5 constructs in this model, and based on the conceptual model, there are 4 hypotheses. First one is there is a positive relationship between behavior intention on online health information seeking behavior and online health information seeking behavior. H2, there is a positive relationship between e-health literacy and online health information seeking behavior. H3, there is a positive relationship between attitude towards intention to seek online health information and behavior intention on online health information seeking behavior. H4, there is a positive relationship between subjective norms on intention to seek online health information and behavior intention on online health information seeking behavior. And this is the quantitative cross-sectional survey. Population is all the management undergraduates in selected national university in Sri Lanka, and the sample size is 91 management undergraduates according to ex-ante power analysis tool under 0.05 probability level. Sample population selected through convenience sampling technique. Online questionnaire was used to collect data from the target sample, and all the construct was measured through the items adapting from the previous literature. All items used 5-point Likert scale where 1 represents strongly disagree and 5 represent all strongly agree. First part of the questionnaire is to get some basic understanding on the respondent, and it collected information such as responders' gender, self-rated health status, and the department. From the second part onwards, it collected responses to confirm each construct. The questionnaire was pilot tested on 10 management undergraduates to refine the questionnaire. And let's move on to the data analysis part. First one is verifying data characteristic. Smart PLC3 was used to analyze the data, and the data was screened to ensure the accuracy of the entering scores. Next one is descriptive analysis. Here, most of the respondents are female, 64%, and most of the respondents are from information technology department, and the percentage is 43%. And more than half of the respondents are stated their self-rated health stated as good, and the percentage is 53. Most of the respondents access the internet with smartphone and laptop computers, and they use internet several times a day, nearly uh, half of the respondents. And here are some sources of online health information. Social websites and the YouTube. And the barriers that hamper access to health information sources are lack of time, lack of reading culture, and unreliability of the resources. Here is the conceptual model that used to analyze the data. And this is the reliability analysis. There are two parts: indicator reliability and internal consistency. Indicator reliability is assessed by examining the outer loadings of the measurement items. Here, all the item loadings are greater than 0.7 as suggested by Hay et al., and thus the indicator reliability was demonstrated. And here the internal consistency, which means is the overall degree of relatedness of all test items or rates. This is assessed using composite reliability and Cronbach alpha coefficient. Here all Cronbach alpha and composite reliability values are greater than 0.7, and thus internal consistency was established. Here the validity analysis, convergent validity and discriminant validity. Convergent validity is measured by average variance extracted. All the AVE values are greater than 0.5, thus convergent validity was demonstrated. Discriminant validity. As represented in the table, none of the constructs cross-correlations exceeded the respective square root of each construct AVE, thus discriminant validity was demonstrated. Here is the hypothesis testing. All the hypotheses were supported because of the p-value is less than 0.005 under the 95% confidence level. And this can be elaborated as this. H1, it proves that behavior intention towards seeking health information has a significant positive impact on online health information seeking behavior under 95% confidence level. The same as all other three hypotheses can be elaborated. I am not going to elaborate all the hypotheses since all are supported. And here the findings and discussions. As per this research analysis, all the hypotheses are accepted, and thus the findings based on my analysis are: if the intention to seek health information online is increased, online health information seeking behavior is also increased. This is compatible with the study of adjacent. If the level of e-health literacy is increased, online health information seeking behavior is also increased. This is compatible with Pon and Chong study. If the subjective norms towards online health information seeking is increased, intention to seek online health information is also increased. This is compatible with study of Ahmad and Khan. If the attitude towards online health information seeking is increased, intention to seek online health information is also increased. This is compatible with Chia et al. study. Here the conclusion, all the hypotheses are accepted, so the factors affecting online health information seeking behavior are attitude towards online health information seeking, subjective norms, intention to seek online health information, and e-health literacy. Here is the contribution as theoretical contribution and practical contribution. In the theoretical contribution, there were no proper study in the Sri Lankan context on online health information seeking behavior, especially among management undergraduates, and this research study addressed this gap. Sri Lanka, which is a country high in literacy rate and rich with the undergraduates adapting to new technologies day by day, the study focused to identify their online health information seeking behavior. Also, this contributes to extend the application of the theory of reason action model and online health information seeking behavior in Sri Lankan context. Practical contribution. These findings can be used by clinicians to plan e-health intervention as well as by IT developers to design and develop e-health strategies for younger groups, especially university students in Sri Lanka. This study highlights the sources of online health information mostly used by the younger groups, so healthcare providers can get more understanding about how they can spread their health services through these identified sources. Further, this study also highlights the barriers that hamper access to online health information, and this also lead to take the relevant decisions related to e-health services. Here is some limitation of this study. The focus of the study being only on a single university, Sri Lanka limited the study rather collecting responses from all the universities in Sri Lanka. Limited time frame. Since responses were collected through the online Google form, researcher couldn't interact with the respondent directly. Direct responses may lead to the more trustworthy responses as this is health-related study, limited to only TRA model. And here are some most important references. And thank you.
So I think with that we can moving on to the Q&A session.
I think, is it Pavitra or who
Yes,
made
sir.
the presentation?
Pavitra.
Okay, right. So as an undergraduate research, I think you have done a very good research because you have followed all the steps, and so it's presentation is also good. But I have one question because whether since I have passed that age long time back, I'm not sure whether the university students are looking for health information. So probably the old people like us are looking for online health information, but I'm not sure whether the university students seek for the health information. Probably if you have selected a different population, it would have been better, I think, like, you know, the old female or under over 50, so that kind of people, those who are having some health issues, they may look for health information. But what you have adapted, your methodology and also the research methods and the hypothesis, I think they are fine. Okay, I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Right, thank you. Again, I also agree with Yapa sir. I'm also worrying about whether you are searching the correct sample. That means young students. They are maybe technologically they may be good, but what is the importance of searching the information? Health-related information may be a problem. What kind of information you collected? You focused on? What kind of health information?
Information related to diseases and drugs related information.
What kind of questions you asked?
for the questionnaire, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
If it is not remember, it is okay, but think about that is kind of contextual. So when we are looking for this kind of study, it should be contextually matched. If it is not matching with the context, the people who are readers in this research may have some kind of problem, as someone specifically asked from you. Then again, in your title again, you have mentioned that selected Sri Lankan universities, no?
Yes, sir.
But you have selected only one university.
Selected one national university in Sri Lanka. Yeah.
You mentioned selected one national.
One.
All right. Okay. I found that it is about mismatching. You can say that University of Sri Jayewardenepura if it is specific, because university is specific. Now you are using even the management faculty, no?
Yes,
Management.
sir.
So your population, it is about management faculty, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. I'm not sure whether the name cannot be used, but it is the very correct way to determine your population. If you say that Sri Lankan universities, at least there should be other universities to represent there. And yes, your analysis and the flow methodological approach that you follow all are positive. We appreciate your attempt. You following the methodological approach to do your study. Wish you all the very best for your future studies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any more comments? Yes, Ashu.
Actually, Pavitra, I also have the same problem that Professor Yapa and Dr. Rukmal had. I also am I concerned about the actually whether the university students are seeking health-related information. As Professor Samanyapa mentioned, if you select all the generation for your study, actually whatever the findings you got will be benefited for a lot of people, right? As we know, and when you go through your descriptive analysis also, it says in the side of health concerns, they are in a good level, right? Because of that, there is a problem whether they are keen about seeking health-related information. And the other side, what kind of information are they seeking? As Dr. Ukmal mentions, I don't know what kind of questions you are raising to assess that particular dependent variable. Because we are using internet or whatever the things via online, we are seeking a lot of information regarding health, right? Sometimes we are on the internet and look, sometimes young people, they may concern about how they lose their weight and how they can slim like that. But whatever the thing, basically the elderly people, they are highly concerned about their health. The most probably we are using internet to channel in doctors, get their advisors, likewise. The very first you have to have narrow down what kind of health information you are going to test, what kind of information they are seeking, right? Because this is very big, it's a very broad area, right? The people can look different sort of information. Then very first you have to narrow down it, right? That's the one thing I concern. Actually, when I go through your paper, the other thing, everything done in a good way, right? And I wish you all the best. You have done good work.
Thank you, madam.
Right? Thank you, Pavitra.
Thank you very much, madam. So this is for the evaluation panel. If you need another few seconds in order to enter the marks, we can provide that time. Do you need more time, Sasman, madam?
Are you already completed it?
Yeah, I have finished.
Okay, sir. Rukmal, sir.
I also finished. I'm not sure whether it is taken. How it can
Okay,
be
sir.
ensured.
No, it will be.
We don't have to send it, no? Yeah.
It's automatically get updated, so I'll check it from our end.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay,
so
we
much.
have written anyway. If you need, you can ask.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So with that, we can mark the end of this research session 1. So once again, I would like to thank very much for our evaluation panel, Professor Samanyapa from Department of Decision Sciences, Dr. Rukmal Vilsinghan from Department of Entrepreneurship, and Dr. Ayesha Kutoge from Department of Business Administration for your insightful feedback and comments given to all our presenters. At the same time, I would like to thank our other academic members as well as all the audience members who have engaged with us throughout all this presentation. So I think with that you can leave this breakout room and engage with the main session. Please select the option leave breakout room. Don't leave this session but leave breakout room. Thank you very much.
Good evening to all of you. I would like to warmly welcome all the distinguished gathering who are here with us today for the BIS Student Symposium Research Presentation Evaluation Panel 2. First of all, let me introduce our panel members. In this session, we have Dr. Janaka Fernando, Dr. Dushan Chaminda, and Dr. Sumudu Pereira to evaluate the research presentations of the students of Department of Information Technology. We are very much delighted to see all of you here, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for joining with us here today, despite with your busy schedules. And I would like to extend my welcome to all the academic staff members, presenters, and other attendees in this panel. Your attendance in this event is very much appreciated. So before commencing the panel proceedings, I would like to remind all the presenters and our panel members about the guidelines. All the presenters are given 15 minutes for their presentations, and we have already collected all the presentation recordings from the presenters in advance due to the possible technical interruptions that we may have to face while doing live presentations. After our technical support member plays the video, each presenter will be given 5 minutes for the Q&A session, and panel members can ask questions related to their presentations from the presenters, and presenters are lively available to answer for those questions. And I would like to kindly remind the panel members to finish the evaluations as soon as the presentations are over, since the mark sheets will be disabled at the end of the presentations. So, and I kindly invite others to stay in this breakout room until this session is over. So with that, I hope everything is clear to you. And by congratulating to all our presenters, I would like to invite our first presenter, Savindi Vaduge. Her research title is A Study on the Relationship Between Technostress, Role Stress, and Productivity in the Sri Lankan Banking Sector.
Hello everyone, my name is Savindi Vaduge, and my research is based on the relationship between technostress, role stress, and productivity in the Sri Lankan banking sector. It is a very well-known fact that technology can be like two sides of a coin. Information and communication technologies, or ICTs, have a dual nature, and that means there could be positive impacts and negative impacts of technology, especially in a workplace, as technology keeps evolving. And the need for data to be processed is getting faster and faster. And as they are evolving, and the negative impacts could or may also be rising. And there is little studies about this negative area of technology. especially in the Sri Lankan context and in the Sri Lankan banking sector. Yes, so this is what led me to do the research. And talking about the objectives, they are to identify the relationship between technostress and role stress, technostress and productivity, and role stress and productivity. This is the conceptual model used for this research, and the hypothesis. As you can see, the technostress is the independent construct, and the other two are dependent constructs. So talking about the meanings of these constructs, so technostress is basically, in simple terms, it is the stress that is created due to technology, and role stress is the stress that is created due to the job role or the job that an employee plays in the organization. And productivity is, in very simple terms, it's just the output, the unit of the rate of output per unit of input. The hypotheses are there is a positive relationship between technostress and role stress, which means when technostress is high, the role stress also becomes high. There is a negative relationship between technostress and productivity, and there is a negative relationship between role stress and productivity. To operationalize the research constructs, 5 main technostress creators were identified based on literature reviews. They are techno-overload, innovation, complexity, security, and uncertainty. And 2 main role stress creators were identified: role overload and role conflict. When collecting data, the population considered was the banking employees in Sri Lanka, and a sample of 92 banking employees used to get the survey done. And data was collected using Google Forms, and which were distributed using social media, personal contact in banks, and by emailing them to the HR departments in banks, so they can distribute it to their employees. Descriptive statistics elaborates that majority in the sample consists of female employees, and also it is observed that most of them were well educated, and 65% of the respondents had more than 5 years of work experience, and more than 50% had worked in the organization for more than 5 years. So based on these facts, I think we can indicate that most respondents had sufficient knowledge and were quite used to the organizational work environment and their tasks. If we take the average answers given for each construct, and in the context of this study, majority agreed that technostress actually does exist in the workplace, and role stress is present, and that they are facing a certain level of productivity constraints due to technostress. Before going to the inferential analysis, the data was prepared and they were screened for missing values and checked if they have common method bias. The missing values is obviously overcome by the use of Google Forms and making the questions mandatory. The common method bias was also removed, since the VIF values are lower than 5. This is the research model with outer loadings and the coefficient of determination values. And we can say that indicator reliability, construct reliability, and conversion validity was established in this study using appropriate and validated methods. The hypothesis testing is done using bootstrapping, which estimated the path coefficients, t-statistics, and p-values using 500 subsamples and at a 95% confidence level. According to the context of this study and based on a 95% confidence level, the hypothesis number 1, 2, 3 are supported. However, although the third hypothesis is significant, it is a positive support opposed to the initial hypothesis that we developed. And it means that role stress has a positive effect on productivity. Yeah. So the coefficient of determination values, basically they explain the relationship, explain how much variability one factor can cause to another factor. And all of these measures were considered to measure the goodness of fit of this model. The findings and the contribution of this research. The first main one is that there is a positive relationship between techno-stress and role stress, which explains the impact that is created by stress due to excessive use of technology towards organizational goals and structure. And this obviously creates possibilities for further studies about the organizational effects of techno-stress. And next, we have a negative relationship between techno-stress and productivity. And based on past literature and their conclusions, it is said that this could be due to the concept of productivity paradox. So that is what I have also concluded here. And productivity paradox actually means that the more you invest in information technology, there could be a negative impact on productivity in the organization. And finally, a positive relationship was observed between role stress and productivity, which means when role stress is increasing, the productivity is increasing. So for this, I identified the relationship, the concept of eustress, which is actually the positive perception of a stressful situation. And also going beyond the main findings of the research, it was also observed that all the respondents, which were assumed to be respondents with work experience of 16 years and above, experienced relatively severe levels of techno-stress. So this could be due to things such as maybe they're having difficulties in managing passwords of different applications, and due to online safety management, because they could it could be due to the lack of trust in online activities, and also it may be due to the difficulty to get adapted to changing applications, and due to these continuous upgrades and evolving technology and just changing user interfaces. And also finally, this research gives support to various supporting departments of organizations to come up with techno-stress appraisal and coping mechanisms. So departments like HR can take these conclusions into consideration. Talking about the limitations and future research areas, the first main limitation is the participants of the study selected themselves. So when I distributed the questionnaires, there may have been a bias among the respondents, because the participants might have experienced greater techno-stress, and they could have led them to participate in the study. And next, we have limited to a quantitative analysis. So there could be also qualitative factors which can impact the level of techno-stress or role stress in individuals, such as organizational factors. For example, if the organization is not practicing or utilizing technology properly, it could lead to negative impacts in the stress levels and in productivity. And the skills of employees, things like that. And other factors impacting productivity in our organizational setting. And also, this study was based on banking employees. So, in the future, this it could be the respondent pool could be broadened into other professions to give a more accurate result. And in conclusion, this research has identified 5 technostress creators which causes technostress, 2 role stress creators, and the relationship between technostress, role stress, and productivity. And finally, it is hoped that the interpretations of this study would provide important comprehension and would be beneficial to organizations who refer this research in managing workplace stress, especially stress created due to technology usage, and to reap the real benefits of ICT adaptation. So they can pose certain policies and ensure employees are well adapted to evolving technologies. And hopefully, the research studies will bring benefits to the organization. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
So with that, Savindi's presentation is over. So now I open up the Q&A session. So our panel members can ask questions related to her presentation, and Savindi is available to answer.
So, Miss, can you please start the discussion?
Yes, Savindi, thank you for making a very nice presentation. First of all, when I was looking at your paper, so what I have realized, and you have studied the relationship between technotress, role stress, and productivity in the Sri Lankan banking sector, right? So, and when you say Sri Lankan banking sector, also when I was looking at your paper and in the methodology, it says that you have selected 92 responses, no, based on the convenience sampling. So, I mean, when you put something like in a topic Sri Lankan banking sector, so I mean, like, I mean, the question arises whether the sample represents the Sri Lankan banking sector also. No, I mean, that is one concern from my side. And also, and you have like formulated a certain small conceptual framework and telling that technotress affect this role stress, and then it has impact on the productivity. And to formulate this sort of hypothesis, I think you have to do thorough literature review. And I think the literature review is not enough, like, I mean, to formulate this sort of an hypothesis, because this, when you say the productivity and those things are little big concepts. And so, I mean, when you want to establish the measurements and testing these hypotheses, I think you have to carefully select those things, like those concepts, how to define it and how you are going to test this. And these are my concerns, because otherwise, I mean, as a starting point, I really I mean, thanking you to do such a presentation, and because y'all are still beginners for the research, so it is a good starting point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the feedback. We'll definitely consider it for the next one.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Janaka.
Would you like to go first?
You can make your comments first. That's fine.
Okay. Savindi, thank you very much. And actually, as Dr. Sumudu mentioned, it's a nice presentation. And also, I also agree it's a really good start. But when I go through your paper and when I listen to your presentation, you more focus on these technical parts, techniques, and the estimations of numbers. But let me ask a question. How did you really measure this technostress, these variables? Can you briefly explain what are these concepts and how did you measure them?
Yeah, so basically, I did a literature review. I went through past literatures which are talking about this technostress concept, and I did a comparison. Most of them, they measured this concept of technostress using these things called technostress creators. So some literatures would have different creators, and I just checked what the majority was talking about, and I just came up with these 5 main techno stress creators, and I used that and built a second order model to measure this techno stress concept. And same goes to the concept of role stress. I came up with 2 creators of this concept of role stress, and that is how I measured after these coming up with items for each of these sub constructs. Yeah.
Again, the answer is technical. Can you, for me, I'm not familiar with the technology and what the technostress you're talking. Can you tell me a simple, briefly explain what is technostress?
So in simple terms, it's just the stress that is created due to technology, and it could be due to different reasons. So according to this research, it could be due to the complexity of technology, could be due to the insecurity that employees get due to the usage of technology, maybe like the fear of being replaced by technology or the fear of being replaced by people who are better at using these computers. Or it could be due to the invasive nature of technology, like the inability to have their work-life balance due to the overload, the information overload, and things like that. So I think hopefully
that's what I was expected at the beginning. So you have the idea, and when I look at your analysis, of course, this techno stress is qualitative, and then you can construct using various indicators. And also role stress, it's another concept similar to what you mentioned, may be created by so many factors. Right. So what you have done, you have used few construct and capture and construct a number for this role construct. But what about productivity? How did you measure productivity?
So actually, I didn't go too much into the output and input and things like that. So based on the past literatures, I just came up with the items that is measuring this concept. So basically the question. So this is how I measured it using the responses to these questions.
Okay. So what is the definition of productivity? Because for us, it's not a construct. It's a very clear defined variable. So how did you measure productivity?
Yeah. Again, I didn't measure it in very mathematical terms, so like that.
That's why I asked all these questions, because when you apply concepts now, of course, if it is a qualitative factor like techno stress and role stress, of course we can't quantify. Then we need a lot of indicators, and then we can assign numbers and indicators and construct them. But you don't need to do it for productivity, because it's very much clear. If it is labor productivity, land productivity, or whatever, there are clear definitions, and those are quantitative variables, and you don't need to construct them. And you mentioned as a limitation at the end, because productivity depends on so many factors, right? And so you have not considered key factors here. And so that is the main problem. And did you talk to at least one employee regarding this before you share this questionnaire?
Actually, I just gave it to the HR. I just mailed it through the
Yeah.
various
Okay.
personal contacts that I have. I didn't
Okay.
directly go and speak to them.
Okay. As an early researcher, that's why I told you it's really interesting, and you have really followed the methodology based on the literature. That's the way you should do research. And but I really like to give a recommendation. When you do this kind of research, this is not numbers. There should be realities in the sector. So it's better if you at least talk to few people and discuss this question, at least a pilot survey by yourself. Otherwise, what you're explaining might not be the ground realities, right? So with that, I conclude my comments, Dushan sir, and I congratulate you.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you. Yes, thank you,
yes.
Savindi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Savindi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. So, congratulations. I agree with Dr. Sumudu and Dr. Janak. I was also making my notes in some of the major areas they have highlighted, so you can take them on board and maybe take them on board and work on them when if you're going to take this study further, whatever the study you're going to undertake in the future. So I'm not going to reiterate on these points. And something that took my attention when you first started by saying that technology is something evolving, with a reference from 1987. Your first slide had a reference from 1977, but the point you were trying to make was something very current and updated one. So when you're bringing this argument to the current world, it is important that you need to have some updated latest references. If you're referring to a theory that's instrumental to your research, which was developed in 1970s or 50s, that's fine. But you're talking about a trend like technology evolution. You understand that something that was said in 87 is not valid anymore. Maybe the fact is valid, but your substantiation of the point has to be something current. And also in your, as Dr. Janaka mentioned, in your conceptual model, you had this technostress or something, which seemed to have 6 other elements. You said creators. To me, I understood them as dimensions of your main concept of technostress. If the dimensions, I think, I'm not an expert in quantitative approach, but from my little knowledge, if they are the dimensions of the construct, they need to be clearly demonstrated with the right arrows in the right direction, with the right shape of the variable. You need to present them, which I did not see in your presentation or in your extended abstract. Because if you're following a particular methodology, it's important that you follow the basic rules and accepted norms within the approach you are adopting. And also, as Dr. Samuthu mentioned, I also got a bit confused with the number of respondents you had in your article, and one place in your presentation you said it's 92, but in some other place it showed 112.
It's actually 92, not 112. I must have made a mistake.
In your pie charts and all that, you had 112. They are not big mistakes. Don't get panic. They are not serious mistakes. Now, as Dr. Janaka mentioned, do you think the banking employees you have interviewed are exposed to all these different types of creators of stress, technical stress, like technology innovation stress or fear of being replaced? Do you think they're experiencing all of them or some of them?
I think like that is what the study was in. I mean, I didn't get to measure each and every construct, like
Separately.
sub-construct. Yeah, I just measure the overall technostress. I
Mm.
mean, going forward, that is one point that we can include in the research,
Because
considering all
otherwise,
the sub.
yeah, otherwise your implications and recommendations might not make sense because when it comes to recommendations, if you are to reduce the technostress, you need to know where the technostress emerge or where it comes from, whether it's because the innovations, and also what sort of employees are they? Are they really exposed to innovations, or are they really exposed to only some of them? Depending on that only, I understand you had 4.3 mean value out of, is it out of 5, or is it a 5-point scale or 7 point?
Yeah, 5, like a
Right,
scale.
okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the concepts, the relationships you have seen. I wasn't sure whether this role conflict is a mediating variable, or is it another independent variable, or how do you elaborate this relationship between variables? Whether one impacts the other, and because with the way you have put it, this middle one, the role conflict, appear to be sort of a mediating variable.
Yeah, I just referred the literatures and I came up with the model. I didn't
Well,
like
is this
come up
model
with a new.
is this model directly taken from another source?
Yes, actually.
Okay, if that is the case, please go back and see how they have conceptualized the relationship between variables. Because if you put something in the middle, theoretically, graphically, I can't understand from the way you have put it. Theoretically, it might play the role conflict, the role stress, as you put in. It might play the role of a mediating variable or a moderating variable. If that's the case, then you will have to do some different types of analysis, as I understand. So think about these things, and good luck with your research. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. And I would like to ask, Savindi, thank you very much for presenting here today. And I would like to ask from Dr. Janaka, Dr. Dushan, and Dr. Sumudu, whether do you have any questions related to the mark sheets or any considerations?
No, I'm working on it. No problem.
Okay, great. So then I would like to invite our second presenter, Sanduni Pramodya. So she will be presenting about factors affecting the behavioral intention to use e-learning among undergraduates in Sri Lanka.
Good evening, everyone. I am Samini Seniratna from University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Department of Information Technology. Today I am going to present my research, factors affecting the behavioral intention to use e-learning among undergraduates in Sri Lanka. This is my content. I will be discussed. Introduction. Historically, students face many challenges and difficulties when acquiring the knowledge. But most of those problems have been solved after the invention of new technology in the education field. E-learning is one such improvement in technology which is very useful in all education fields. Definition of e-learning. E-learning is the provision of learning materials through electronic media. They are internet, extranet, satellite, broadcast, audio or video, interactive TV and CD-ROM. Advantages of using e-learning. Information accessibility. Learning content can be accessed at all times from anywhere. Further, special needs of learners are satisfied through the information accessibility. Nowadays, global COVID situation, university students can't participate their lecture physically, but they can participate their lecture using e-learning system. Next advantage is adaptivity and adaptability, efficient interaction, cooperation and collaboration, reducing cost. E-learning is a cost-saving method of study for the learners, ease of manage and tracking learner activities, promoting teaching quality, and self-paced learning and learner-centered environment. Those are advantages of using e-learning system. Problem statement. E-learning is a very effective tool for university studies. Most countries that have developed e-learning systems have very productively utilized it as an instrument for educating and learning exercises. In any case, when all is said and done, developing countries have not yet adequately received such advancement. Even in Sri Lanka, it can be noticed that university undergraduates utilize just a limited set number of advancements regarding embracing the e-learning systems. As a result, students, universities, and lecturers disadvantaged at not making maximum out of e-learning. And this situation must be changed. Research objective. The intent objective of the study was to identify the relationship between factors that affect the behavioral intention to use e-learning system among the undergraduates in Sri Lanka. Methodology. Conceptual framework of the study. Technical acceptance model, developed by Davis 1989, has taken as the base for the conceptual model of this study. According to that, behavioral intention to use depends on performance expectancy, social influence, work-life quality, and effort expectancy. Hypothesis. Hypothesis 1. Performance expectancy positively and significantly influence students' behavioral intention to use e-learning system. Hypothesis 2. Social influence positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system. Hypothesis 3. Work-life quality positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system. And hypothesis 4. Effort expectancy positively and significantly influence students' behavioral intention to use e-learning system. Design of study. A quantitative research will be carried out in this study, which provides statistical results through empirical and systematic examination on the static achieved based on the scope of the study. Google Form used to collect data from the undergraduate state university in Sri Lanka. Population and sample. The population of my study consisting of about 100,000 university students who are undergraduates of State University in Sri Lanka. I have limited my study to the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce of University of Sri Jayewardenepura, where 12,000 students. It has 12 departments where I use cluster sample technique to select my sample. According to EX and power analysis, the required sample size was 84. However, to increase the reliability of the finding, I have collected data from more than 100 respondents. Next, I am going to data analysis. Verifying data characteristics. The Smart PLS tree was used to analyze the data collected through questionnaire. The data was screened to ensure the accuracy of the entire scores. Descriptive data analysis. According to the above table, we can conclude that the percentage of using e-learning by the male undergraduates, 51%, is higher than that of the female undergraduates, 49%. As well, the majority of the undergraduates using e-learning platforms are from the Department of Information Technology, 38%, and fourth year, 37%. Next, I am going to explain reliability and validity. Reliability is the degree to which measures are free from error and therefore yield consistent results. Validity is the ability of scale of measuring instrument to measure what it is intended to measure. Reliability analysis. Reliability analysis mainly divided indicator reliability and internal consistency. Indicator reliability, auto loading in the report. Loading for all items were found to have more than 0.7. All items loading were found to have more than 0.7 and thus indicator reliability was demonstrated. Internal consistency, composite reliability and Crobonotch alpha coefficient. Crobonotch alpha more than 0.7 and all composite reliability value was greater than 0.7 and thus internal consistency was established. Convergent validity analysis and discriminant validity analysis describe validity analysis. Firstly, I am going to explain convergent validity analysis. Refers to the degree to which two measures of construct that theoretically should be related are in fact related. Average variance extracted is used to evaluate the convergent validity for each construct. A common rule of thumb is AV is greater than 0.5. All AV value was greater than 0.5 and thus convergent validity was demonstrated. Discriminant validity analysis. Discriminant validity refers to the extent to which a construct is truly distinct from other constructs, is assessed using Werner and Lacker criteria. Construct demonstrate discriminant validity when the latent construct shares more variance with its indicator than with any of other constructs of the structural model. As represented in table, none of the construct cost correlations exceed the respective square root of each construct's AVE. Thus, discriminant validity was demonstrated. Next, hypothesis testing. I use 95 confidence level accepted. Hypothesis, path coefficient, p statics, p value, and hypothesis after the analysis. This table shows. Hypothesis 1, performance expectancy positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are accepted. Hypothesis 2, social influence positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are accepted. Hypothesis 3, work-life quality positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are not accepted. And hypothesis 4, effort expectancy positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are accepted. So hypothesis of that analysis I got using 95% confidence level accepted. So then I'm going to explain finding and discussion. In my study, I found hypothesis 1, performance expectancy positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use learning system that are accepted. Hypothesis 2, social influence positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are accepted. Hypothesis 3, work-life quality positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are not accepted. And hypothesis 4, effort expectancy positively and significantly influence student behavioral intention to use e-learning system that are accepted. As conclusion, e-learning, which is advantageous in all fields of education, is one of a great technological advancement. Multiple e-learning programs are bolstered in Sri Lanka. Most countries which have developed e-learning system as a platform for teaching and learning activities are utilizing multiple e-learning programs very effectively. Yet, there are developing countries which have not implemented these technological advancements successfully. It is important for them to get in touch with e-learning. Therefore, it is of great importance to identify the factors that affect the behavioral intention to use the e-learning system among undergraduates in Sri Lanka. Contribution of the study. This research leads both theoretical and reality. In theoretical, we work great interpretation of the factors that affect the student behavioral intention to use e-learning systems are offered by the conceptual model tested in the context of Sri Lanka. Although we can find many studies regarding the e-learning usage among undergraduates in Sri Lanka, we can find no study on the factors affecting the behavioral intention to use e-learning system among them. Furthermore, a research based on performance expectancy, social influence, effort expectancy, and behavioral intention to use e-learning has not done it in Sri Lanka. Those points can be highlighted as the contribution of the study. Limitation. This study focused on single university in Sri Lanka, restricted its scope, and Google Forms research could interact with the respondent directly. Recommendations. Future studies can see the learning effectiveness of university students where e-learning systems are in use and enriching the learners' educational skill and performance convenience and inspiring the colleges to adopt e-learning based activities by the lecturers and instructors and preparing the professional technical staff after step to maintain e-learning and support users. The recommendation. This is my references for this article. So, wind up my presentation. Thank you for listening.
So now I would like to open up the Q&A session for Sandhuni Pramodya.
Samudami, sir, would you please start?
Yes, Sandhuni, presenter's name is Sandhuni, right? Okay. Sandhuni, so thank you making for very interesting presentation and also selecting a very timely topic now under the pandemic situation because everyone has to rely on this e-learning now. Anyway, so once again, my concern is about your title again. So you say undergraduates in Sri Lanka and you have selected Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce of the University of Sri Jayewardenepura. So then, like, why can't you put that one in your title? And I mean, because it's not a limitation. No, when you say undergraduates in Sri Lanka, so because there are 13 universities. State universities, and then you have to justify as to why you have selected one university again. That is one concern. And also, so when you're selecting this conceptual framework, you have used this Davis model, that is technology acceptance model, and to test your hypothesis. This is as a conceptual framework. And again, you have to provide more justification as to why you use this particular model. No, I mean to test whatever your hypothesis. And also now I have seen that this work-life quality is not a significant factor. No, I mean in behavioral intention to use e-learning, and I mean the three became significant. And you have to explain the reasons for why, for your results. You rather just you report your results. This is this and that is that. And I mean, so you have to further explain why it is significant and why it is not significant. Provide a little more reasons. I mean, that will be more useful in recommendations, and come up with your conclusions. I think Dr. Janaka can provide more information about this model and I mean the statistical test. So I mean, thank you. So I'll invite Dr. Janaka to comment on this.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, Sumadu, and thank you, Sandhini. And actually, when I look at this presentation, I wish I'm audible, right?
Yes,
Can you
you
hear
are.
me?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, you
okay,
are.
sir. Thank you, sir. Now, listening to these two presentations, the students have more focus on statistical exercises than doing a research. That's what I observe from these two presentations. And the concepts and also the research problem and also justifications, those are significantly missing. Let me ask few questions, Sandhani. Actually, as a starting point, this is a good research. I should appreciate that. But with that, you should understand how you can proceed. That's why I want to ask these questions, right? So, can you explain again your title, behavioral intention? What does it mean, and how do you define it?
So actually, behavior intention to me, student how to intention use e-learning systems, existing learning method in the future. So what are
That is
that's
intention.
my hope to behavior intention. Yes, sir. Intention.
That is intention. Why do
Yes.
you call what it is behavioral intention?
Yeah. How to behave student with how to interact with e-learning.
Okay,
Behave.
how they interact with the e-learning.
Yes, sir.
Then why it is intention?
So I want to interact with intention to use e-learning. I want to do that.
Now, I get confused because now, if it is behavior, and I don't know, is it a technical term you use in your domain? Behavioral intention can't be, right? It's not, right? So, if this is intention, if this is intention of the student to use e-learning practices, or if this is the behavior of using e-learning, how they behave when they use e-learning, something like that. It's not clear to me. Can you explain that one?
So I want
How
to
do you
use
measure
that.
this one? Just tell me, how did you measure, then I can understand.
So actually, I read the previous article and I got that conceptual model for that my research. So that's why I take and I want behavior intention to use depends that performance expectancy, social life, and work life quality, performance expectancy, likewise.
No. How did you measure that one? Now, if
I
let's say
share
years of
questions.
like
Yeah.
education, okay. If it is education, we can use years of schooling, right? Then we measure your education based on years of schooling. Now, this is behavioral intention, right? So that is your key variable, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you measure that one?
So,
Or how did you
I want to
construct that one?
measure that with that. I ask some questions. Behavior, behavior intention using Google
What kind
Concept.
of questions? What kind of questions?
So how to interact with e-learning with student.
What is e-learning? I'm
E-learning is
confusing you because
electron.
I'm confusing you because I'm doing it purposely, because what I understood, now I can see a practice like taking concepts here and there and collect some kind of data for that and do a statistical test. But
Yes.
before that, you should better understand the concept you're working on. And based on the definition of your e-learning, uh, it's like using any electronic method, right?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
when we talk about e-learning, then it is the extent of using e-learning, isn't it? Now in Jayewardenepura University, everyone using e-learning.
Yes.
It's not the use of e-learning, that is the extent of e-learning. To what extent they are using e-learning, isn't it?
Yes.
Right? So these concepts are not clearly discussed, right? And you have used some kind of, indicators and then collected data. And statistical exercise is okay. You have used a model and validated them, things like that, right? And the next question now, when we talk about intention, it should be a choice
Yes.
whether you use it or not,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, yes.
But
Student use
for
it.
our
Yes.
undergraduates,
Yes.
otherwise, like now in a University of Sri Jayewardenepura, it's not a choice, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes, sir. It's not a choice.
Did you think these kind of factors? Because now when you talk about a particular research domain, you have to clear the variables you're working, and especially you have to look at their definitions and the simple meaning, right? Then only you can use indicators to construct them, right? So and I have a strong like, I don't like using University of Sri Jayewardenepura as it is in your research, because now even I raised this question in a previous conference as well, because then it's going to be a kind of a report, not a research, right? And you're saying IT students using more, like they have more access to e-learning than others.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So I don't think it's good. Like ethically, it's good mentioning names of the departments and the names of the faculties, right? Then that's not your context actually. You can simply mention I collected data from a university in Sri Lanka. Because for the reader, if I'm thinking the behavioral aspects of e-learning, for me it doesn't matter whether it's university A, B, C, or C, right? It doesn't matter for me, right? So I don't think you need to mention university names without like I don't know, taking like approval, right? So my message, it's good as a starting point, but before focus on this technical and data analysis part, you should clear what the context you're working on, right? So that's my advice, and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir,
Sushant
for
sir.
your
Yeah,
valuable
thank you. Thank you,
advice.
Dr. Janaka. Thank you, Sandhuri.
Yes.
Very, I mean, clearly you presented what you have done. My question and my comments and my feedback, they're all similar to what Dr. Janaka said. Uh, I need to emphasize on the conceptual framework you have chosen, because you said you have used the TAM model, the technology adoption model,
Yes.
which was developed by Davis in 1998.
Yes.
But please double check if you have taken the Davis's model as it is, or some modified version of TAM model by scholars later on. Because in the original model, what they say is that somebody's intention to use technology which is very futuristic. As Dr. Janaka very correctly mentioned, this intention to use, the behavioral intention or the intention to use, is a futuristic action one would take, right? So we are not able to ask the same set of questions, the purchase intention or behavioral intention, from a set of respondents who are already using it, right? You could have asked this from Jayewardenepura students or your respondents before they actually make that action. That is the original conceptualization of Davis. So the original model says that somebody's intention to behave in a certain way, in your case, use of e-learning depends on 3 factors, according to original model. That is perceived usefulness, perceived easiness, and perceived entertainment. That's what the Davis said. And Davis's original argument was derived from the theory called theory of planned behavior, which was developed by Adjacent and some others even before that. Right? So this is sort of evolution of theories, and what you seem to have used is even a modified version of what David has developed in 1998. So you need 1998 or whenever it was. So when you're presenting your ideas, you need to say that I was interested in studying students' intention to use e-learning methods. If they are already using, you can't ask them questions about their intention, because intention has already happened. There is no intention anymore. Now in marketing we use this, we don't then say purchase intention, we say repurchase intention. Or in tourism we use, because this theory of planned behavior, theory of TAM, they are heavily used theories. If in tourism we don't ask intention to use if the traveler has already visited the country. What they instead do is they have sort of reworked on it. But if they are using this concept in tourism, what they say is your intention to revisit the same country, or your intention to recommend the destination you visited to others. So those are the 2 behavioral variables they are taking. So as Janaksa asked, what you should have clearly identified or thought through is what exactly you wanted to know about students. Was it the extent to which they are currently using or adopting e-learning, or was it their intention to use or intention to reuse? So have that clear idea from practical sense. So when you exactly understand what you wanted to measure, you can then identify or find something from the literature, whether I'm talking about Davis's exact original conceptualization, or some later concept, or something that was developed particularly to e-learning concept. You can then directly take from the relevant literature. So have a deep thought on what you wanted to measure. That is your dependent variable. And even your independent variables, either you have to go by the original conceptualization of Davis if they are relevant. If not, you can go through the literature and identify the relevant variables that you think would have an impact on students' use of e-learning, and take the other variables out, because you need to take only the variables that are relevant to your context. Maybe work-life balance or something like that, if you have taken, may not be relevant to students' e-learning, because we have full-time learners in the university system. Other than that, maybe you can take some other variables. There you have to say that this conceptual model was developed in light of, in relation to Davis's theorization, but you have not taken it as it is, but you have some inputs from there. That's how you say that we are developing these conceptual models in relation to, if you're not directly taking them. Right? That's how you have to conceptualize and present your argument. Then you can clearly say that I'm not taking this stuff arbitrarily from here and there. I have thought through what is happening in practice, and to understand this, I have taken the relevant theoretical concepts, and I have clearly shown the relationship between them. Right? So something like perceived ease of use, I think, is still valid, as Davis conceptualized, because student, even us, find it bit difficult or challenging to use e-learning systems because our perception of the easiness of use. So therefore you can take that variable as it is from the original theory. Hope I made sense. Good luck with your future research if you're going to undertake. And it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable feedback.
Thank you, Sandhuni, for presenting here today. And you can use those valuable comments for your improvements. So with that, Sandhuni Pramodya's presentation is over. So I'm going to invite our third presenter, Sandhu Nishan, who is going to present about factors influencing customer behavior towards online shopping, evidence based on undergraduates in Sri Lanka.
Good evening, dear all. I am here to present my research study, Factors Influencing Customers' Online Buying Behavior, Evidence Based on Undergraduate in Sri Lanka. So this is the content of my research presentation. The background of the research problem, research objectives, research design and methodology, data analysis, findings and discussions, contributions, limitations and references. Then first we move on to the background of the research. Nowadays, online shopping is become more popular in the world as well as the Sri Lanka. A lot of companies and organizations move from bricks to clicks, and customer also allowed by to retail products in also in online. To grow up the online shopping industry, better to identify the factors influence to customers' online buying behavior. So this research identify the factors that influence customers' online buying behavior in Sri Lanka. Next one is research problem. So online buying is a rapidly influence to people lifestyle. According to the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, there are 6.1 million web users in Sri Lanka and 24.43 million cellular phones link over 300,000 broadband and dial-up web connections. Other than that, we have so much online platforms offering online shopping like Daraz, Alibaba, and eBay likewise. But usage of this online buying is very lacking. So it's important to identify the factors determining customer to buy online. Other than that, several studies have been conducted to identify factors influence on online shopping. However, majority of them are done by other countries. Online buying behavior is behavioral phenomenon and it varies among different countries and cultures. Therefore, findings of other countries may not be applicable to the Sri Lankan context. Because of that, identify the factors influencing customer online buying behavior is again important. Next one is research objective. There are two research objectives. First one is to identify the factors influencing customers' online buying behavior. Second one is to identify the relationship between influencing factors and the online buying behavior of customer. Next one is research design and methodology. So this research use quantitative method and primary data were collected through questionnaire. Sample size calculated by using EXNT power analysis tool and the sample size is 91. This study will be a collected response from 91 undergraduate and data analysis tool is Smart PLS. It is research, conceptual model and the hypotheses were developed based on the previous literature and all items of the variables were adapted from the previous literature. All items measured using 5-point liter scale and the questionnaire pilot tested on 10 undergraduates to refine the questionnaire. And this is the conceptual model. There are 4 independent variable and 1 dependent variable. So independent variables are customer satisfactions, perceived usefulness, website design quality, and perceived trust. Dependent variable is customers' online buying behavior. Next one is research design and methodology part. There are four hypotheses. First one is there is a positive relationship between customer satisfaction and online buying behavior. Second one is there is a positive relationship between perceived usefulness and online buying behavior. Third one is there is a positive relationship between website quality and online buying behavior. Fourth one is there is a positive relationship between perceived trust and online buying behavior. So let's move on to the data analysis part. Total number of responders are 91 and 56% female and 44% is male. Then this is number of responders in faculty wise, more number of responders in Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. Here, 67% respondents use internet over 4 years. And next one is lot of responders access internet by using their smartphone. Then they use laptop for the access internet. Next one is reliability analysis. Under reliability analysis, we first talk about indicator reliability analysis. All values have more than 0.7, therefore all items were reliable and its demonstration in here. Next one is internal consistency. All alpha value have more than 0.7 and according to the here at all, internal consistency also demonstrated in here. Next one is validity analysis. Under the validity analysis, first one is convergent validity analysis. All AVE value more than 0.5, again validity analysis demonstration in here. Next one is discriminant validity analysis. As represented in table, none of constructs cross correlations exceeded the respective square root of each construct's AVE. Then discriminant validity was demonstrated in here. Next one is hypothesis testing. There are four hypotheses and this research, two were rejected and two were supported. Hypothesis one is there is a positive relationship between customer satisfaction and online shopping behavior that are not supported. There was not enough evidence to say customer satisfaction is impact the online shopping behavior because of p-value greater than 0.05. And next one is there is a positive relationship between perceived usefulness and online shopping behavior that are supported. Perceived usefulness would have a major impact on online shopping behavior because p-value less than 0.05. Third one is there is a positive relationship between website quality and online buying behavior. They are not supported. There was not enough evidence to say website design quality would have an important impact on online buying behavior because of p-value greater than 0.05. And next one is there is a positive relationship between perceived trust and online buying behavior that are supported. Perceived trust has a significant positive impact on online buying behavior because of p-value less than 0.05. Next, move into the findings and discussions. According to my analysis, this research found there is no significant positive relationship between customer satisfaction and online buying behavior. This compatible with Shu et al. 2009. Next one is there is no significant positive relationship between website quality and online buying behavior. This also compatible with Lim et al. 2016. Third one is there is a significant positive relationship between perceived usefulness and online buying behavior. So, if the perceived usefulness is increased, online buying behavior also increased. This compatible with Java and Chaichi 2015. There is a significant positive relationship between perceived trust and online buying behavior. So if the perceived trust is increased, online buying behavior also increased. This is also compatible with Ahmed in 2018. Next one is contribution part. There are many studies about customer buying behavior, but there was limited studies for the factors affecting customer buying behavior in Sri Lankan context. So this study was carried out to address that issue on this topic and identify the related factors. Sri Lanka is developing country and technology grow up rural regions also, and university students adopting technology very fast day by day. Then, this research importance to identify factors affecting customer buying behavior. Other than that, this research identify the factors as customer satisfaction, perceived usefulness, website design quality, and perceived trust. Next one is limitations. The population of this research is all people in Sri Lanka. Then population is very large and get sample is very difficult. As a sample, this research choose university students, and then again it focus only one university. Then sample size is limited, and this research analysis done based on most cited factors. Therefore, research limit for the four factors affecting online shopping in Sri Lanka. Next one is with the limited time since response collected to the online and not directly engaged to the responders. So this is important references, and thank you. Have a nice day.
So before starting the Q&A session, I would like to give a small announcement to our panel members. So I would like to kindly remind you to limit the Q&A session for 5 to 7 minutes since we are running out of time. So now I would like to open up the Q&A session for Sandun Nishan.
Dushan sir, Sumudhu miss,
Yes.
shall one or two members give the comments? Otherwise, when
Yes, I
everyone
think so.
take the
Yeah.
time,
Yes,
I
Dr.
think
Janak.
Sumudhu miss,
it's better.
they should have invited only one or two panel members, not three of us.
Yes, then yes, that's fine. I think.
No, Sumudhu miss, you can.
No, Dr. Janak Hall, I mean, Dushan can.
Now it's since it has done.
Yes.
So let's we decide, Dushan sir.
Okay.
Right. My feedback is not for the students, but for the organizers. If you are giving us limited time to comment on students' work, they should have invited only one or maybe two panelists, because otherwise they are not getting. We understand your concerns, but for the ceremonial sake, we should not have a panelist. I think you can take this message back to the organizing committee. Now, Sandun, my comment to you is similar to the comment I have given to Sanduni in terms of conceptualizing, because you have some variables taken from the TAM model, some taken from the other variables. That is, again, conceptual and theoretically, someone can question your study. And the other thing is, things you have studied about online behavior in Sri Lankan context, I'm not very sure why suddenly undergraduates came into the scene. I understand that they are fast adopting technology and using mobile phones, and they are tech savvy. But are they really Sri Lankan university students? Do you think, like students in other countries, do you think Sri Lankan students are involving online purchases like their parents or other working family members do. If your intention, because when you're conceptualizing study, I think you have to conceptualize based on your dependent variable. If you're interested in exploring the online behavior, buying behavior of a particular consumer group, you need to make sure that you're studying it in a valid context, maybe working executives or
Dushan
something like.
sir,
Yes.
let me disturb. I
Yeah.
also have only one question related to the same.
Yeah.
Did you check how many transactions they have done, these undergraduates online? How many online transactions they have done? Do you have that information?
No, sir, I don't have that information.
So that explains, sir.
Yeah, otherwise your research would sound like we are not trying to undermine your work. We totally, appreciate your work, Sandun. But someone can see it as a convenience-driven research study. I have some friends in the university from whom I can easily collect data, because there are some other areas, other group of people in the market who are sort of adopting online buying. That's another area to think about. So another variable you have chosen satisfaction. What satisfaction are you talking about there? Satisfaction with what?
Customer satisfaction.
Customer satisfaction towards what?
When the customer when buying online something, what is the satisfaction about it?
Satisfaction, how do they know about the satisfaction? Because you are measuring the online purchase intention as the dependent variable, and when you're asking about their intention or behavior, are you trying to say that their level of satisfaction has an impact on the intention? That I'm not getting it clearly, because I have not seen this type of conceptualization before. Maybe their level of satisfaction towards online platforms or something you can take, but again, satisfaction towards what was not clear in your conceptualization. Those are some of the things you can consider. Good luck, Sandhu. So Mudamis, if you want to add something quickly, please do so.
I totally agree with what Dr. Dushan said, because I also have this concern about selecting why these undergraduates. Please address them. Yes. Thank you.
Sandhu, I think it's a good presentation as a student. So we really appreciate your work, and that may be the fact because of the COVID situation, and you may had certain limitation to collect data. But especially our concern is if context is wrong, all the other statistical exercises are not valid. So you should understand, now you did your undergraduate research. Maybe in the future, if you do anything, somehow you have to find a suitable context to study your intended research. Okay? Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much for your valuable comments. So with the end of the Sandhu Nishant's presentation, we are going to move for our final presentation from Ravindu Herat. He will be presenting about evaluating factors affecting the adoption of mobile commerce in agriculture, special reference to Galagedara AGA division.
Good evening, I am Anu Chaturangera from University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Department of Information Technology, and I am going to present my research presentation about evaluating factors affecting the adoption of mobile commerce in agriculture, special reference to Galadriel division. Content, introduction, problem statement, research objectives, methodology, design of the study, data analysis, summary and conclusion, and limitation of the study. Introduction. Agriculture is the science in art of farming, cultivating, and production of different agricultural products. An effect of agriculture act upon many areas. Technology and agriculture have a strong bilateral relationship, and although according to Department of Census and Statistics, Sri Lanka is a developing country. Mobile subscription of the country is 113.4%, and so use of e-commerce can make reflect a high productivity in agriculture. This is an essay to apply and evaluating some reference factors in reputable literatures that affect the adoption of e-commerce in agriculture. For Galagandar AG division, problem statement. The GDP of agriculture sector was decreased 1.7.1% to 7.0% in 2016 to 2018, according to central bank reports, and it changes to self-sufficient of the country. So, this is a time to arrange practices to develop agriculture of the country, and researchers about agriculture and technology can reflect influence scientifically on that. And there are so many researchers all around the world who conducted in researches about adoption of mobile phones in many areas. Like Wilhelm, like researchers have done researches about adoption of mobile phones in agriculture. Although there is no any research published exactly on this topic in Sri Lankan context, there are some quite limited number of researchers done on agriculture and technology. Kodigarage and Tom Somaratna are some of them, and so necessary data available from different institutes like Central Bank and Department of Census and Statistics. And Galagadi is urban area where people have adapted to use e-commerce recently, and show significant spreading of agricultural lands which sustain both local market and foreign market, especially by providing cloves, pepper, and cinnamon like spices. This study tried to fill up the identified gap in literature related on mentioned topic while evaluating factors affecting to the adoption of e-commerce in agriculture using special reference to Galadhar AG division. Research objectives to identify the factors affecting on adoption of mobile commerce in agriculture in Galadhar. This study was limited to this area due to financial and time constraint. The other research objective is to determine how these factors influence on agriculture in Galvedara. Methodology. This is the conceptual framework of the research. Hypothesis of this research: compatibility, perceived innovativeness, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, perceived reliability are positive influence with attitude to the adoption of e-commerce, and perceived negative influence attitude to adoption of e-commerce. Design of this study: the population is Sri Lankan farmers, and sample is Galgadar HA division farmers. Able to collect 103 sample using convenience sampling method. Use quantitative method and primary data collection with questionnaire survey, and use smart PLS for data analysis. Data analysis. Descriptive data analysis. According to first diagram, sample of 103 farmers, 80.58% farmers are male and 19.42 farmers are female. In male farmers, 62.65% have internet access, and 37% 37.35% farmers have internet access. In female farmers, 65% have internet access and 35 are not have internet access. And according to the second chart show the positive relationship between number of farmers and age groups. Advanced data analysis and the in first diagram uh, value shows after running PLS algorithm function with corresponding item according to the Chan and Idris above 0.6 of outloading value also allowed to consider, and the table shows all the constructors of the study used were about 0.7 internal consistency, and those all established for all constructors. First, first table shows the discriminant validity, and the other table shows the convergent validity. In first table, according to here, none of the constructors correlations should exceed the square root of each constructor AVE to confirm under discriminant validity. So all true pass the discriminant validity. The second table AVE values obtained for this research are greater than 0.5 according to here, and so all confirmed to evaluate convergent validity. R square coefficient of R square of the attitude of M commas is calculated as 0.644, which means all independent variables influence 64% of variance of attitudes to M commas adaptation. Hypothesis testing. Each hypothesis analyzed and checked in relation to its relationship, path coefficient, t statistic, and p-values, also categorized as supported or unsupported based on having p-value above 0.05, which was taken based on 95% confidence level and 5% margin of error. Summary and conclusion. The study determined how these constructors influenced on adoption of NCOMOS regarding agriculture in Galagazara by hypothesis testing, and this revealed that comparably perceived ease of use and cost are supporting constructed and perceived usefulness, perceived innovativeness, perceived reliability are as unsupported constructors for adoption of MCOMOS with agriculture in the study area. The uh, selected variables were highly influenced and maintained strong relationship according to the literature review. So sometimes in applying some general theories and technologies to this area, it's better if can adjust according to above findings about the farmers' perspectives and achieve objectives properly. And management related people who wish to use MCOMOS for farmers' varied productivity and profitability can build up positive perceptions of farmers about usefulness, reliability, and innovativeness of using MCOMOS to develop agriculture in this study area. Although unsupported variables are there in adoption of MCOMOS in agriculture, planners can use it as equipment to make increase the adoption rate of MCOMOS speedily to enrich the agriculture. Limitation of the study. The questionnaire survey have conducted among the farmers, and there may be many factors that can affect the respondents' perception, such as physically or mentally condition, stress, confidence level, etc., which are different from each respondent to respondent. For that effect, harms from wild animals who destroy farmers' work, fungus diseases to their plants, and drought conditions which were in environment because it arise irrigation problems to supply water from the agricultural lands. And thank you and have a nice day.
So now I would like to open up the Q&A session for Ravindu Herat. So Dr. Dushan and Dr. Sumudu, really sorry for the previous message. I thought that we are running out of time, but you can take your time to give your comments. So really sorry for the previous message. So your attendance is like very much appreciated from our department, but I thought it was like we are running out of time, but we can manage the time. So Dr. Dushan and Dr. Sumudu, so you can give your comments and ask questions from Ravindu Herat. So now I'm going to open up the Q&A session.
Right. So your topic is about this adaptation of this technology in the agricultural sector. Is that what, Ravindu? Ravindu, no?
Sorry.
Yes, you are Ravindu, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Ravindu. So why you selected this Galagadara GA division for your study?
Because of time constraint and finance constraint.
Okay, so but that is not a good reason, like, to select a particular area, not to do your study. Like, you have to provide more justification as well.
And also, there is cultivation in this area. Mostly cultivate paddy and the other vegetables, other foods are mostly cultivated on this area mostly.
So, like, is there any tendency that farmers like to use this technology in the agricultural sector in that area, or what's the motivation behind, like, you to undertake such a study?
Sorry?
No, I mean, is there any tendency, like, have you seen any tendency, like, the farmers use sort of a technology, like, in the agricultural sector in that particular area? What motivated you, like, to do that sort of a study for that Galagadara area?
That is because to that finance and time constraint problems, and that in that situation I have to do in this area.
Okay, I think I will invite now Dr. Dushan to go ahead with the questions. Yes, Dr. Dushan.
Dr. Janaka, would you please go ahead? I don't have any comments to make. Thank you, Sumudu.
Janaka has.
So then I can make a couple of points. If yes, Dr. Janaka, I think he may have lost his connection. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So again, what was your name?
Ravindu.
Ravindu. Interesting study. If you have made it more context specific, as Sumudha madam suggested, because the farmers using technology is a need, dying need of the society, because that the agricultural businesses and farming things would seem to fail because of the lack of adoption or fear of adoption of technology. Systems are not integrated because technology is not properly penetrated among the farmers. So this study would have been very useful if you have justified that. Even when Samudra Madam asked you about, the Galagedara area, you can say that Galagedara is sort of a sample agricultural area where farmers, a lot of farming happens in terms of maybe paddy or whatever. Then you have access to internet, you have this, and in this area has been identified as one of the areas with high mobile phone penetration or something, and therefore in this area farmers intention to use mobile phone or whatever this e-technology activities using TAM model would give really good insights for maybe for agricultural department or telecommunication companies or some other policymakers. That is how you need to sort of justify your research. Why do I need to do research? That is what was missing in your case. Maybe you have a reason. You have not sort of articulated it properly in your article or even in your presentation. And again, Ravindu, your dependent variable mobile phone usage, again, you need to clearly say whether you wanted, whether people use or not. Is that what you measured? Or whether you measured the intention to use mobile phones. So the stuff for agriculture, factors influencing the mobile phone e-commerce. So your mobile commerce usage, as Janaka asked before, were you measuring the extent of current usage or their intention to use? Ravindu, if you can hear me, can you please tell me what is the exact thing you wanted to measure? Is it the current usage level or their intention to use in the future?
Current usage.
Current usage. Okay. So then you are not taking your study directly from the TEM model, because TEM model, the technology adoption model, talks not about the current usage but about somebody's intention to use it in the future. As I understand the original theory, and if you are deviating from the original theory of adopting technology, then you have to have a justification, Ravindu, because current usage and perceived enjoyment, and because you have directly taken from the TEM model the independent variables. First three: perceived enjoyment, ease of use, usefulness. The social influence and the social security, the last two variables seem to have come from some other area. So clearly you need to say it in your research. But had this come with a proper justification, your study would have been very useful one, even for these are the type of research we need in the society, so that agricultural policymakers can make policies around this and encourage farmers to use more and more technology, so that is like the mudalal is in between retailers or rice mills or some intermediaries in between may not be able to rip off the farmers and consumers. They can't take undue advantage because the technology comes in between and connects the farmers with the market. That is what happened. So that is how I think you need to paint the picture or articulate your or present your idea, so that your research becomes really insightful and useful one. Are you getting my points, Raidu?
Yeah.
Yes. So when you're presenting it to maybe agriculture department, just assume that you're presenting it to them. This is how you have to say it.
Yeah.
Right. But it's a very good attempt, very good start, and good area. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ravindu, for presenting your findings and your research work in this session. And thank you, Dr. Dushan and Dr. Sumudu, Dr. Janaka for joining with us here today. So with this, the presentations of panel 2 discussions are over. So since some of the other sessions are still conducting, I would like to invite all of you to join with another session by choosing a different breakout room. So you can click leave room option in here, and once you directed to the main session, they will be heading you to another session. So once the parallel sessions are over, please be kind enough to join with the main session to join with the announcement of the winners. And I would like to kindly remind all the panel members to update the mark sheets since it will be closed at the end of the presentations. So thank you very much for joining with us here today, and we'll meet again on the main session.
Good evening. I'm Bilanjali Varnasuriya from University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Department of Information Technology. Today I'm going to present my research. My research topic is factors influencing usage of mobile commerce among Sri Lankan undergraduates. So next, content. First, introduction, problem statement, research objectives, conceptual framework of the study, design of the study, data analysis, findings and discussion, summary and conclusion, contribution, recommendations, finally, references. So next, introduction. Commerce is dealing with the exchange of economic value, goods and services between producer and customer. Commerce has takes many forms with the invention of new technologies and methods. E-commerce is a means of conducting business using one of many electronic methods, usually involving the internet, computers, or both. As a result, the change is from commerce to e-commerce and now to m-commerce. M-commerce, which stands for mobile commerce, is defined as buying and selling of goods and services through wireless handheld devices such as cellular telephone and personal digital assistants. Mobile commerce services offered for consumers can be categorized as mobile banking, mobile money transfer, mobile ticketing, mobile marketing, and mobile purchasing. Next, problem statement. In previous studies on mobile commerce, there are negative and positive effects on the influence to use mobile commerce on usage have been identified. According to the literature review, it is found that each research had only considered about their local context. In Sri Lankan context, it is very difficult to find research which are carried out in relation to mobile commerce usage. There is only very limited number of research we find in Sri Lanka on this topic. According to this study, tries to fill up the identified gap in literature while concerning the Sri Lankan undergraduates and their mobile commerce usage when it comes to the Sri Lankan context. So next, research objectives. First one, to identify factors influence on usage of mobile commerce among Sri Lankan undergraduates. Second one, to identify relationship between identified factors and usage of mobile commerce by Sri Lankan undergraduates. Next, conceptual framework of the study. Technology acceptance model has taken as the base for the conceptual model of this study. So, there are 5 independent variables in this model. Pursue enjoyment, pursue ease of thought, pursue usefulness, social influence, and pursue security risk. So, there are 1 dependent variable in this model, mobile commerce usage. The next one, hypothesis. This is the previous model related 5 hypotheses. Pursue enjoyment, pursue ease of use, pursue usefulness, social influence are positively related to the mobile commerce usage. Pursue security risk is negative related to the mobile commerce usage for previous model. So, next design of the study. In this research, use quantitative method. Primary data collection is questionnaires. Population is undergraduates and University of Sri Jayewardenepura, and sample is 91 students and faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. Sample technique is cluster sample. Sample size calculated by ex-ante power analysis tool, able to collect 100 sample. Use smart PLS for the data analysis. So next, data analysis. This is the descriptive data analysis part. So questionnaire consists of 3 demographic questions. There are gender, department, and year of study. So first one, you can see gender. Then the female population is higher than male population in this gender. So department pie chart, you can see Department of Information Technology is higher than other departments. So next one, year of study. You can see year 4 is higher than other year of study. So the total response is 100 students for all demographic factors. So next, reliability and validity. So then reliability is the degree to which means are free from error and therefore little consistent result. So validity is in the ability of a scale or measuring instrument to measure what is it intend to measure. So reliability analysis, there are 2 types: indicator reliability. So first one is indicator reliability, reliability of any single items on average. So outer loading according to the Hayes recommended value of more than 0.7. So you can see outer loading for every items. So indicator reliability was established on this study. So next one, internal consistency, overall degree of relatedness of all test items or weights. So converge alpha more than 0.7 and all composite reliability value was greater than 0.7. Then internal consistency was established on the study. So the next one, validity. So validity also 2 types: convergent first and convergent validity. Average variance extract is used to evaluate the convergent validity for each construct. So common rule, AV is greater than 0.5. So you can see this also demonstrate all construct. So next, discriminant validity. Discriminant validity refer to the extent to which a construct is truly distanced from other constructors, is assigned using Fowler and Lecker criteria. So next one, hypothesis testing. So this hypothesis testing p-value less than 0.05, 9 to 5% confidence level. So in this research, two construct accept, but three constructs are rejected. So then you can see the next R square. Then you can see 0.5 to 0 in the R square. Higher R square value indicates that the data points are closer to the 50 value. Then can predict 52% of mobile commerce usage from the construct. The next one, findings and discussions. In this research, so I found the relationship between perceived ease of use and mobile commerce usage is accepted. H2, the relationship between perceived enjoyment and mobile commerce usage is rejected. H3, the relationship between perceived usefulness and mobile commerce usage is rejected. H4, the relationship between perceived security risk and mobile commerce usage is rejected. H5, the relationship between social influence and mobile commerce usage is accepted. So next is summary and conclusion. The finding of the study, there is a negative and positive factors relationship between mobile commerce usage in Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce in University of Sri Jayewardenepura. Conceptual framework for this study was consist with one dependent variable, mobile commerce usage, and 5 independent variables. There are perceived ease of use, perceived enjoyment, perceived usefulness, perceived security risk, and social influence. According to hypothesis result, 2 hypotheses was accepted and other 3 hypotheses were rejected. So next one, contribution. There are no many articles regarding the identified factor influencing and relationship between mobile commerce usage among Sri Lankan undergraduates. Through this study, search about the present status of the mobile commerce among our undergraduate students. Mobile commerce also can get idea about the positive and negative factors influence on usage of mobile commerce and relationship between identified factors and usage of mobile commerce. The next one, recommendations. Continuously provide proper mobile commerce awareness to the undergraduates and enhance the confidence of using mobile commerce. Include the facilities and technologies that can improve awareness and usage of mobile commerce. Next, provide well support facilities and respond quickly to email inquiry regarding to e-commerce related problems. Next, develop mobile commerce website and enable the understanding related with mobile commerce system. So next, these are the references on my research. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to present my research, that is barriers affecting the development of green software in Sri Lanka. So let's discuss some concept related to the my research. most of the organizations and also the most of the industry, all of the industry, they wanted to contribute to environment in friendly manner. So they came up with a new concept called green concept. So when it comes to IT industry, they also wanted to contribute to environment, and they also come up with the new concept like such as green computing, green IT, green system likewise. So under green computing, this research mainly focus on the green software and the software engineering. So green software is a software which has direct and indirect positive impact to the environment, human being, society as well as the economy. So green software engineering is the processes or the practices that we are going to follow when we developing green software. Let's discuss about the research problem. So software industry people thought they could easily adapt or the practice the green software engineering. However, when it comes to real world, it was a bit difficult. There are a lot of challenges when they developing green software. So when it comes to the IT, when it comes to the Sri Lankan context, actually that barriers not vary with the other countries. Apart from that, there are extremely limited number of researchers done based on this area in Sri Lanka. So therefore, I conducted my research to find out what are the barriers affecting the green software development in Sri Lanka. So mainly, there are two questions and two objectives. So my objectives are to identify what are the barriers that are affecting the green software development in Sri Lanka, and to find out the relationship between those barriers and the green software development. So let's talk about the research methodology. This is a quantitative research approach. I use the quantitative research approach to conduct my research. So in literature, I identify a lot of barriers, and here I chose the five barriers because most of the researchers, they highlighted these factors in their research. So therefore, I selected those factors to my research. So those are power consumption, resource, requirement engineering practices, green software development knowledge, and the government support towards the green software development. So based on my factors, I developed the hypothesis. There are 5 hypotheses. It's one, there is a positive relationship between power consumption and the green software development. It's 2, there is a positive relationship between resource and the green software development. It's 3, there is a positive relationship between green software development knowledge and the green software development. It's 4, there is a positive relationship between green, requirement engineering practice and the green software development. And the last one, there's a positive relationship, H5. There's a positive relationship between government support and the green software development. So let's discuss about the research design. So this is a descriptive type research, and approach is quantitative research approach. So my population was all software developers in Sri Lanka. I conducted the power analysis to identify my sample size. So according to my results, I got 100 sample size, and I did the online survey and distributed the questionnaire to my sample. For a selecting sample, I used the convenient sampling and the snowball sampling technique. When comes to the data analysis part, I did the descriptive data analysis and the fact analysis as well as the multiple regression analysis. So there, under the descriptive analysis, there are 2 criteria, gender and the prior experience in green software development. So under gender, there are 72% of male responded to my research, and 28% of female responded to my research. The prior experience in green software development. So actually, green software development is bit new to new concept to Sri Lanka. So 85% people they didn't have any prior experience related to the green software development, and 12% of people have less than 1 year experience, and 10% people have 1 to 2 year experience, and 90% of people have 2 to 3 year experience, and rest of the people have more than 3 year experience. So then the multiple regression analysis. So my R score is 0.922. So high R score means the predictability of the constructors is high. Then I did the reliability analysis. Under that, I did the indicator reliability and the internal consistency analysis. So under indicator reliability analysis, the rule of thumb is the outer loadings of the item should be above the 0.7. So you can see the outer loadings for each item about the 0.7. So we can conclude our data set establish the indicator reliability. Then the internal consistency. So you can see the Converge alpha coefficient should be, rule of thumb is it should be about the 0.7 for each factor. So you can see according to my data set, the Converge alpha coefficient about the 0.7 for each factor. So internal consistency also established in my data set. And the validity analysis, under that, I did the convergent validity and the discriminant validity. So the convergent validity, the rule of thumb is the variance, the average variance AV value should be about the 0.5. So you can see my AVE for each factors above the 0.5. So the convergent validity also established, and you can also see discriminant validity also established in my research. Then the hypothesis testing. So my p-value is 0.05 under 95% confidence level. So according to that, there are 5 hypotheses, and 3 hypotheses were supported and 2 hypotheses were not supported according to my data set. Then let's discuss about the findings. According to my data set, power consumption would have a positive effect on the green software development. That result compatible with the previous researchers' results as well. And then the second one, resource. Based on my data set, there were not enough evidence to prove that the resource would have the positive effect on the green software development. And then based on my result, requirement engineering practices would have a positive effect on green software development. That result is also compatible with the previous researchers' results as well. Then the green software development knowledge. So according to my data set, it would have positive effect on the green software development in Sri Lanka. That result compatible with the previous researchers' results as well. Then the final one, government support. Based on my result, there were not enough evidence to prove that government support would have a positive effect on the green software development. So when conclude my result, there are 3 hypotheses were accepted. There are 2 hypotheses were not accepted. So green software development knowledge, requirement engineering practices, and power consumption would have a positive effect on the green software development according to my result. So then move to the practical implication. Actually, by identifying barriers affecting the green software development, then the IT organization or the software organization, they can come up with the different strategies and the tactics in order to come up with the overcome the barriers. So then they can contribute to the environment, society, human being, and also the economy as well. And also they can increase the profitability as well, because when they developing green software and when they follow green software engineering practices, actually save the energy, then it will lead to save the cost. So it increase the profitable as well. So that's the practical implication of my research. Then the limitation. So basically, my population was all software developers in Sri Lanka. But if we can, I concluded my questionnaire for software developers only. But if we can get the results like software stakeholders, such as software quality assurance engineers, project managers, business analysts, the people who have engaged with throughout the software development cycle, then that result would be more accurate. So the conclusion. I did my research to find out what are the barriers affecting the green software development in Sri Lanka. So in past researches, there are a lot of barriers there, but however, I selected 5 barriers based on the most researchers study through their research. Then I conducted my online survey and distributed to questionnaire and get the results and analyze the results. And then I come up with, according to my data set, there are 5 hypotheses and 3 hypotheses were supported and 2 hypotheses were not supported. So at the end, I can say, according to my data set, green software development knowledge, power consumption, and requirement engineering practices would have the positive effect on the green software development. So that's end of my presentation. So as a IT student, I think through my research, I can contribute it to my industry as well as the environment as well, because I think my research will be help to IT organization in Sri Lanka. They can identify, they can get the idea about the green software engineering, and also identify the barriers. Then they can come up with their own solution, own tactics by using their own strategies and tactics. Then they can also increase their profit, and they can also contribute to environment in friendly manner. So that's about my research. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, everyone. I am Nuwan Taranga. Today, I am here to present about my research study, which is factors influencing customers to switch mobile internet service providers in Sri Lanka. Let's take a look at the background of the research. Internet service providers are leading companies in the telecommunication industry, and they are providing facilities to connect users with the internet. Switching behavior can be identified as the process of being loyal to one service and switching to another service due to dissatisfaction or any other problems. According to Akbar and Praves, customers are not loyal to one specific telecommunication company. They are always be subjected to change. In the global context, there are so many studies to prove that customers are changing their mobile ISPs frequently. Even though it's a global situation, it could differ in the local context. However, it was difficult to find a proper study to understand that customer switching frequency in Sri Lanka. Therefore, I did a pre-survey to make sure that. Here I have mentioned some result of the pre-survey study. With that, I have concluded Sri Lankan ISP customers are also frequently changing their service providers. Uh, let's build up the problem statement. When an internet service provider provides a high level of overall service quality, customer must be loyal to that particular ISP, and they should believe that the company is genuine, and possibility to change the ISP should be very low. However, regardless of internet service providers cater customer need at a higher level, customer satisfaction and loyalty of ISP will be subjected to change according to Spiller, Plastic Kenyatta 2007 and Tycoon and Coach 2015. With that, I have identified research gap. In the global context, much of the research has been focused on switching behavior of service industry customers, including mobile phone users, ISP users, telecommunication customers, banking customers, online customers, and etc. However, very little attention has been given in literature to find out the factors for ISP customer switching behavior in Sri Lankan context. So current study will be identified factors which are influencing customers to switch mobile internet service providers in Sri Lanka. These are my research questions. What are the factors that influence customers to switch between different mobile internet service providers? And what is the relationship between identified factors and customer switching intention? Research objectives are same with the research question to determine factors that influence customers to switch between different mobile internet service providers and to identify relationship between identified factors and customer switching intention. Let's look at the research design and methodology. First, research approach. Problem in this nature are usually handled by quantitative study using the survey method. Therefore, the research was conducted using the quantitative research approach. Uh, in this study, data were collected from people who are really experienced in the situation. Thus, the study context aligned with the natural study setting. Uh, when we came into population ensample, the study focused on Sri Lankan peoples who use mobile internet service providers to connect to the internet. For the purpose of identifying the representative sample, undergraduate from University of Sri Jayewardenepura was selected using the random sampling technique. According to EX and power analysis calculation, minimum of 97 respondents sign up to interpret the findings through the data analysis. However, to increase reliability of findings of the study, 110 respondents were selected to represent various level of social status. Data collection techniques, data collected using an online survey method using Google Form, 7-point Likert scale measure used to measure the responses about the construct. Data was analyzed using smart PLS data analysis tool. Uh, this is my conceptual framework. Uh, a conceptual framework developed based on Bansal and Taylor service provider switching model was used for this study. Five most frequently identified factors was used as independent variables of the conceptual model considering the previous research findings. In order to meet the research objectives, five research hypotheses were formulated. First one in higher the internet service quality of ISP will lower the switching intention of customer. Higher the switching cost will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers. Higher the call rate will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers. Higher the trust will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers, and finally, higher the attractiveness alternative is will increase the ISP customer switching intention. Uh, Next, we look at the data analysis part. Uh, Majority of respondents belong to the age category 17 and 25. From the respondents, 55% were males. The most popular ISP among the respondents was Mobitel, while Dialog, Hutch, Airtel, and Etisalat's ISPs were the service provider of respondents in various percentages. The time duration of using the current service provider varied among the respondents. More than half of the sample have been using their service provider for more than 1 year, while 90% of respondents have been using for less than 6 months. Only 16% of respondents were using their current service provider for less than 3 months. Next, we look at the advanced data analysis. You can see the result of measurement model examination. R is value. In multiple regression analysis, the predictive power of a particular model is assessed using the R square value of the dependent variable. The R square indicates the amount of variance explained by the independent variable. It represents the quality of the model variables. The model result RSQ value of 0.566 that result at the good level of predictability. Next, we look at the reliability and validity analysis. Reliability test tries to find stability and the consistency of the measurement instrument. Indicator reliability is assessed by examining the outer loading of the measurement item. Common rule of thumb is outer loading, item loading should greater than 0.7. For the initial data set, there were some items which are less than 0.7. After removing those items, I have run the outer loadings again and got the this result, and all the values are greater than 0.7. Internal consistency, reliability of the construct is assessed using composite reliability and COMSAS alpha coefficient. Composite reliability value should be greater than 0.7. All the study values are, all the study construct values are, composite reliability values are greater than 0.7. Thus, internal consistency is demonstrated. Validity analysis. Validity is the ability to offer a scale or measuring instrument to measure the what is intended to measure. Conversion validity is measured by using average variance extracted. Values should be greater than 0.5. All the AVE values are greater than 0.5. Thus, conversion validity is demonstrated. Discriminant validity refers to the extent to which a construct is truly distinct from other constructs. Is assessed using the Fernald and Luckett criteria. Demonstrate discriminant validity when the latent construct shares more variance with its indicators than with any of other construct of the structural model. Discriminant validity also the demonstrated. Finally, we can see the significant testing result of the conceptual model. As uh, I mentioned earlier, there were five hypotheses. Among them, first and four hypotheses are accepted with a high t statistics value, and other hypotheses are rejected. Higher the internet service quality of ISP, lower the switching intention of customer accepted with the 3.306 t statistics. Higher the trust on ISP will lower the switching intention of customer accepted with the 3.39 T statistics. Let's discuss the findings. Higher the internet service quality of ISP will lower the switching intention of ISP customer. This indicates that the Sri Lankan ISP customers' switching intention will lower when the service provider provides the high-level internet service for them. There was not enough evidence to say that switching cost will decrease the switching intention of customer. There was not enough evidence to say that the higher call rates would decrease the switching intention of customer. All above findings are consistent with the Bansal and Taylor 1999 research result. Service quality, switching costs have strong positive relationship with switching intentions. Higher the trust would decrease the switching intention of ISP customer. This indicates that the customer who trusts their ISP at a higher level would have lower level of switching intention. There was not enough evidence to say that higher the attractiveness of alternative will increase the customer switching intention. This indicates that the Sri Lankan ISP customers switching intention would not increase by high attractiveness of alternative. Above findings are consistent with the research result of Benjamin Oghoja. Let me conclude the presentation. The main objective of this study was identifying the factors that influence customer usage between different mobile internet service providers and identifying the relationship between those factors in Sri Lankan context. To fill this important gap, a research model that developed through integrating theory of planned behavior and service provider switching models was adapted. Among the five hypotheses, uh, first and fourth hypotheses are supported and others are not supported. This is the contribution of the study. It is important that organization to detect the factors of customer switch in order to keep the customer's relationship and change the execute necessary strategies with this phenomenon. This study will help organization to identify affecting factors and make strategic plans in order to keep customer loyalty for long time. With the result, Researchers have given some recommendations. Internet service providers need to take necessary action to increase customer trust on their service. In order to keep customer retention, service quality should be at a higher level. Service provider can their prices and other variable strategically. There are some limitation of this study. The sample was collected only from mobile ISP customers. In Sri Lanka, there are many customers who use fixed internet service providers. Those customers was not considered in this study. The limited number of respondents also was seen as a limiting factor of the study. Limited number of factors have tested in the conceptual model. To get a broader idea about customer switching intention, future researchers should be use the moderating variables such as network coverage, customer status, usage cost, and brand image. These are my references. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Research approach. Study data were collected from people who are really experienced in the situation. Thus, the study context aligned with the natural study setting. When we came into population and sample, the study focused on Sri Lankan peoples who use mobile internet service providers to connect to the internet. For the purpose of identifying the representative sample, undergraduate from University of Sri Jayewardenepura was selected using the random sampling technique. According to EX and power analysis calculation, minimum of 97 respondents sign up to interpret the findings through the data analysis. However, to increase reliability of findings of the study, 110 respondents were selected to represent various level of social status. Data collection techniques, data collected using an online survey method using Google Form, 7-point Likert scale measure used to measure the responses about the construct. Data was analyzed using smart PLS data analysis tool. This is my conceptual framework. A conceptual framework developed based on Bansal and Taylor service provider switching model was used for this study. 5 most frequently identified factors was used as independent variables of the conceptual model considering the previous research findings. In order to meet the research objectives, 5 research hypotheses were formulated. First one, in higher the internet service quality of ISP will lower the switching intention of customer. Higher the switching cost will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers. Higher the call rate will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers. Higher the trust will decrease the switching intention of ISP customers. And finally, higher the attractiveness alternative is will increase the ISP customer switching intention. Next, we look at the data analysis part. Majority of respondents belong to the age category 17 and 25. From the respondents, 55% were males. The most popular ISP among the respondents was Mobitel, while Dialog, Hutch, Airtel and Etisalat ISPs were the service provider of respondents in various percentages. The time duration of using the current service provider varied among the respondents. More than half of the sample have been using their service provider for more than 1 year, while 90% of respondents have been using for less than 6 months. Only 16% of respondents were using their current service provider for less than 3 months. Next, we look at the advanced data analysis. You can see the result of measurement model examination. R-square value. In multiple regression analysis, the predictive power of a particular model is assessed using the R-square value of the dependent variable. The R-square indicates the amount of variance explained by the independent variable. It represents the quality of the model variables. The model result RSQ value of 0.566 that result at the good level of predictability. Next, we look at the reliability and validity analysis. Reliability test tries to find stability and the consistency of the measurement instrument. Indicator reliability is assessed by examining the outer loading of the measurement item. Common rule of thumb is outer loading, item loading should greater than 0.7. For the initial data set, there were some items which are less than 0.7. After removing those items, I have uh, run the outer loadings again and got the this result, and all the values are greater than 0.7. Internal consistency, reliability of the construct is assessed using composite reliability and COMSAS alpha coefficient. Composite reliability value should be greater than 0.7. All the study values are, all the study construct values are, composite reliability values are greater than 0.7. Thus, internal consistency is demonstrated. Validity analysis. Validity is the ability to of a scale or measuring instrument to measure the what is intended to measure. Conversion validity is measured by using average variance extracted. Values should be greater than 0.5. All the AVE values are greater than 0.5. Thus, conversion validity is demonstrated. Discriminant validity refers to the extent to which a construct is truly distinct from other constructs. Is assessed using the Fernald and Luckett criteria. Demonstrate discriminant validity when the latent construct shares more variance with its indicators than with any of other construct of the structural model. Discriminant validity also the demonstrated. Finally, we can see the significant testing result of the conceptual model. As uh, I mentioned earlier, there were 5 hypotheses. Among them, first and 4 hypotheses are accepted with the high t statistics value, and other hypotheses are rejected. Higher the internet service quality of ISP, lower the switching intention of customer accepted with the 3.306 t statistics. Higher the trust on ISP will lower the switching intention of customer accepted with the 3.39 T statistic. Let's discuss the findings. Higher the internet service quality of ISP will lower the switching intention of ISP customer. This indicates that the Sri Lankan ISP customers' switching intention will lower when the service provider provides the high-level internet service for them. There was not enough evidence to say that switching cost will decrease the switching intention of customer. There was not enough evidence to say that the higher call rates would decrease the switching intention of customer. All above findings are consistent with the Bansal and Taylor 1999 research result. Service quality, switching costs have strong positive relationship with switching intentions. Higher the trust would decrease the switching intention of ISP customer. This indicates that the customer who trusts their ISP at a higher level would have lower level of switching intention. There was not enough evidence to say that higher the attractiveness of alternative will increase the customer switching intention. This indicates that the Sri Lankan ISP customers switching intention would not increase by high attractiveness of alternative. Above findings are consistent with the research result of Benjamin Oghoja. Let me conclude the presentation. The main objective of this study was identifying the factors that influence customer usage between different mobile internet service providers and identifying the relationship between those factors in Sri Lankan context. To fill this important gap, a research model that developed through integrating theory of planned behavior and service provider decision models was adapted. Among the 5 hypotheses, uh, first and fourth hypotheses are supported and others are not supported. This is the contribution of the study. It is important that organization to detect the factors of customer switch in order to keep the customer's relationship and change the execute necessary strategies with this phenomenon. This study will help organization to identify affecting factors and make strategic plans in order to keep customer loyalty for long time. With the result, Researchers have given some recommendations. Internet service providers need to take necessary action to increase customer trust on their service. In order to keep customer retention, service quality should be at a higher level. Service provider can their prices and other variables strategically. There are some limitation of this study. The sample was collected only from mobile ISP customers. In Sri Lanka, there are many customers who use fixed internet service providers. Those customers was not considered in this study. The limited number of respondents also was seen as a limiting factor of the study. Limited number of factors have tested in the conceptual model. To get a broader idea about customer switching intention, future researchers should be use the moderating variables such as network coverage, customer status, usage cost, and brand image. These are my references. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. What's your name? Nuan.
Yes,
Nuan,
madam.
are you there?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay.
Sandhanu, can I ask questions
Yes,
from
miss.
Nuan?
Go ahead. Yes, miss.
I have a few comments. Nuan, did you measure switching intention? What were your measures used to evaluate switching intention?
Yes, madam. Switching intention is basically measured using the previous researchers' items. So I have mentioned those. I did not mention those measurements in the presentation, but I have included them into my final report.
Okay, you evaluated the level of intention towards switching. Not are you going to switch? A yes or no question, right? You didn't ask that.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you ask that question, your entire research analysis would be different, right? You can't use smart feelers rather than smart feelers. If you ask that whether you are going to switch the service provider, your analysis would be definitely a different one, right? That could have also been done, but this is also okay because you have used some indicators developed by previous researchers to evaluate the switching intention. And the other thing is you presented the path coefficients in your table. I found some values larger than 1. Probably you have presented the unstandardized path coefficients. Oh, I'm not sure whether you have presented, yes, you have separately presented the t values. So I think you have presented unstandardized coefficients, path coefficients. So you have to present standardized path coefficients rather than unstandardized. Otherwise, we can't compare between different path coefficients. We can't say which factor is more influencing and which factor is less influencing, right? It's better to present the standardized ones. I don't have any other comment. I can hand over the session to our professors.
One.
Yes.
Yes, no, actually, this is really good work, right? I'm really happy about your presentation. It's very logical and all the info, I think, very informative. The citations have been given whenever necessary, right? So, and you can also develop the conceptual model using the model developed by the previous researcher. So that's really good. But only one thing that there's a very important research article you need to read, because I know that because I teach service marketing. So when we do research related to switching behavior, that is the BISSS article. So if you read that one, I think you could have added some few more items to the model. But other than that, it's really good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think, thank you, Anuan. I think you did good presentation and really interesting topic, and your analysis and everything I think is much better. I don't have any comments. Thank you all. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Nuan, for joining today as well. And
Also, a heartfelt thankfulness to all the reviewers for joining with the comment session as always. Madhushika, if you're ready, we can also, before moving on to Madhushika, I would like to give several minutes for our reviewers to finish the evaluation for EX12 nuance work. I think all the evaluations have been completed now. Madhushika, we can share our next presentation. So this presentation is done by Nishadi Fonseca, and her topic is identifying the impact of smartphone addiction in relation to academic anxiety, academic procrastination, and life satisfaction of Sri Lankan university students.
Good evening, everyone. My research topic is identifying the impact of smartphone addiction in relation to academic anxiety, academic procrastination, and life satisfaction of Sri Lankan university students. So let's move to the introduction. Smartphones are becoming an essential part of human lives within all ages around the world. According to certain studies, it is said that people feel inseparable from their smartphones. Smartphones can keep people connected anywhere at any time with the availability of the internet. Especially among the younger generation, smartphones are very famous. According to some article, in Sri Lanka, around 95% of those who are walking on the street, standing at a bus hall, awaiting to be called for an appointment at the doctors, etc., seem to be either scrolling through their phones or have them stuck to their ears. Even when they get into the bus or vehicle, scrolling or the conversation continue without a moment break. According to State Statistic Office, Sri Lanka is showing a move from personal computers, especially desktop, to smartphones and tablets. According to Singer, the Sri Lanka's largest phone retailer, said that their smartphone and tablets sales in the first 3 months of 2018 has increased in 35%. When it's come to the university in Sri Lanka, almost all the students have got a smartphone, usually for the academic purposes, and the connecting with the other students. Smartphone is a must-have device among the students. So here is the research problem of my research. What is the impact of smartphone addiction in relation to academic anxiety, academic procrastination, and life satisfaction of university students in Sri Lanka? As mentioned in the introduction, there are a large number of smartphone users can be seen today. This number is going to be increased as the time flows. Smartphones can connect everyone anywhere at any time due to have access to the internet. When using smartphones, most of the students tend to addict to it. This will become worse when university is providing free Wi-Fi for the students. They are constantly checking their phones without realizing or not that they have spent a lot of time on it. It may generate negative consequences for the students, according to some scholars and the health advisors. There are many researches had been done to explore the relationship between smartphone addiction and possible correlates that are relevant to student life, such as academic anxiety, academic procrastination, and life satisfaction. However, it is hard to find this kind of research has done in Sri Lankan context due to lack of studies in this research area, and as a country of increasing considerable amount of smartphone ownership throughout the recent years, it is important to conduct a research regarding this topic in Sri Lankan context. So here are the research objectives of this research. There are 3 objectives. First one, identifying the relationship between smartphone addiction and academic anxiety. Second, identifying the relationship between smartphone addiction and academic procrastination. Third, identify the relationship between smartphone addiction and the life satisfaction. So here is the brief content of literature review. Under smartphone addiction, there are many scholars have named problematic mobile phone or internet use as an addiction using terms such as mobile phone addiction, smartphone addiction and internet addiction. After the Griffin Mark 1995 has published his research study on technological addictions. A theoretical pathway model has proposed by BISSS 2015 which represents the complexity of problematic smart mobile phone use including addiction-like symptoms and emphasizes psychological factors including anxiety symptoms and self-control. To find answers for the research question, this present study takes similar approach to above-mentioned ways and mainly focus on psychological associate of smartphone addiction. Anxiety simply meaning that an emotion which can be felt by having feeling of tension and worried thoughts. Academic related anxiety means students feel anxiety when performing academic tasks. Almost all the university students must have experienced this type of anxiety. Especially when it's come to the facing examination, every student would have experienced this feeling. It is normal to have small kind of anxiety even relating to academic tasks, but higher the level grows, it might be creating a serious issue. According to some studies, the anxiety is associated with the increased level of smartphone, including dependence and the smartphone addiction. Also, another study has found out that anxiety is associated with the smartphone addiction. Furthermore, most of the studies that were conducted among university students relating to this topic, a very few specifically focus on the academic related anxiety. According to Slavin 2012, academic anxiety might be negatively affect students' learning and performance. Because of that, it is worth to investigate whether this type of anxiety is relating with the smartphone addiction. Procrastination simply means postponing set of activities voluntarily despite of expecting worse for the day. Academic procrastination is a general incident and it has been found out that students often procrastinate when it comes to the academic related activities. Several studies has investigated regarding this procrastination and internet usage and found out the relationship between academic procrastination and internet usage. For an example, Sahin 2014 and has found out high level of Facebook usage associated with the higher level of academic procrastination in a student sample. However, in another similar study, unable to find out significant relationship between academic procrastination and problematic internet usage, so that the evidence regarding this relationship remain unclear. Also, there was another study that was conducted among Chinese students has found out problematic smartphone usage and the academic procrastination has positive significant relationship. Also, it is worth to find out the association between academic procrastination and smartphone addiction because smartphone could be facilitating the procrastination. Life satisfaction simply means how the people would feel about their future opportunities or direction, which means favorable attitudes towards individual's life. It is said that life satisfaction is one of the most important factors of showing subjective well-being of a person. Smartphone can be a reason to satisfy for some students while others may not that much satisfied. There were several studies that have been investigating the relationship between smartphone addiction and the life satisfaction and gain mixed findings. For an instance, no directional significant relationship was found between life satisfaction and mobile phone use or texting among a US sample according to LabPIS 2014. Based on the above mentioned theoretical and empirical literature, there are several issues that need to be investigated empirically, especially in the context of Sri Lankan university students. This study has used quantitative approach. So this is the conceptual model and there are three hypotheses that were proposed. First one, smartphone addiction positively impact on academic anxiety. Second, smartphone addiction positively impact on academic procrastination. Third, smartphone addiction negatively impact on life satisfaction. So this is a sampling. This study's entire population is university student and its sample frame is undergraduate in Sri Lanka. The present study is using snowball sampling technique to gather data. Data collection. This study has used online questionnaire survey which was created as a Google form and distributed among the university student via online platform, and Smart PLS used as data analysis tool. So here are the measures. Smartphone addiction was measured using smartphone addiction scale short version. Academic anxiety was measured using academic emotion questionnaire. Academic procrastination was measured using irrational procrastination scale, and life satisfaction was measured using satisfaction with life scale. Let's move to the data analysis part. Under descriptive data analysis, this study has managed to get 92 responses. Out of them, majority was female participants. Reliability analysis. Under this, indicator reliability. As you can see, loadings for 4 items were found to have less than 0.7. So those 4 items were removed from the analysis. All the other item loadings were found to have more than 0.7. So the indicator reliability was demonstrated. Internal consistency. You can see all the composite reliability values were greater than 0.7. So the internal consistency was established. Construct validity. Under this convergent validity analysis, as you can see, all the AE values were greater than 0.5, so the convergent validity was demonstrated here. Discriminant validity analysis. As represented table, none of the construct cross correlation exceed the respective square root of each construct AVE, so the discriminant validity was demonstrated here. Let's move to the hypothesis testing. So here you can see the hypothesis and the p-values. Based on that p-value, there were 2 hypotheses was accepted and the third hypothesis was rejected. Now let's move to the results and discussion part. So these are the findings of the present study. Smartphone addiction has significant relationship with academic anxiety. Smartphone addiction has significant relationship with academic procrastination, and smartphone addiction has no significant relationship with life satisfaction. Let's move to the discussion part. In previous studies, it is said that anxiety is associated with the increase in smartphone addiction, but most of the previous studies were not focused specifically on the academic anxiety. According to certain studies, it is said that problematic smartphone use has positively impact on the academic anxiety. Similarly, present studies findings also represent the same results. The same study that were conducted in 2018 has found out that smartphone addiction positively and significantly impact on academic procrastination. Although there were previous studies regarding academic procrastination and internet usage, and their findings remain unclear. Present study also found that smartphone addiction has positively and significantly impact on the academic procrastination. Some previous studies have found direct relationship between life satisfaction and smartphone addiction, while some studies have not found significant relationship between them. Hypothesis 3 in the present study has been rejected because smartphone addiction did not impact significantly on the life satisfaction. Let's move to the conclusion. After data analysis, present study has found out there is a positive relationship between smartphone addiction and academic anxiety, and also smartphone addiction has significantly impact on academic anxiety, which means the more you get addicted to the smartphone, students' academic anxiety will be raised. Then, present study has found out there is a positive relationship between smartphone addiction and the academic procrastination, and smartphone addiction has significantly impact on academic procrastination, which means the more students get addicted to the smartphone usage, students' academic procrastination will be increased. Lastly, present study has found out there is no significant relationship between smartphone addiction and the life satisfaction. Ultimately, present study has found out smartphone addiction has significant impact on academic anxiety and academic procrastination, while there is no significant relationship between smartphone addiction and life satisfaction in Sri Lankan university students. Here is the theoretical or practical implication. From the findings, we can say that students were not able to control the use of smartphones. To overcome this situation, more training and guidance may be useful in regulating smartphone use, how to benefit from the smartphone, time management skill, and providing skill to overcome the mental health issues such as academic anxiety. For the future research, it can use new method for exploring the smartphone addiction, since there are some applications to time tracking the mobile phones, so that responses might be different than the present studies. These are some of references. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Okay, Nisadi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear. Yeah.
Yes, Nisadi, actually, this is again really good research. Actually, this is not important only one organization, right? It's important, that at macro level to take policy level decisions, right? That's the impact of the research. And I have only one comment. Actually, I'm really happy about the oral presentation. Everything is there. And but why you have claimed that there are a lot of similar studies undertaken in other countries,
Yes,
but not right? Why you again do the same study here?
it's because the researchers I find out in other countries were like China, and there was another one in South Korea likewise. So those countries were more technologically advanced than Sri Lanka. So
Okay, yes, that's enough. So those things should be incorporated in that part to justify why. So Sri Lanka, we have different social background, right? Cultural impact. So if we study the same problem in our context, the findings would be different. So it's interesting to study this in our context because our context is different. That is how you can justify why you study the same thing in Sri Lankan context, right? Anyway, it's a really good work. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nishadi. I think it's another interesting, timely interesting topic actually. I have one comment that I observed that the population is very high actually, but you select the very sample is somewhat small. The 91, I think, is maybe not enough sometime to do the good analysis. What about your idea about this?
yes, the time was somewhat limited to gather the data. So that's why I was stuck in 92 participants. So I think it's better to have large participant to get
Did you consider about the overall in the country or in Western province or especially Colombo area?
government universities, I got.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nishadi.
Yes.
I'm Chatra speaking. It's actually a very good topic, and that has a lot of implications to the policymakers as well as to the society when it comes to psychological aspect of technology, which is very important topic these days, especially when we are more and more our children, even children, adapted to the technologies these days. So what will happen at the end? It's nicely studied by your research. I really appreciate your work. I have very few comments. You have presented your hypothesis results using 95% confidence, word called 95% confidence level, right?
Yes.
Normally, we present results using 5% level of significance. Confidence level word should be used when you are presenting confidence intervals only, right? Other places, you cannot say it is confidence level, right? 5% significance level means the rejecting null hypothesis percentage is, rejection percentage of null probability is 5%, right? So you need to correct that one. And also you mentioned that you remove some of the items which were having loadings less than 0.7, but in your output I saw a lot of them are above 0.6, right? If you have limited number of indicators in your analysis and your indicator loadings are greater than 0.6, you can keep those items, right? If you have a large number of indicators, no problem. You can remove all the other items are greater than 0.7. You can remove them if you think that they are removing them will not impact your research, right? If you have a limited number of indicators, better to keep them, especially when you have 0.6, because 0.6 is also an acceptable loading value, especially when it comes to PLS kind of method. And that's all my comments. Thank you very much. Andri?
Yes, thank you very much, Chaturani Madam, for sharing your comments with us. So we would now like to give a few minutes for our review panel to complete the evaluation process before proceeding on to our last presentation for the day. I am waiting one more mark from a panel member, and then we should be good to move on to the next presentation. Right, I think we have received all 3 marks. Thank you very much, Madam, Sir, for your cooperation. So with this, we would like to move on to the final presentation of this panel for the day. Thank you, Varuna, for waiting patiently until your turn. So next, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to Varuna's presentation, which is based on factors influencing internet banking adoption among undergraduates in Sri Lanka. Madhushika, you can share.
The title of my research is Factors Influencing Internet Banking Adoption Among Undergraduates in Sri Lanka. This is the content of my presentation. Background of the study, research problem, research questions, objective, conceptual framework, hypothesis, research design, research methodology, data analysis, discussion of findings, contribution, implications, limitation, and recommendations. When it comes to background of the study, internet banking can be concluded as a banking method that gives a chance for consumers to do a wide range of financial and non-financial transactions through the website of a relevant bank. Information and technology revolution inspire banks to spend more time and effort on technology to maximize return on investment and to attract and retain more customers to a bank. There are higher rate of internet-based banking users in other countries around the world, but when it comes to Sri Lanka, there is a very low level of internet-driven banking services usage. This is my research problem. There is a very low level of internet banking usage among banking users in Sri Lanka. 0.48, 0.5, 0.13 are the percentages of the internet banking users in 3 banks. There are higher rate of internet banking usage in most countries around the world, such as North America 45%, Europe 37.8%, Latin America 25%. According to that, you can see there is a higher rate of internet banking usage among most countries, but when it comes to Sri Lanka, it is a very low rate. So there are a lot of research found around the world about the internet banking and internet banking adoption among undergraduates, but less number of researchers in Sri Lanka about the titles related to internet banking. Hard to find the research to study about factors that influence for undergraduates adoption to internet banking in Sri Lanka. Hence, this study was done to identify the factors that influence on internet banking adoption among undergraduates
and identify the relationship between the finding factors to fill that knowledge gap of less research in Sri Lankan context. These are the research questions and objectives of my study. Research questions are: what are the factors that affect on internet banking adoption? What is the relationship between the finding factors and internet banking adoption? This is the research objective. Identify the factors that affect on internet banking adoption and find the relationship between the finding factors and internet banking adoption. This is the framework that adapted from the previous research of Priyankika Pereira and Rajapaksa. This framework was built based on the theory of reasoned action and technology acceptance model. These are the hypotheses that I tested in my study. First one is perceived ease of use influences positively on attitude towards internet banking. Perceived usefulness influences positively on attitude towards internet banking. Perceived risk influences negatively on attitude towards internet banking. Final one is subjective norms influences positively on attitudes towards internet banking. When it comes to research design, type of the studies is the study is descriptive research because that answer the questions that start with what. When it comes to study setting, the study was based on natural study setting. Time of the study is a cross-sectional study. When it comes to research methodology, this is a quantitative research approach that used to this research. When it comes to population and sample, population is undergraduates in Sri Lanka. Since the population is too large, sample frame that used in this study was the undergraduates of University of Sri Jayewardenepura. The sample was selected using the convenience and random sampling methods for this study. Sample size was identified based on extent power analysis static calculator of danielsoper.com. So the sample size was 91. Approach to data collection. Data was collected from 119 undergraduates by questionnaire through the Google form. Questionnaire was distributed among the sample from social media and email platforms. The variables were measured by using smart PLS software. The gender of the respondents is 46% to female and 53% male. This is the faculty of the respondents. Years of internet usage of the respondent. When it comes to data analysis, indicator reliability is measured investigating the outloading of the measurement item. In my study, only one item has the outloading value of less than 0.7. To be a reliable and indicator, the outloading value should be greater than 0.7. So after removing that factor which has less than 0.7 outloading value, all items are reliable. When it comes to internal consistency, since all values under Cronbach's alpha and composite reliability are greater than 0.7, internal consistency was established in this study. When it comes to convergent validity is confirmed in the research model since all average variant extracted values of the constructors are above 0.5. Since none of the construct cost correlation exceeded the respective square root of each construct average variance extracted value, discriminant validity was established in this study. When it comes to hypothesis testing, the hypotheses were tested based on 95 confidence level. So to accept those hypotheses, the p-value should be less than 0.05 because the confidence level is 95%. When it comes to RSR, predictability of the independent variables toward the dependent variable is 0.357 or 35% 7. When it comes to hypothesis testing results, the first hypothesis was rejected, second was accepted, third and fourth hypotheses were rejected. These are the discussion of findings. Priyankika Pereira and Rajapaksa revealed that the relationship between perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and attitude towards internet banking have a strong positive relationship than perceived risk and subjective norms. In this study, only perceived usefulness influences positively on attitude towards internet banking. It is consistent with previous findings. The perceived ease of use, perceived risk, and subjective norms not positively influence on attitude towards internet banking. They are inconsistent with previous findings. When it comes to contribution, this study was investigated about the factors influencing internet banking adoption among undergraduates in Sri Lanka. Hence, attitude towards internet banking, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, perceived risk, and subjective norms were analyzed. As a result of the analyzing, it was proved that the only perceived usefulness influences positively on attitude towards internet banking among undergraduates in Sri Lanka, and perceived ease of use, perceived risk, and subjective norms not positively influence on attitude towards internet banking. These are the implications of the study. There are a lot of research in most countries related to this title, internet banking, but when it comes to Sri Lanka, there are a small quantity of articles related to undergraduates internet banking adoption. Hence, my target was to fill that knowledge gap. Banks can also get idea about affecting factors for the internet banking, and they will be able to make their decision to achieve their goals related to internet banking. These are the limitations of my study. There are 15 universities are registered under UGC, but data was collected from only one university, hence it is important to understand the situations of the other universities as well. And also, limited number of respondents, also a limited factor for the study. If the sample size is large, the accuracy of the data is increases. The online survey technique was suitable for collecting information from the people who have internet facilities. So if anyone can use other methods, it also increases the accuracy of data. These are the recommendations for future research. This study was based on undergraduates who are in the age group of 18 to 28 in Sri Lanka. Hence, according to this study, it shows the factors that affect on adoption of the internet banking among young generation and the relationship between the identified factors among young generation. So there is a gap to fill what factors affect for the internet banking adoption among other ages like middle age and also elder ages. And also future researchers can use this study as guideline for their study, and they can use the theories those used in this study for them and to fill their research gaps. This is the reference list that I use for this presentation. Thank you.
Right, Varuna. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Varuna, you can respond to the comments now.
Yes, Varuna, actually, I appreciate your effort, right? But my concern is that what's the purpose of doing this research in Sri Lankan context? Because this is thoroughly studied, right? Now, for example, I did the same type of study 2001, right, back 2001 for my masters. So there are right ample number of studies undertaken in Sri Lankan context. And I also don't know why you have undertaken this relating to the undergrads. So are they the target market of banks of Sri Lanka? So, so these are the major concerns. Before you go into a particular project, think about the possible impact, whether you can contribute, right? So that's my concern. Anyway, congratulations for your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lalit sir, for sharing your comments with Varuna. So I'm sure, Varuna, you can absorb those comments in a constructive way to improve yourself in future studies. As well as I would like to turn to Sudak sir and Chaturani madam as well.
Yes, thank you, Sandoni. I think I like to appreciate that Varuna, the work is a good topic actually. But I have a question that Varuna, you mentioned about in Sri Lanka, somewhat the internet usage is very low, but you mentioned about other countries may be high. What about the Asian region? I mean, that's India, Nepal, and Pakistan. Did you find any information about?
Actually, I did not find information from those countries, but as I remember, the India state also similar than Sri Lanka in 2018. Those are the yes.
Okay, thank you, Varuna. Wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Varuna, thanks for your presentation. However, as mentioned by Professor Lalit, I also agree with that comment. This is a kind of popular topic and it has been done before, even to the Sri Lankan context, intention towards using internet banking. However, I appreciate your study, the way you have collected data and analyzed, and you have found very good findings. But I have some doubts about some points. You got somewhat different result from literature, basically because of some errors you made in hypothesis testing. I think you got how many hypotheses you supported with your data?
Only one hypothesis.
Only one hypothesis, but your result indicates more than that, right? You have not interpreted them correctly. Mainly hypothesis 4, subjective norms, right? Subjective norms, you have hypothesized, I think one directional hypothesis, that means positive relationship, I suppose, right? Yes. On H4, subjective norms, you got a positive, you hypothesized a positive relationship, but your p-value is 0.077, right? That is actually two-tail hypothesis value, two-tail p-value. You can divide this by 2, definitely your p-value will be less than alpha. If your alpha is 0.05, and also if you can consider p-value, your alpha value as 10%, then you can also support the first hypothesis, H1, perceived ease of use, right? All will be supported by your data. You have collected data and you have analyzed them correctly, but interpretation has some issues. I found this not only in your presentation, I found this problem in other presentations as well. And the other thing is, you also have removed one item which was having loading less than 0.7, which is actually 0.692, right? It is very close to 0.7 according to smart PLS answers. Basically it's a non-parametric method, and you can use these for new constructs as well. So therefore there is no problem of keeping an item having this amount of loading, right? If your loading is 0.692, and I saw in your output that it had only 2 items when you remove that item, right? These may be some reasons behind your results, behind your different result you got from the previous studies results. Otherwise, your results will be mostly supported by the literature, right? There won't be any issue. You have got the result, but interpretation has some issues. If you are presenting this somewhere, if you are going for further publication on this, you can think about that, and please correct these problems in your future analysis. And one more thing, you mentioned that in your presentation, the measurement of variables you have done using smart PLS. Measurement of variable is the indicators that you have used, right? You have got these variables, indicators from literature, and you are using or Likert scale, low itemized scale for that. That is your measurement. Smart PLS is your data analysis software, right? So that is one incorrect point you mentioned in your presentation. And I wish you all the best with your future studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chaturani Madam, for sharing your comments with Varuna. So Varuna, I'm sure you all can incorporate all these comments you received from this eminent panel of reviewers to polish up your future research work as well. And we believe you will constructively absorb all these comments. So thank you very much, Varuna, for joining with us. And with that, we have come to the concluding point of today's panel number 3 research presentations at this point. So once again, I would like to give a few minutes for our panel of reviewers to finalize their evaluation process. If you need more time, Madam Sir. I think all the evaluations have been provided by all 3 of you, as I can see on the mark sheet. So once again, thank you very much, especially to our reviewers who joined with us today, Professor Sudat Tamarasena, Dr. Lalit Chandralal, and Dr. Mrs. Chaturani Silva, for putting away all your other tasks, and giving priority to our symposium during this particular time period. I'm pretty sure all our students found your comments very valuable and insightful to further polish up their research work. And I would also like to, before winding up the breakout room, I would like to open up the session to, in general, if you have any comments to share with the students from your expertise that you have, I would like to open the session to you now, if you have anything to say in general.
Thank you, Sandhini, giving this opportunity. I think it's a really good, interesting presentation. And I would like to thank all of you, all the presenters and our panel members, and Sandhini, your cooperations also. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much, Sudat sir.
Thank you, Sandhini.
This is very good learning, like interactive session. So given this opportunity, and students can learn. Actually, we need to understand they are undergraduate students, right? We have given sometimes we have given like they are doing masters, but anyway, so they need to take this as constructive comments, and like these things can be very important for them to improve their future research work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lalit sir.
Thank you, Sandhini, for giving us this opportunity. And I was very happy to share all these comments related to students' research. And as undergraduate students, they have done very good job. Actually, I am the person who is very happy about this progress especially related to students' data collection, data analysis and all, because I helped them on request of your head of the department, Dr. Mahesh Fernando, within very, very limited time by managing my time very hardly. I helped them, I did one session for them. I hope that is the major reason for the students who actually they have not done much mistakes, right? They have done very small things only, but they have checked the models very correctly and analyzed the validity and reliability. So I'm happy about these things particularly related to their data analysis. When it comes to topics, I would like to say that the students have selected most of the students have selected very timely topics, which are going to have very good implications to the society and to the companies and policymakers as well. Thank you very much for organizing this kind of a session.
Thank you very much, Chaturani Madam. Your comments, all three of your comments mean a lot to us. And also, Chaturani Madam, yes, we remember how much time and effort you put into teach about these data analysis techniques and all the processes to our students. So thank you so much once again for all the efforts that you have put forward. So with that, we would like to wind up this panel to finish this breakout room, and we can join with the main sessions. So dear students, we kindly request you to stay until the end, because in a little while, we will be able to finalize today's results and announce who has won the best extended abstract, the award for the best extended abstract, as well as the best project presentations. So do stay tuned with us until the end. Once again, thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed, and we hope a fruitful discussion was created within this panel. So we wish you all the very best for your future careers. And thank you once again for spending time with us today. Now you may leave the breakout room and join with the main session. Thank you.
So good evening and welcome everyone to the breakout room, which is going to be on systems development project presentation. So this is one of the parallel sessions for the agenda today. Like we mentioned to you all at the main session, if anyone of you are in the requirement to switch back to another breakout room where extended abstracts or project presentations are going on, you can select one of the breakout rooms from the list and join now, so that you'll be redirected to the required parallel session you want, and we will give some time for that. And also, we would like to remind you that we have already subjected all these project work to one round of evaluations where blind evaluation was done by an expert panel, and following that particular first round of evaluation, today here we are meeting for the second round of evaluations. We will mainly focus on the presentation aspect of these projects. So let me first introduce all of you to the panel who will be doing the evaluations on the project presentations today. We have here with us Mr. Hiruna Disanaika, who is currently the Director, Engineering Excellence at IFS, and also Mr. Suranga Gunawardena, Senior Consultant Software Engineer at Mazarine Private Limited. So dear sirs, we most cordially welcome you to the breakout room for the system development project presentations. And once again, thank you very much for joining with us here today. Despite your very busy schedules, we highly appreciate it. So to remind you all about the flow of these presentations and evaluations, each presenter will be allocated with 15 minutes precisely to do his or her presentation, and we have already collected the presentation recordings from the presenters in advance. So because due to possible technical interruptions that we may have to face while doing live presentations, so, and after our technical support member plays the video, 5 minutes will be allocated for the questions and answers for the evaluators. And also, we would like to kindly remind all our evaluators to please update the evaluation sheets we have provided, because as soon as the session is over, the evaluation sheets will be closed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind all of you to please keep track of time, because once the allocated time for the breakout room is over, this breakout room will be automatically closed and you will be returned to the main session. And also, since we have to keep in parallel to the other breakout rooms which are going on at the moment, we kindly remind you to keep track of the time. So I hope that all those instructions are clear, and I hope that all the switching between the breakout rooms are completed by now. So now I request everyone to stay in the breakout room until the session is over. So with that, without further ado, we can move on to the first presentation for the day, which is a group project by Chamika Chamara and Kokila Vijayasinghe. This project is a Smart Planner Event Management Web Application. So Sandamini, can we play the video now?
Hello everyone and very good evening to you. We are here to present our project Smart Planner, which is an event management web application. These project outcomes came up as a result of a teamwork. So, myself, Kokila Vijayasinghe, and my teammate Chamara Gamage are the main developers of this system. Today, our presentation will be start with a brief introduction to the business domain and to the overview of existing system functionalities. Then we move on to discuss on system analysis. After that, we move on to discuss on system development technologies. Finally, we are come up with the conclusion to our project with system demonstration. Let's move on to the introduction. Event management industry is the emerging business domain that has a great rising demand nowadays. Since the internet plays an important role in this event management industry, there are multiple opportunities to grow up with this business domain by local and international levels. People celebrate events which are related to the personal and the corporate world events such as wedding, birthday parties, corporate events, etc. Planning those events have always been a long process that involves a lot of time, money, effort, stress and high risk. Because of that reasons, people tend to hand over those responsibilities to another party. Therefore, planning agents, event management companies, websites and mobile applications are come up as a solution. If we look at the overview of existing system, currently most of this kind of event management applications were manual or semi-automated system. Event management companies are the person who plan the whole event. Customers can contact that companies and give their requirement to organize the event accordingly. That is very costly because service charge of that companies are very high. There are many websites related to the event planning and management, but that available websites basically providing static information regarding event planning and vendors who are available to get services. Mobile applications are one of the developed for available within specific countries or region. Also, using those applications only could plan one event per time. Let's move on to the system analysis.
According to the current system analysis, there were few major problems identified. They are not having ability to plan more than one event using one application, not having a common online platform to communicate between planners and vendors directly. Most applications are currently specific and not available globally. Not having the ability to get details about previous events that were organized by service providers. Not having a platform to connect with previous customers and share experience with new customers, not having a way of rating vendors regarding their service quality. This proposed system is going to be a web application which is available and accessible from anywhere in the world. The main objective of this system is to provide facilities for the event planners to plan more than one event as their requirement and making sure that their event go smoothly according to their plans. Also, this aim to create platform for vendors to trade and advertise their product and services. Let me move on to the requirement analysis. There are three main uses of this application: the vendor, the administrator, and the planner. So there are three basic modules: admin module, planner module, and vendor module. Each module consists of functions regarding the each user interaction with the application. Also, when developing Smart Planner, non-functional requirements such as performance requirements, safety requirements, security requirements, and some quality attributes like reliability, availability, maintainability, reusability, accessibility were considered.
Let's move on to system design and development technologies. System development was done under agile software development methodologies since this system was developed as a series of versions and iterations occurred across the all activities of this system development life cycle. Also, here we employ multi-layered architecture which is comprises of 3 layers such as presentation, business and database. Technologies such as Bootstrap, HTML, CSS, JavaScript were used for the front-end development. PHP and MySQL were used for the back-end development. Here, we used web server for database management server environment and Firefox web browser was used for test and preview web application. For the code development, we use Visual Studio Code IDE.
As the conclusion, Smart Planner web application was developed to reduce the time, cost and risk involved in the process of planning and preparing of an event. It provides one common platform for planners and vendors to connect and an online platform for vendors to trade and advertise their products and services. Here, planners having their full freedom to plan multiple events on the same platform according to their preference, which was an added advantage. Since Smart Planner developed and tested locally, by hosting this application with real server environment will make it accessible worldwide. As developing Smart Planner as a mobile application give more opportunities to attract target audience. Here it will increase the applicability and usage of the web application with some UI and functionality improvement. Let's move on to our system demonstration.
Welcome to Smart Planner. This is the home screen for Smart Planner web application. As we said, there were 3 main uses for the system such as admin, planner and vendor. According to those users' requirements, the main functionalities of the system was provided. In this home screen, there were 2 main options such as sign in and sign up. When user click on sign up button, it will direct it to sign up page. Here there were 2 separate login forms were provided for planners or vendors to create their account in our system. If the user have already the login credentials, they could direct it to the sign in page from here. Let's check out the admin user module. This is the home screen for admin user module. From the dashboard, it provides overall summary regarding the system such as total users, total admins, total vendors or the total planners and the total events that has been created within the system. In the add vendors section, admins could add new vendors or the admins to system using this form. In vendor details, admins could view total vendors who are registered within the system, and there are 2 options to edit or remove access from this system of those users. In a planner details section, it provides overall planners information who are registered with this system, and it provides two options to remove or edit access of those users. In event details section, it provides overall event information that has been planned using this system. Finally, the admins could log out from the system. Let's check out the planner module. This is the home screen for planner user module. From the dashboard, planners could view the total events that they were planned using this system. In the add events section, planners could create new events according to three main categories such as wedding, birthday party or corporate events. In the event details section, planners could view the events that has been created previously, and they could add new tasks or view or delete the event from the system from this portal. In here, the add task section, planners could add new tasks to their events, and further they could search on the event name for view the previously added task to their event. Here from this vendor information section, they could view the vendor information according to 9 main categories, and finally the planners could log out from the system. Let's check out the vendor user module. This is the home screen for vendor user module. From here, vendors could view the total customers that they were handled and the total events that they were handled. From the vendor details section, they could view the other vendor details who were registered within this system. In the event details section, vendors could view the events that they were provide service previously. From the customer information section, it shows the customers' information who had the services from the vendors. Finally, the vendor could log out from the system. This is the end of our system demonstration. Hope you all get clear idea regarding our project. So, thank you for everyone.
Great. Can we ask questions now?
Yeah.
I can barely hear you. Sorry about it.
Yeah, you could ask questions now.
Great. Thank you. So, yeah, good presentation. So, well done. Just a question now. In your solution, you have like 3 different main modules: admin, planner, and the vendor module. According to you all, what would be the most important module in the system for you all?
The most important module here is planner, because our main objective is to provide easily provide service to easily manage their event or organizing the event easily. So basically nowadays we are spending a lot of cost to organize our events. So we think that planner module is most important module here, since it's provide many services.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll go over to you.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good concept actually. I like the concept because when I'm also getting married before 11 years, I also had the same question. I just want to know how now the vendors and the planners are registering, and you show the details and statistics, all those things, how they communicate. So if I am the planner, then I select some vendors. Okay, it's in my list. So how can I communicate with the vendors?
Here, we are not providing the communication platform
within this platform now, but we provide the details to contact the vendors. So planners could view the vendor information, then they could contact with the contact details we are providing within the system.
Okay, it's like you are collecting all the vendor details in your system as a central location, so the vendors can log in and get their details and check whether the previous events that they have done, and then we can decide what vendor that we have to select, right?
Yeah. When we registering the vendors to the system, we take all the details. What are the services they are provided and other details of their contact details. So we are display those informations to planners so they could contact.
After that, it's kind of a manual process to contact them and do the reservation and dating discussions and those things, right?
Yeah. Currently, that was a manual process. Planners have to manually contact them.
Okay. One more question. You said that you followed the agile methodology here. So how are you? Is this your requirement, right? Is this your concept, right? You invented this, right? I mean, the concept and the project you decided, and the requirement, it's your ideas.
Yeah, this concept is come from both myself and Chamara. There's a team effort. So here, this I told this I use agile methodologies because in the very big planning part in the planning process into the project deployment, in the every steps we made a lot of changes since this concept was somewhat difficult to handle in the beginning itself. So when it's come to the deployments, there were a lot of changes happening. That's why I said that we use agile methodologies in the deployment, this development process.
That means you improve the project step by step and doing the deployment.
Yeah, that's the correct.
Okay, and one more suggestions that for the sign up page, I saw both same details that you are entering for the both vendor and planner. So instead using different two forms in two sides, you can add one form with just adding simple drop down to select it's a vendor planner. Yeah, those are my questions, and concept is very good. I like it, and that is lack in Sri Lanka right now. Good work, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also I can add one more thing to both of you. It's like, I mean, you said that you kind of use the agile methodology. So maybe you can do a little bit of research on, how agile works, because, if you are really taking agile approach, there's no such thing called system design. There's no such thing called system analysis. What you do is you look at your problem, you break it down into pieces, and then you iterative and incrementally do development. So I mean, you guys are new, so I mean that's perfectly fine. But just do some reading, do some research, and see whether how agile really works. So that's just a tip for you guys. Good job. Yeah,
sure.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we would like to move on to the second presentation for the agenda today. It will be done by WASRN Samaravira, and it is about the game time tracker. So, Sandamini, can we play the video now?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nishavi Samaravira, and my project is Game Time Tracker. First of all, let's move on to the introduction. When I'm conducting my undergraduate level research on factors influencing game addiction of undergraduates, I could find out a problem. Yes, it is most of game players do not have any measurement on their game playing time. Therefore, some of them can be highly addicted to playing video games. As a solution to that problem, I developed Game Time Tracker system. Then let's see how it differs from other existing systems such as Smart Time and Save My Time applications. Actually, main difference is the purpose of the software, because the purpose of Game Time Tracker is to control and manage the game playing time of individuals and help them to protect from game addiction. Okay, then let's move on to the system analysis. Under that, you can see 5 main modules with various functions. Then you can see some hardware and software requirements here. Then let's move on to the system design. Under that, I develop various diagrams to describe about the game time tracker. Among them, now you can see the use case diagram. Then you can see 2 activity diagrams here. And next one is the sequence diagram. Then you can see the data flow diagram. And finally, you can see the class diagram and the deployment diagram based on the one-tier architecture. Now let's move on to the system development. Under that, I used waterfall model as the software development process model. Next one is the database. Here I think ER diagram is the best one to explain about the database. Here you can see there are 5 tables of ER diagram and the user table is the main and important table. There has a relationship between all these tables. Then you can see the structure of database development. Here you can see the 5 entities which I mentioned previously with their attributes and data types. Then here you can some data, and now you can see the real database with their 5 tables and some data. And I used MySQL and MySQL Workbench applications to develop this database. Then let's move on to the user interface design. Here I used Adobe XD software to design all these user interfaces. Then let's move on to the project coding. Actually, Game Time Tracker is a standalone system. Therefore, I used JavaFX, CSS, Scene Builder, and Apache NetBeans 11.1 as the IDE to develop this software. And especially, I used MVC architecture to develop a clean and clear code. Here you can see the separate files for controllers, models, services, and utilities based on the Model View Controller framework. Then let's move on to the project testing. This is another important and most time-consuming phase, because Game Time Tracker is a standalone application and therefore I had to use manual testing. Therefore, I developed test cases as these 2 slides. Then let's see some benefits of Game Time Tracker. Basically, this system tracks the game playing time automatically, and every user can create their own accounts and they have facility to reset their passwords. Therefore, unauthorized access is eliminated. As well as Game Time Tracker provides accurate and reliable data and reports. Basically, this system helps the users to save their time, and this system helps the users to save from game addiction. However, there are some limitations. This system doesn't have ability to identify the game pause time because of huge differences between various gaming applications and their security restrictions. Then let's see some future enhancements. Here I am going to develop a mobile application for this system in the future. As well as I can add online games into this system in the future. And the facility of automatically identifying the games which are installed into the devices can be developed. Likewise, this system can be further improved for giving a better experience to the users. Now let's move on to the demonstration. Okay, first of all, you can see the sign up page. If you don't have an account already, you can sign up using this page. Then let's move on to the sign in page. If you have an account already, you can sign in through this page. Now I'm going to give my account details. Okay, now you can see the first page of the game time tracker. Yes, it is the home page. And home page consists a small welcome message with 4 games. And you can see the navigation bar here. There are 5 pages of game time tracker. Then let's move on to the second page. It is the games page. It consists all the games which are added to your account. Per page, you can see only 8 games. And you can go through these pages using next and previous buttons. Then I'm going to click off one game here. Now I am clicking on Batman game. Here you can see a small picture and the game name and the playtime history as a table. And there are 2 buttons. If you want to play that game, you can again click on play button. And if you want to remove that game from your account, you can remove by clicking this remove button. Then let's move on to games page again. In this page, you can see in the top of this page, there is a button to add game. When you click on this add game button, you will be redirected to this add game page. And you can add new game through this page. Then let's move on to the third page. It is playtime page. Here you can see the all your history as a bar chart and a pie chart and a table. By clicking on print details button, you can print a history table. Here you can see one of a preview of this table. Then let's move on to the fourth page. It is the help page. It gives some instructions to the users. Then let's move on to the final page. It is settings page. Here there are 2 parts. You can reset your password by clicking this reset button, or otherwise you can set game alerts, game auto close function and warning alert time, close alert time under this game setting part. It is the most important part of the game time tracker system. Now I am going to activate the game alerts and give 1 minute for warning alert and 2 minutes for close alert time. Then I am clicking save button. Then let's go to the games page again, and now I am going to play one of these games. Okay, Now I'm going to play the Call of Duty 4 game. Here you can see the game is opening. The game will be open in a new thread. This will take some time. Yes, the game has opened. Now you can see the Call of Duty 4 game, and we previously activated all the alerts and game auto close function. Therefore, the first alert will be displayed after 1 minute. Let's see. Yes, you can see the first warning alert is displaying. It is yellow color and it says you are playing this game more than 1 minute. Then after displaying this first warning alert, the second warning alert will be displayed after 2 minutes in red color. And after displaying the second warning alert, the game will be automatically closed because I have previously activated that game auto close function. So let's see. After 2 minutes, we can see here, you can see now the second warning alert in red color. And after displaying this red warning alert, the game has closed and the play time has added to this table. So we can see that, yes, it has added here. Then let's sign out from our account. Yes, this is all about the game time tracker. So we have arrived to the end of our presentation. Thank you for everyone.
Maybe sir, Surang, you can go first.
Okay. Hello, Nishavi. Hello. Nishavi, can you hear me? I think she's freezing, no?
Nishavi is in the meeting, sir. We'll check you and let you know. Give us a second.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Nishavi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah, it's a impressive project concept. Can you please tell me the behind, what is the main concept behind that? How you identify the executable and that part? How?
When I'm conducting my undergraduate level research on game addiction, I could find out a problem, sir. Most of students play games through their devices, but they don't have any idea about the time they spend with the games.
Yeah, Nishavi, I just ask what is happening behind the scene in your project? How you catch the I'm not giving the answer, that's why. How you catch the thing from your system and how you stop it?
Basically, sir, the main thing is the calculate the time which we play, because game time tracker is a software and we users have to add their games to my software. Therefore, through my game time tracker software, I can manage those games and calculate the time using a timer.
how?
Sorry to disturb you, Nishavi. I think what Suranga's question is mainly about the technical side. How do you achieve this, calculation of time? So I think that's what.
And how it, how your time integrate with the running game in your machine? How that connection happens behind the scenes? Did you get what I asked? I just need to know how you identify the running game in the machine and how you stop it after the time reach. It's automatically stopping, right? I mean, it's closing automatically, right? After the time.
If user activate the auto close function, the game will automatically close. Otherwise, it is not automatically closed.
Yes.
Using the closing a game is I use exit function to automatically close the game, and I develop a timer using. There are some applications also in this existing situation. There are many applications to calculate the time of different applications. Therefore, I based on those applications and I learn from these applications, and then I develop a code to calculate the time. So
it's like you are closing the window which is open.
Yes.
You just close it, right?
Yes.
So when we play it again, we can't play from where we stopped, right? It will play
No,
from
sir.
the beginning, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Iruna, over to you.
Well, I think this is a really, really good concept, Nishal. So well done on that. And maybe I'll just continue where Suranga stopped as well. Now, let's say, playing games is kind of a tricky thing. Like, most of the games eats a lot of resources in the computer. So let's say, you start a game, through your application, and the game crashes. What will happen in that case?
The timer is closed and it is like a shutdown because my application has ability to only calculate through my game time tracker application. Therefore, that's suddenly closed some games, taking as a shutdown.
Okay. So what's going to happen for the calculation of the time? So you will still have some value. So it will be like, maybe start time is there, but the end time will not be there. What will happen in the solution?
The system calculate small second also. So it will automatically close because of any technical failure. If the game has closed, the open play time, for an example, only small 1 second also calculating for this game time tracker software.
So that means that will be recorded in the database itself. Okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. One more thing, Nishavi, just for this is not related to the marks that you are getting. It can be extended to the videos that nowadays children are watching. So this is extensible project, as I can see, and for the as improvements, you can try to identify the executables which are running background threads, and then you can stop it without closing the window. So there might be a chance you can pause the game and start from that point as well. Those are some suggestions, and in presentations also, in this kind of small presentations, it's better not to add that detailed diagrams and those stuff and market your thing, because your thing is interesting. So better to market such things. Those are for your future presentations.
Yeah, okay. And also maybe another additional thing that you could do would be like maybe you can just set your solution in a way that maybe it runs as a thread. Like you don't need to log in and then start playing the game. Rather, you register, and then once you start playing, it will automatically run on the background and start calculating time and everything. So maybe another thing that you could do as well, because normally if you have to play a game, or maybe if you have to watch a video, we don't need to go to an application and then start that video from the application itself. So once you get registered, maybe to start calculating as well. So just thoughts, but good job. Yeah. All the best.
So thank you, Mr. Suranga and Mr. Hiruna. I'm pretty sure that Nishavi will incorporate those feedbacks in her future work. So, and also I would like to kindly remind all our evaluators to please update the evaluation sheets we have provided, because as soon as the session is over, the evaluation sheets will be closed. So having reminded that, we would like to move on to our next presenter for the day. This is Danuka Pereira, who's presenting with web-based voting system. So Sandalini.
Good evening, everyone. So now I'm going to do my presentation on my project, which is web-based voting system. So this is the content of the presentation, which I will describe in the coming slides. So if we move into introduction, usually an organization consists of different departments and associations. So if we come to an organization is a group of people where it consists of people, and an organization cannot survive without the power of the majority of the people. So to decide this idea or power of the people, usually organizations conduct different elections where it could be either to select group of people to some several positions, or it could be either to gather opinion of the majority on something. So basically right now, for the elections, the organizations which are starting from small organizations to countries, the elections are carried out in a very traditional way, where the process is highly document based, and it takes a lot of time to conduct the traditional elections. So basically, in the traditional process, the people or the members have to go to different places. They have to go to a polling station to give their votes. So this is the current process that is followed by the organizations, even by the countries. So the problems with the current process is it's a very time consuming process, as it is a very highly document based process. It takes a lot of time to prepare for the election, to conduct the election, to finalize all the details, and to complete or end the election. It takes a lot of time, and it requires a lot of time and human resources as well, which is very costly, which could be very costly for an organization. And as the other problems, the result manipulation could be there, because since everything is done by human, there could be result manipulation incidents, and the results generated by the election could be inaccurate, because as in the end this is done by human, there could be human errors while calculating the votes. And as I mentioned, this is a highly resource requiring process, and this is a very inefficient process, as this is based on a lot of documentation. The voters, the candidates, the administration, they have to manage a lot of documentation from the beginning to end. This is a highly inefficient process. So the proposed solution for this traditional voting process is a web-based voting system, which provides provides higher usability and convenience to the users, and reduces almost all of the paperwork and documentation required, which were used in the traditional process. So the solution, the uniqueness of this solution is, as there are several products which are available in the market, but those doesn't provide an all-in-one solution. So in this product, in this solution, we can mainly do the elections, and even as an optional usage, this can be used to conduct surveys as well. Plus, we have report generation tools, chart generation tools, likewise a lot of different features with this product. So basically, the proposed solution can reduce almost all of the documentation work, and it will increase the convenience of the members and efficiency of the process. So after doing the system analysis and user requirement analysis, it's identified that the users required if there is a system to manage the elections, that kind of a system should consist of the mentioned requirements. So that kind of a system should be able to do or conduct votes for different positions, or it could, and as an option, opinion gathering also can be used, and it should show the results or show the data in charts. It should generate reports as in the future or in a later period to get any decisions. The reports can be useful, and the notification management and automated results calculations should be there. And additionally, the user account management should also present in this kind of a system. So these were the user requirement identified during the system analysis process. So, and these are non-functional requirements which are compulsory, or it's better to have this kind of features or these requirements covered within any system in the present uh, industry when we develop systems. So the system, the security should be high, it should be time saving, the results or the data should be accurate, and the usability should be high, the data protection and security should be high, and the performance, it should be as user expects. So it will increase the usability of the system, and it will increase the positive impressions toward the system. So based on the user requirements identified, the system is defined under few modules, which are election management modules, modules for candidate and voters registration, notification management, result management, reports and charts generation. So the system covers all of these modules using its different features. When it comes to system development, for the development, waterfall methodology has been used. And as the technology stack for the front end, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Ajax, Bootstrap, and jQuery libraries has been used. And for the backend, PHP and database has been used, MySQL. As the IDE, VS Code has been used, and locally this is developed in LAMP server environment. And if we move into production, based on the cost, availability, and uptime, AWS servers will be a better option. And if the client or the company require, they can set up these in on-premises servers as well. So we'll quickly move into demonstration of the system. So this is the login page which is available through the system. So here you can see, you can inquire from the admin, and there is a specific feature where a user can download a file which describes what kind of data they need to submit in order to conduct an election using this system. So once you download that, it will have specific formattings that they should submit their data, and they can follow those guidelines and provide their data to the system admin. So if we log in as the system admin, here in the dashboard page, the admin can get a high level understanding of how many elections are there, how many is pending, how many registered users and registered associations. And as you can see in this chart, it shows how many users are registered in each system. And in the calendar, you can see what is the date for each election. So this is basically the dashboard page which provides the high level understanding of the system. And if we move into elections, it gives the ability for the admin to create, update, delete, and start the elections. So by entering those details, the necessary details, and selecting the association, the admin can easily create an election. So as you can see, this one election is already it's over, and the second one is already started, and it is in progress. So if you can see under that, there are 4 positions under that election, and under each of those positions we can see different number of candidates available. So it has the ability to update these details and delete those details as well. So basically, the admin can fully manage an election. They can send notification based on starting and ending. They can calculate the results. They can edit, update. They have the super use authority on the elections. And in addition to that, admin can, when it comes to managing associations, they can add any new association. They can edit. They can delete the associations. And when it comes to users, so during the initial setup, any organization, when we set up any system, during initial setup, we have to enter some data. So the same process is in this system as well, where we can register the user. So if I demonstrate one user registration, this will register the user, and an automated email will be sent to that user saying that this is your auto-generated password. So you can use that password to log in next time. So after logging in, they can use that password and change that password. So when initially setting up, an organization can register all of their users within the system, and then based on the users registration to different association, those users can be allocated to different associations. So here also we can see the admin has the authority to delete the users, upload. The convenience part of this system is there's no need to manually enter any details. It's just a matter of uploading the data provided by the user. So it's convenient for the association point of view and for the system admin as well. And when it comes to results, as you can see, for the one election results is already calculated. So here the admin has the ability to calculate the results once the association announce them. So if the association wants to hold for few period until the things settle in, they can end the election, they can wait few hours, and then they can publish the results. So this is the features available for the admin. And if we log in as a user, uh, the user's UI will be a bit different than the admin. So the dashboard, again, they can get a high level understanding of the elections. And when it comes to elections, as you can see, there are two elections, which is one is already finished and another one is started. So this we can view the results, and if we enter into a started election, this is the voting view. So I can click the candidates I want and submit my vote. So once you submit, then again you can't submit anything. This is just a one-time process, as users will be restricted once they vote the first time. So that's the common procedure followed. And in addition to those, users can view the election results. So once we click that results out button, we will be directed to here. And when we click the view results button, the results will be shown. And if the user want to get any PDF details for this, we can get those details in PDF as well, as you can see right here. In addition to that, for any need, if we need reports to take any decisions in the future, those can be taken for all the completed elections. So as you can see right here, I'm downloading one report for the system, and this we can see the numbers available for each election. So in addition to election part, the users has the ability to change their profile pictures, change their password, change their details. So basically, this is what's provided for the system. And in addition to that, here you can see all the notifications are sent to users when election is started or election is ended. Every notification is being sent by the system. So this is what's provided through the system. And as the future enhancement, it is planned that to use a real-time database as users requested that it will be better to monitor the data or the voting details while the election is going on. And the other one is, the plan is to integrate this web-based system plus provide a mobile application which will be much more easier, much more convenient to the users. And the last one is, as most of the systems in the present world are advancing their security, instead of using email password authentication, the biometric use authentication will be integrated to this system as well. So if we move into conclusion of the system, so basically the current traditional voting process is a very inefficient and highly document based process. So even us face these issues because during the pandemic situation, we had to go to polling stations to give our vote. So if it is required for an organization to conduct an election, no matter what's the environment situation, what's the current situation is, the traditional voting system will be highly inefficient. It will be highly time consuming. it will be highly inconvenient for the users. So basically, a system like this will be very useful for the users. It will be highly convenient for them, where they can give their votes, they can monitor the elections from wherever they are. They can use their laptops, they can use their mobile phones, and they can cast their votes. So basically, the web-based voting system will reduce almost all of the document-based processes in the traditional voting system, and it will increase the efficiency and increase the accuracy of the results and reduce result manipulation and any inaccurate results generated while following the traditional voting process. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Can I ask questions?
Aruna, you go first.
Okay, Danuka, can you hear us? I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you now. Okay. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's a really good system, and the UI and if you look at the functionality, it seems like it's good. I'll maybe shoot a different question now. Let's say you really want to sell this system to a to your university or maybe to a vendor, and you just go there and you do a demonstration, and the guy who's about to pay you to buy the system ask a question. Okay, now I can use a Google form and maybe create a simple form to get some votes and with the authentication and everything. So what is more in your system compared to that? How do you answer that question?
Yes, so actually my idea was there are systems which we can use to get the same functions like SurveyMonkey, Google Form, same thing. But my idea was if there's a need, what I identified was there's a gap that there should be a specific system to achieve this objective. So where I got this idea was when I was in the university. In each year, we follow the same kind of procedure to elect for our executive board. So what we do was we either write in papers or Google Forms, same thing. So then they identified that there's a gap which I could address using a system. So I did a small research. I collected data from the students in other departments, other associations. So the impression I got from them is if there's a system, it would be much more convenient, and the result accuracy would be one of the major point in here, as the result calculation is automated. The transparency of the results, it will be another major point, because when we are calculating the results, like when we manually calculate the results, there could be errors, because we are human, so there could be human errors. So these are the major 2 points, plus the convenience for the users. Like what we faced recently, we had to go to polling station to cast our votes, right, even during the pandemic. So this kind of a system can reduce those things, improve the convenience, improve the members' trust towards the results they get through the system. So I would say that those will be the major points that I would highlight if any user asks why would they use a specific system for this. So yeah, that was the major points.
One more quick question.
Yeah.
Now, what would be the most important part in your system, the way you see it?
Yes, important parts, I can highlight a few, but the most important part is obviously the convenience, where I can vote from anywhere. I don't need to go to the university. I don't need to go to any specific place. So that is one thing. And I know that the results are, any user know that the results are accurate and the transparency is high. If the calculation is automated, there couldn't be any human errors, right? So those were the major points, and any other thing is like an plus point to the system. Any other report generation, charts, those are like the plus points for the system, and major points are those.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Sir.
Yes, Dhanuka, these are the systems actually we need in the future, and the concept, things, features that you explain is really good. And your system is targeting for as a general, right? Not for the specific organization.
No,
It's
no,
a
it's
general,
general,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so in that case, okay, we can do a voting system on web. So how can you guarantee the security of the system? You know, the hackers are there,
yeah.
malwares are there. So when we are opening systems through our systems and computers, it can change the data. So how, what would you think, and what you thought already in terms of the security?
Yes, so while I was investigating why there isn't such system implemented even for countries or for the organizations, the security was a major concern because the result should be, anyone shouldn't interfere for the results, right? So basically in this system also, right now, the authentication is like email password based one, but in the as the future announcement, as I mentioned, the user authentication will be improved, and the security, I believe that I assume that we can get from multiple aspects where we host the system. So if we host in AWS or any like a big a branded company like that, or if we even host in on-premises server, the security is high. And from the code point of view, we can implement different security mechanisms to like prevent from hackers any SQL injections or things like that. So basically the system, my plan is to improve with the proper framework. Like right now it's because when I was starting, what I knew was PHP. So I was at that time I was actually learning the frameworks. So now as I know the frameworks, what their usability, what benefits we can get from using those frameworks, obviously it would be better to enhance the system with the help of an framework and increase the security. And
Yeah, apart from that, I think in very basic level, you can think about encrypt your password and store in the databases.
Yes,
And
so actually the passwords are encrypted, yes.
Okay, then using HTTPS instead normal request,
yeah,
and like that. And since you mentioned about AWS and other things, so how, I mean, in election, once election is completed, we need to be sure about the data, because how can you be sure about the data set that you collected? I mean, what happened if the server corrupted? So what are the possible actions you can take when the system decide?
Yes, so that actually I think it depends on the user's budget, right? So if they can go for like master save concept for the DB, if they can use two application servers like the same instances or any load balancer kind of mechanism to direct to any available instances. So those kind of backup plans, I believe those are highly depend on the customer's budget. So
assume customer has plenty of budget,
so,
because conducting election is not a simple thing, so everything depend on that. So assume he has
so
money.
assuming that they have the enough budget, so obviously we can have two databases which master slave concept, like we can configure the databases, one is the master, one is the slave. So if master is down, slave will be available, so that we can configure accordingly. And obviously the other one would be we can configure AWS to take backups, right? So in the instances like EC2, we can schedule the backup. So during the election time, I think that the application team will be continuously monitoring the system, and if they identify any of the concerns, we can go with those options which are available in AWS or which we can implement in our system.
Yeah, both in AWS and Azure, you can select geographical location, so it will not be loose, and they are guaranteed that 99.9 accuracy.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dhanuka. It's a good job.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So thank you very much, our panelists, for giving our students very valuable feedbacks on reshaping their project work. So with that, we can move on to the final present for the project parallel session. So this is Bhavani Gunaratna presenting e-voting system for university to manage small associations.
Good evening, everyone. So I am here to present my project, that is e-voting system for university to manage the small association. So let's start. So let's discuss about the overview of the system. Actually, I developed my project for our university of Sri Jayewardenepura. So we have different departments. Each of every department, we have different their own associations. As example, IT department have association called SZIT. And then apart from that, we have a lot of clubs like a sport club, gravel club, ISEC, Rotrack. There are a lot of clubs and societies there. So in annually, we select community members to manage the organization or the association activities. But the thing is, currently we don't have any systematic process for that. Currently we have we do in manual way. So it will lead a lot of problem. Such as people who stay out the polling area will not be able to cast their votes. And then the existing paper ballot system require a lot of paper materials and the human resources. The other one is the time consuming and high cost, and the accuracy of the voting process will not be at a considerable level when using a manual system, because one person can vote more than one time. And then if the count vote is manually, it will be lead human errors, therefore results also not accurate, and also there can be election fraud also can happen. So those are the problems. To address those problems, I developed a web-based e-voting system. So main objectives of my system are people can cast their votes anytime at anywhere, to ensure data accuracy results during the voting process, and to minimize time and cost during the voting process, and to provide the user-friendly and interactive interface and more accuracy result with the evidence. So let's talk about the functional requirements. So my system consists with 6 modules. I will explain all these modules when I do the demo part. Then the non-functional requirements. So I focus on the security requirement as well, because we need to restrict the student or the voters who have vote more than one time. And also if the poll is end, voters can't vote to that ballot. So there are some restrictions there. And also consider the reliability, usability, performance, and also the efficiency. Then move to the resource requirement. So you can see what are the hardware requirements in developer perspective and the user perspective. And then the software requirements in terms of development perspective and the user perspective. Then move to the system design. So you can see this is my PR diagram. And then this is the use case diagram. And let's talk about the system development. So for a backend part, I use the PHP, and for a frontend, to develop the frontend, I use the JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. And my database management system is MySQL, and I use Visual Studio Code as an IDE. And to develop interactive interface, I use the Bootstrap framework. So let's start the demo part. So this is my system. So you can see this is establish the user friendliness also. So I will explain voting process using SZIT association. So if we wanted to conduct ballot for our association, what we can do is we can request a ballot from the system admin. So then the system admin create a ballot on behalf of us. So we log in as the user, and then this is admin panel. So first, he can create organization for us. So I already created an organization called SZIT. So the department is Department of Business Information Technology. Some organization, it consists with all of department students, like sport club, it consists the all department. So when we add the organization, we can select the department, or we can view the all department. Then after create organization, we can create poll for that. So here also I already created poll for that. So the poll name is SZIT 220, and this is a start name and end date, start date and end date. So department is Business Information Technology. You can add the poll, select year, department and organization. You can add poll here. After create poll, what we can do is we can add the position for that. So there are here I added 3 positions, and then a system admin can register the candidates to a relevant ballot and to relevant ballot. Yeah. So here I already add candidates. So I will show you how we add candidate. We can select department information technology, and we can do the batch, email address, email ID, and this drop down shows what are the available poll currently, and we can give position. We can add image. So yeah, using this search, we can search easily. So we can use shows entries, and if there are more than 10, we can go to next part. Then admin can register the eligible voters for that. So I will add 1 voter. We can view department or departments. So this is auto-generate password, and we can give username, and I will give my email address and photograph. So I add. So after add voters, the system will be automatically send the relevant credential to relevant voter email account. So let me check my email. Yeah. So this is email. It consists the what is the ballot name and what is the end date and the username and the password. So by using this credential, voter can log into the system. So I will log out and show you what is the voting process. So we can give the username and we can log into the system. So this is a voting page. First, voter need to join for a particular ballot. So you can see there's a 2 ballot there, because sometimes there are 2 or more ballot held same time. So at that time, that particular voter may be a member of both of club. So at that time, his or her account shows what are the available eligible ballot related to her or related to voter. So then here SZIT is our organization. So I join this organization and I can go for a vote. So it's show the voter ballot name, and there are 2 positions, and here shows who are the candidates for that. So I can give my vote, and then I can submit my vote. So after submit my vote, I can log out my system. So if the voter go for ballot, and when he go for vote the same ballot, so it says like you have already voted for this poll. So one student, one voter can vote for only one time. I will log out and show the remaining part. So admin can get the results. So admin can simply go to the result page and select the poll, and so this is results. It shows the total vote count, and we can export to PDF, and we can download file. So this is a report module. We can get it as a PDF format. Then I will show you admin can add notice relevant to the particular poll. So I will go poll and select available poll. So we can highlight and do any formatting, and then we can add the notice as well. So these are the process relevant to the system admin and voter. So this is my system. And then let's move to the presentation. So the future work. In future, I add more security features and such as email verification, and hope to use password in encryption and decryption technique, and also provide more detailed reports to the system. So these are my future work, and then move to conclusion part. So I develop my system for my university. Currently, we have different associations, but to do the voting process, we don't have any systematic process for that. To address that problem, I developed my project, my system called web-based e-voting system. So this system mainly developed for our university. However, we can do customization according to the customer requirements, and provide efficiency voting system for business organizations as well, because a lot of business organizations they also have different organization, their own organization in their for their staff members. So we can get the requirement from them and customize the system, and we can give the effective product for the business organization also. In that part, we can earn also using this application. So I think as a IT department student, I can help to my association and the university to conduct our voting process in a smooth manner. So that's about my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, shall I start then? Okay, Bhavan, it's a good concept. And what is the current process in your university? Is it a manual or system based?
It's a manual based.
Manual. Okay. In the system, I saw that you are adding admin has the total power of adding the voters and those things. So so are you going to totally trust on the admin, right?
Actually, in our university, we have administration people, so we can hand it over that responsibility to one of them and do that. Yeah.
In
Not
that case,
any person involved in club or any association, the third party person who are working in university under administration.
okay. In your system, I saw you are adding student numbers, IDs, and etc. related to your identity. So, are there any APIs that you are using to validate them? I mean, those data is already in the system, I think. So, are you using any API endpoints or something to validate them? Or?
For the moment, no, but in future development, actually, we can do that. And also we can export using Excel export, we can add them at one time rather than adding them one by one. Yes. So that part related to future work.
So another thing is what kind of validations you are using throughout the system?
So in any student, they can't vote 2 times. So that validation there. And also if the ballot is end, then that ballot automatically the status will be shown as inactive. So at that time, student can't vote that. Apart from that, the password also come to relevant particular voters only. So at that time, that student can using that password and log into system and do their vote. So that kind of restrictions there. Yeah.
Yeah, one of your screen, I saw that when voter is going to vote for chairman and who's the other one? I think
president.
Yeah, president, 2 positions. So,
yeah.
What do you think? Accidentally, if I press same name twice, or I can remember that couldn't happen, right? So.
Yes, I put the radio button here, button there. So under position only we can choose one person.
Yes, so it's also validating, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then another one last question. The system when we are going when the election is ongoing, the system load is very high at one time.
Yeah.
So did you think about that? How to handle that when you are coding, or are you aware of such mechanisms or techniques when you are studying? I'm just asking if load is very heavy. Assume 11 o'clock, whole lot of people are accessing the system and they are trying to vote. So how that can be happen in the code? If you are not implemented, what kind of techniques that you can use? It's okay. I just ask like synchronous programming and threading and those things, depending on the way that you are using the frameworks and language, you can use the features that they have. And those are some critical things related to those kind of voting systems. Another thing is when you are telling, do we have some time? I don't know. Is it okay to?
You have time.
Okay. Another thing is you are saying that customizing this application for different organizations and become a general application. So, but so this is more specific for your university. All the departments are there.
Yeah.
Do you think whether it can customize to another organization easily?
No, so actually, my problem was to identify the problem in regarding my university and my department. To address that problem, I developed my project. But we do customization part based on the business organization requirement. But it's not easy. But we do that and do a lot of customization part, and we can improve process and we can install to that our system to other organizations as well. Yeah.
Okay. I asked that because when I read your documentation, my question was why you are not implement it as a general. But when I see your demonstration, I saw why you are saying like that. It's specific for your organization, the university. But again, you are telling that it is you are planning to customize that. Think it is not easy. It's like implementing total separate system. I think Hiruna know more about the product. The customization things in his organization. What are you hearing?
Yeah, maybe I can start from where you stopped, Suranga. So, I mean, let's say, I mean, I just touch on the same context. Now, let's say, your system is really good and, your professors at Jayewardenepura University are really happy with the system. And, a lecturer from Moratuwa who has seen the system was really interested. So he reaches out to you and say like, look, Bhavan, I'll just, pay you, 2 million rupees and can you just, develop the same system to us? Can you explain the things that you need to do technically to cater that? I mean, what comes on top of your head? Like, you don't need to go into each and every detail, but let's say you have your system, you know your system in and out. Now you need to change it to, facilitate to Moratuwa University. So what are the changes that you need to do? Can you explain few?
Don't think about your existing system. So you think what you can do in the future. I think that's what Hiruna asked.
Yeah.
Concept-wise and what you have learned.
So first we need to gather the requirement and identify the process and the student and the faculty and all those things. Then customized part by identifying those requirements and also improve the password encryption and try to secure the data more, and also time wise if there are rush happen when the most of people doing voting at same time. So at that time you mentioned like we do some technical framework to do that process smooth way. So we can do that part as well. So yeah, based on the requirement and how we can improve more, we can do that at that time.
Just one last question now. Let's say the guy from University of Moratuwa says like, the system that you have, the function that you have is exactly what we want. So I don't need any changes. I just want it to be used in Moratuwa University. What are the changes that you need to do now in your solution?
So
can you reuse your code as it is and then just apply it in Moratuwa University? If not, what are the changes?
First, I need to remove my admin, our admin authority. Then separate system admin account for Moratuwa University and do some technical configuration part. Yeah.
So when you say some, can you explain few, one or two?
Server and host configuration part and DB configuration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's more than enough. Yeah, good job, Bhavan. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so with that final presentation, we have come to the conclusion of the project presentation evaluation breakout room. And I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our evaluators who joined with us today, Mr. Suranga Gunawardena and Mr. Hiruna Disanayaka. So thank you very much for joining with us within a very short notice without any hesitation. You were very supportive to us during the entire evaluation process. I think all our presenters also got a very good feedback and comments from the panel of evaluators today, which will help them to reshape their future work. So once again, thank you very much, sir. So until we return back to the main session, since we have some time spared, we would like to open the session for the evaluators and the audience to give us some general comment regarding the project work done by our students. I think we have about 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you.
I can start if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, these are just general comments, not specifically for a particular student or maybe a particular project. I mean, generally, like now I mean, as evaluators, we have gone through your documentation. So what we expect from a demonstration like this is not the content that you have written in the documentation. Rather, we are more interested on looking at the system, the solution that you have provided, and to maybe interactively see what's happening in the system. So I think it's good if you focus a little bit more on the content, which you have not included in your documentation, because it's already there and probably they have gone through it anyway. So that's just one general comment. And also, I mean, in general, I think all of you have done a really good job. So you have spent some time on the solution that you have developed. So that's really good. And one important factor when it comes to doing a presentation is actually, I mean, you need to show, like, when you write your documentation, when you write your code, you show that you have some kind of knowledge on some technology or maybe some concept. But then, when you do a demonstration or a presentation, you should be able to prove that you have the skill, like, how can you map your, knowledge into a real practical solution. So in that case, like, maybe it's really important to have a kind of interactive session where, probably you just go through your system, just show it, and then, maybe the audience should be able to, ask you to do certain things, and, you should be able to do those things and, show. I think that's how it should be done, I mean, in general. So then, it will be a more fruitful session, and also you will get more insight, and also maybe, like, for example, Suranga was asking about some validation from, for example, like, maybe, if it would have been really good, like, we could see some validations, like, you would do something wrong and then you get a pop-up message or maybe a warning message saying that you can't do that. So then it makes more practical sense as well. So just some, few thoughts from my end. Suranga, maybe to you or someone else.
Yeah, as general, I also like to say, I agree first with Hiruna, and as I earlier also explained, don't add, it's better not to add a lot of detailed graphs and those things in the presentations, and present what you have done. If it is research and development, it may be a very small concept, but present it in various aspects. So that is what we expect to see, not to see the diagrams and those things. We are not drilling into the database diagrams because we have those, we know those from industry, we know those things. But your concepts are very valuable, and how you think about the concept and how you try to improve that. That is the main things that myself focus on that. Another thing is don't specific to just to an technology that I can see some of them talk into. I am using this, that is why that happens. Use the concept, know the concept, then technology doesn't matter. So because in your future, if you are in the development track or the QA track, even the BA and PM also, technical stuffs are changing, the tools and methods you are using is changing. So but the concept almost same, but they are also evolving. So keep those in mind and learn the concept very well and apply that into your project, and know what you present and the implementation. So this screen maps here, this is done, and this is done how, likewise. So keep the mapping, and since you are, most of them are individual projects, we know person himself or herself implementing that. So he or she needs to have a good understanding what she or he has implemented. That's what I said, like that. Yeah, that's all I also need to say. And good job, guys. Well done. And I think if we have time, and if the student needs to know something about from us, it's okay to ask anything right now about the industry or whatever the thing that you want to know. If you know, we can answer.
And also, even like, when you were doing your projects, if you have come across challenges, if you have any questions around those things, just ask. Probably we might not have all the answers, but probably we might be able to help out as well.
So I think that's a great opportunity for our students also. So students, if you have any questions or concerns, you can raise them now to our panel.
You can ask anything. It doesn't matter related to the technical. You can ask about your career, because since this is information technology, you are going out and you have to do a job. You have to find a job. You have to select your career. Anything you can ask.
Hi, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, Avindi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not from this panel, I just joined. So I'm actually interested in front-end development. So I just wanted to know, I'm actually still learning about it. I just want to know if you can give me some advice on how to become a good front-end engineer, and if it's actually a good career option instead of going for like a full stack developer or someone like that. What do you think about that career area, and any advice about that?
Shall I take this, Siruna?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Savindi, right?
Yeah.
So as you are thinking as a front-end developer,
Yeah.
think that it is every day it's changing. Okay. Throughout my career, we started with JavaScript, then jQuery, then Angular, React, Vue. Now those are the emerging technologies. But previously it was not there, and even the Angular, it's changing from version 1 to 2. Yeah, there are some projects we have to convert from 1 to 2. It's a total rewriting. It's like this front end, as I said earlier, concept remains almost same, but the implementation is different from one front end development environment to another. So you have to keep learning, even though you are a front end developer or a full stack engineer. But in Sri Lankan context, I would recommend you to be a full stack engineer rather than become a front end engineer, because in Sri Lanka, it's a very less job opportunities for specific front end developers. If you need to go to the front end development specifically, you have to have a thorough understanding. Like if we consider JavaScript, you have to know how you implement design patterns in JavaScript. That is the level of front end engineers, if you are taking you as a total front-end engineer. But if you are a full stack engineer in Sri Lanka, you might have a lot of opportunities. But in if you are planning to go to another country, in some country, Europe as well as Singapore, there are a lot of opportunities for the specific front-end developers. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Even I was having that doubt because there were like relatively low opportunities for front-end engineers, but so that's why I was like hesitant to choose that career path specifically in the future. So,
yes, I am saying that don't stick only to the front-end development. That is a part of the project. And as an example, if you are going into the real-world scenarios in Sri Lanka, most of the time you are working in agile teams, and you are working from top to the bottom in the project. So you might not have a specific front-end code only developer. You might need to integrate some APIs, another server-side methods, and you have to change those according to your methods, and you have to customize them. Likewise, I think better to go with the full stack engineering side. Anyway, when you are getting into the track, and if you have gained some experience, you see what are the other opportunities in the organizations. There are different roles. I think Hiruna can explain more about that. So if you are willing to do other roles than your development, you can select, but start as a full stack engineer if you prefer development.
Savindi, just by listening into your question, are you familiar with things like UX designers, interaction designers? Are you familiar with those kind of roles as well, or you are not familiar?
yeah, I'm like, I haven't actually like learned a lot about it, but I'm interested in that area. So I just took up a few courses about UX and stuff and learned about it. I haven't got the chance to apply it in practice.
Okay, because your question sounded like probably you have a passion on interaction design or maybe UX design. So that's why I asked that question. So I think I totally agree with Suranga as well, but I do have a slightly different opinion now. Let's say if you have a passion on some particular area, I would say you should go for that passion rather than just looking at the opportunities. Like, I mean, if you have been listening to the keynote, I mean, he was talking about the job and the career. Like, I mean, if you are passionate about something, if you are skilled on something, you need to look at a career, not a job. So that's one thing that I would say that's how I look at things. So maybe like, since even though you asked the question about front-end development, probably your passion, probably your skill is more towards interaction design or maybe UX design. So if that is the case, just try to see whether that's really your passion. If that is so, probably you will have a bright career on that area as well. It doesn't really matter. If you have the skill and if you have the passion, I think you can just go for it as well. Just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I also would like to add something, since Hiruna mentioned about UX and UI side. We have UX developers who are specifically done only that one. Okay.
Yeah.
That is how specific they are. When we are getting UI from them, we don't have to think anything. We have to just put that button in that font in that position. That is how customer want that some systems needs to be implemented. So you can see now my opinion and Hiruna's are a little bit different. So you have to analyze and you have to decide.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any more questions from our students to the panelists today? I think that's all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, we have come to a conclusion of the parallel session for the project presentations. And once again, our heartfelt gratitude goes to Mr. Suranga Gunawardene and Mr. Hiruna Disanayake. Thank you very much for joining with us for this evaluation process. I hope that the evaluation marks have been completed by now, sir.
Yeah, it's done.
Right. Thank you very much. Now you can go to the main session. You have to click on the leave room button. Please make sure you do not leave the meeting. Just click on the leave room button. Then in a short while you'll be returned to the main session, where we will be announcing the best poster, the best extended abstract, and the best project presentation for the day. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the panelists, presenters, and guests who are joining with us today. This is the parallel session 2 of the project presentations. First of all, let me introduce our panel of judges. Mr. Vajira Somaratna, Manager, Project at Zenith Business Solutions. Mr. Danushka Senadira, Software Architect at Calci Technologies. They are here with us today. We highly appreciate your presence and thank you for joining with us with your busy schedules. Before commencing the presentations, I will highlight some of the instructions you should know. All the presenters are given 15 minutes to do their presentations. We have already collected their recorded presentations. For today's sessions, we are planning to play these videos as the presentation. After the video is played, each presenter will be given 5 minutes for the question and answer session. Also, there is a kind reminder for our panelists. Please make sure that insert your evaluation marks during the respective presentations, because all the mark sheets will be disabled after the presentation is over. And please remain in this breakout room until this session is over. And I think all clear and we can proceed with our presentations. I congratulate all the presenters and let's proceed with the presentation. As the first presentation, I would like to call upon Poshini Sivaruban and Chaturi Delrukshi with the project title Online Seat Reservation System for Train Passengers. Over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This presentation is going to be on the project Online Seat Reservation System for Train Passengers. This project team includes 2 members, including myself, Poshini Sivaruban, and my co-project team member, Chatri Delroshi. Now, let's go and check into the content of the presentation in detail. First, I will be providing you a high-level overview of the process, and then we'll be checking on the challenges faced by the existing users in the manual system. And if a computerized system is going to be rebuilt, what could be the business requirements is the discussion that happened on the third part of the presentation. And then we'll have a quick walkthrough on the system that is developed. And then what are the future enhancements and the benefits expected from the system will be the last discussion. Now let's get into the presentation. Technology has seen many developments and transformation within the past few decades in Sri Lanka. Being one of the most important services in Sri Lanka, transportation sector, especially Sri Lankan Railways Department, is still facing some inefficiencies in providing its services and managing supply and demand. The Railways Department is operating 396 trains all over Sri Lanka, and around 3.72 million passengers approximately are using these services, let it be intercity or long travel journeys. The Railways Department has also provided a website with all the necessary details such as train schedules and ticket fare prices. In addition, the passengers are also enabled with a mobile ticket reservation system through Dialog and Mobiter service provided to make it more convenient. Yet, the passengers are still facing some challenges. Let's go in detail and check each one of them one by one. The ticket reservation for a train schedule is open 30 days before the train traveling. But yet, within 2 to 3 hours of it being open, all the reservations get filled and all the seats get booked. So let it be a mobile reservation, or even if the passenger is physically visiting the railway station, the passenger should make sure within the first 2 to 3 hours the reservations happen. Just waiting in long queues for a long time is not going to guarantee a reservation will be done for sure. And also, the faster the reservation happen, the more the cancellation also happen. So when a cancellation happens, the Railways Department has also make sure a refunding is given to the passenger, and also these cancelled seats are not reallocated accordingly. Among the passengers, 75% of them are warrant passengers. Yet they go through a complicated system for their reservation process, where they have to submit a lot of documents, and these documents go through a lot of people for approval. The differently able passengers are not provided with any special facilities in terms of reservation, as in they are not provided with any special seats allocated for them, or in terms of physically visiting also or doing a mobile reservation, they are still dependent on someone to do the reservation for them. Same as passengers, even the employees of Railways Department are facing some issues. They don't have a proper documentation system which maintains all the travel records and train schedule details. For example, sometimes during festival period or vacation period, the demand for train traveling could be very high. Though during those periods, the facilities, the train travel facilities and the number of trains are increased, these decisions are made based on experience and assumption, not through properly documented data. And also there is a risk of tickets being resold, which is illegal. The Railways Department is losing a lot of profit and revenue mainly due to 3 reasons. First one, the risk of tickets being resold, which results in a lot of loss of revenue. And also when tickets are being cancelled and the Railways Department has to also provide a refunding. to passengers, which is again a loss of money. And also these cancelled tickets are not reallocated to people who are in need of train travel, which is a loss of revenue to the department. In order to minimize all these challenges, we have come up with a solution to build a computerized system for Railways Department. So to the computer, these are the business requirements that would be for the computerized system. So a user account should be created based on the type. And so if it's a passenger, a different user account. For admin people, different user account. And for passengers also, based on their type, normal or warrant passenger, it will be differentiated. The passenger should also be able to enter the relevant destination they want to travel and draft the schedules. The passenger will be enabled with the facility to reserve their booking, confirm it through payment. Same will be there for warrant passengers, but warrant passengers have to submit the relevant documents to reserve. And both passengers will be enabled with the cancellations accordingly. Also, admin account people will be provided with relevant functionalities where they will have to add train schedule, etc. And also the management team will be provided with the facility to view reports to make any decision. In terms of functional requirements, a database connection will be provided where all the passenger information and train schedule information will be stored. Relevant authentication will be provided based on the user type, passenger, and admin. In terms of authorization level, for admin, there won't be much, not for passengers, but for admin, there will be many. Where some admin will be provided with only with the function to register train and add train schedule, some to approve warrant documents, and some to view reports. And also passengers should be enabled with a secure platform to do their payments. And as a proof for payment, an electronic ticket will also be provided. The system will also be enabled with relevant notification to be sent to passengers when any changes happen in train schedules or cancellation of any train schedule. Now let's have a quick walkthrough over the computerized system that has been developed. So this is the online train reservation system we have developed. So when a passenger visits the system, first they have to create an account. So they enter the name, NIC number, email address, and contact number details are also being taken to provide them necessary notification when any train schedules are amended or in cancellation of any train schedule. So after entering the relevant details, the passenger creates a user account by giving a password and register themselves. So after registering, the user can log into the system by entering their username and password, which is the NIC number, the username and password, and log into the system. Now the user is entering the relevant destination to which she is expecting to travel with the date and trying to draft the schedule. When the schedule appears, the user can select the relevant schedule and do the reservation. So here, if you see, all the user details such as user ID, the destinations are displayed. Now the user just have to enter the number of seats, amount, and do the reservation. Once the user saves and confirm, the user reservation will be displayed like this. So after that, in order to confirm the reservation, the user have to do the payment. So user will be entering the data and the cardholder details to do the payment. After doing the payment, a system notification like this will be displayed. So in the same way, the user can also cancel the reservation by going to cancel reservation option. So if you see, the reservation is already confirmed. User just have to click on the cancel button. And after loading, the relevant reservation will be removed from the system. So just as a normal passenger, the warrant passenger can also go through this, will have to go through the same process in doing reservation. The only difference is the reservation is confirmed only when they submit the relevant documents that are necessary to do the reservation. So now let's see how the user interface of an employee of Railways Department will look like. So now here, an admin user is entering the username and password to log into the system. In an instance where a password is wrong, this kind of a notification, error notification will be displayed by the system. So this how admin user interface will look. Relevant dashboards are given. First, let's see how an employee can register a train. So the employee is entering the relevant details such as train number, the name of the train, what are the facilities enabled, first class, second class, number of seats and all. And the user will save the relevant train. After saving it, when you go and run the dashboard, the recent train that has been registered to the system will be displayed. In the same way, the user can add train schedule also. So here, in order to add a train schedule, the user will enter the schedule ID and the destination to which the train will be traveling to. Then that is, so here if you see the departure location, departure time, arrival location, arrival time, everything will be fed into the system with the relevant details, platform, train number and everything. So here when you enter the train number and train name, you should make sure that whatever the train number and train name given for a train schedule is already registered in the system. Otherwise, it won't be possible to add a train schedule for a train that is not registered. So apart from that, the first class, second class facilities, price details, date, everything is entered, and then the train schedule is saved. So after saving the train schedule, when you go and run a dashboard of schedule details, you can see the recent schedule that has been entered in this way. So that is a short walkthrough about the online train reservation system for passengers and employees. Now let's go into the next slide. So these are the future enhancements as a project team which we are expecting to make on the train reservation system. So first thing is to improve reservation facilities. The passengers will be given a special preference to choose the seat they want to travel in. So just like in cinema halls, they will be led to choose the seat they want. So this facility has been specially enabled considering differently abled people so that they can choose a seat they want, maybe near the entrance or exit or near washrooms. And also in an instance where a passenger in an instance where a train schedule is fully reserved and the passenger has a must need to travel to that train schedule, and as it's fully reserved, he can't travel. So in an instance, the customer can put a preference and keep. So where by any chance any seat is cancelled, any reserved seat is cancelled for that particular train schedule, this particular passenger will be notified in priority. And also to improve security, a digitally signed electronic ticket will be enabled, as I told you before, to eliminate the risk of tickets being resolved. And also to improve the communication system, email and SMS notification will be provided. As the passenger's email address and contact number is being taken, this is possible. And also to improve data analysis, separate dashboards and view reports facilities will be provided. So now if you see, as it's a computerized system and with the help of database, all records will be documented, starting from train schedules, passenger information, cancellation, reservation, payments, everything will be stored in the system. So therefore, all the necessary details to make any decision can be taken from the system. So therefore, finally, what are the returns that the users are getting from this system? Maximum utilization of resources. As all see now here, according to this system, no seats are going to go vacant in a train travel. And with seats being allocated, reallocated, and by minimizing the risk of tickets being resold, the department can earn more revenue. And by achieving maximum utilization of resources, more revenues, and effective communication system, obviously the system efficiency will be improved. And with all data being documented and maintained in a computerized system, decision making is definitely going to be improved. So that's all about the presentation. Hope you all enjoyed it. And if you have any questions, you can raise them now. Thank you. Have a nice day.
So now I would like to open up this session for Q&A. So Mr. Danushka and Mr. Vajira, over to you.
Okay, so at the beginning, I just want to share like you have done a good kind of a problem analysis thing. So that's super great. So I think you have been into the depth and you have analyzed what it is. So in the technology wise, the implementation wise, what are the identified challenges when you plan for this kind of a solution? Like because if we take this kind of a national initiative, so what kind of technological barriers you would expect in the implementation level?
Yes, thank you, sir. Thanks for your acknowledgement on our presentation. So first of all, what I would say is in terms of barriers, when we develop a system and when we put into implementation, first of all, we should test and see. So sometimes when people reserve tickets for their seats and all, they might just put test reservations, but they won't go for a confirmation. So there we can't actually see whether how many people are using this system in a proactive way, giving 100% 100% involvement in the system. Sometimes they won't go for a confirmation as soon as they reserve a ticket, and sometimes they go for more cancellations. And in terms of that, getting more data from the system might get difficult, and also implementing it in stages wise. So first of all, we should create a system and we should get a sample of people, test it with them and see. So we should give them the whole experience of reserving and then doing a confirmation through payment platforms, canceling everything. And also when you come to payment platforms, we see a challenge in making it more secured system, because now if the problem is they have to do payments through their cards. So in that case, their card information, account numbers, everything has to go through a secured system. So making it more secured and protecting it from hacking and all will be a challenge. And for that, we might have to go for more testing and like maybe white hacking and all, we might have to go for it. And in addition, I would say, yeah, those are the problems I would see in terms of implementing.
Okay, so I think from my side, that's a good answer coming from undergraduates like you. That's great. So Danushka, you can continue.
Yeah. So I had same sort of a question when I went through the document and all that and the presentation. The thing is, there are a lot of systems that we implement, but in terms of usability, do you think this system will be like user friendly, and does it like address the actual sort of a problem? Is it?
Yes, sir. So what I would say is with this system now, with the future enhancements we are planning to do, now the first problem what I saw is within the first 2 to 3 hours, they have to do the booking. Like the demand is high for our train seats. So now if we have an online reservation system, what people can do is like as soon as a travel has been open for bookings, they can quickly log into the system and do the bookings. If they already have an account, they can quickly do the bookings and go ahead. And also if there is a cancellation and all, like let's say now a booking is cancelled, and now we are also providing a facility where they can add preference and keep. So if a booking is cancelled, they'll be notified because we are taking their contact details and all, contact number, email and all. So even if a booking is cancelled and they have ad preference, means we'll give them prioritized notice. Like, okay, so this booking has been cancelled. So if you are still interested, you can go for this booking. And also we are planning to give them a view of how the seats are going to be in the train. So like in cinema halls and all, usually the viewers, the customers get to see the seats, how, like what kind of a seat they want, how they can choose and all. So this also we are providing. So maybe in terms of differently able people and even normal customers, it will be easy for them to choose the seat they want. So, and with the email notifications, SMS notification we are planning to give, I think it will be more effective and an efficient system for rail reservation, for seat reservation. That is
okay.
the solution.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hope you guys could implement it, actually implement it.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone. If you don't have any other questions, it's time for you panelists. So I will give some time for you to add your evaluation marks to the shared sheets. Please do it right now. So after that, we can proceed with our next presentation.
Yeah, I'm already done.
Okay. So what about Mr. Vajra?
Yeah, done. You can go.
Okay, then we can move on to our next presentation. The next presentation title will be Patient History Management System. Please welcome our second presenter, Sayani Halambarachige. Over to you, Sayani.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My system today is called the Patient History Management System, and I am Sayani Halambarachige from the Department of Information Technology, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. For the Patient History Management System, I have selected the organization, the Family Medical Center, which is situated in the Gampaha district in Miriswatha of Gampaha. The stakeholders attached to the system are as follows. There are 2 doctors, the receptionist, pharmacists, and laboratory assistants. The problem statement is mainly based on the fact that the current system does not properly carry out the patient's history-related details in treating them, so that the doctors have faced various hardships in gathering patient-related details, which has created accuracy issues while over-consuming the time. Accordingly, the system addresses the following areas: saving of resources, especially the time resource, which is considered as the main area addressed, along with increasing the accuracy level, which is considered as the other area addressed by the system. Accordingly, for the system, following are the resources required for the client and the developer. So, we are moving to the system analysis component of the patient history management system. Accordingly, these are the tasks carried out by the system: registering patients, which is mainly done by the receptionist; recording visit details, personal details, medical and treatment details of patients done by various stakeholders attached to the system, including the doctors and the receptionist; important details such as medicine in the pharmacy, the availability mainly; recording and generating prescriptions, mainly done by the doctors; proceeding with the issue of medicine and reports from the pharmacy and laboratory, done by the pharmacists and the laboratory assistants, and maybe in certain situations by the receptionist; updating patient history details; receiving and managing feedback. So when generating the system, several requirements were identified, which are divided as functional, non-functional, and database requirements, which can be seen as follows. The patient history management system consists of several main modules, including the search module, channeling, appointment, patient, users, medicine, and medical reports module. System design is another main area considered when developing the patient history management system. This is the database design of the system, which is described using an ER diagram. The process design will be explained using the two diagrams, activity diagram and the UML use case diagram. The activity diagram for the patient history management system is as follows. This is the UML use case diagram for the patient history management system, which will explain the process design along with the activity diagram shown before. System development is another important component when developing the patient history management system. Being a web-based system, these are the programming languages used for the development of the patient history management system. They are HTML, CSS, under that Bootstrap framework, JavaScript, and PHP. AngularJS is one of the main frameworks used in developing the patient history management system, while MySQL being the database and Notepad++ being the integrated development environment for the system. When it comes to database development, following are the tables considered in the database of the patient history management system developed using MySQL. Channeling, channeling report, channel medicine, employee, employee type, medicine, patient allergies, patients, and report. The next slides would explain the database tables in a more detailed manner. Testing and evaluation is another very important area considered when developing the patient history management system. Unit testing done using JUnit testing, user acceptance testing done using the Selenium tool, and system testing done to ensure that the entire system after the user acceptance testing matches the requirements of the user, which is very difficultly done for the system, considering the resource barriers are the three types of testing used in the testing of the system. Conclusion and future work is also very important in the development of the patient history management system. Saving of time, increasing of accuracy, and better security than before are the three main achievements of developing the patient history management system that the Family Medical Center can achieve. The Family Medical Center can gather the following benefits through the use of the patient history management system, namely efficient collection and recording of patient-related details, better accuracy in terms of patient's treatment history details, saves the time taken to examine one patient, thereby increasing the number of patients that they can examine a day, facilitates the ease of sharing of data and information within the parties of the medical center and providing better security to patient data and information to maintain the privacy of patients and their health conditions. Like any other system, the patient history management system also has limitations. These limitations include the system does not provide the ability for patients to book their appointments on their own, and the system limits interactions between the doctor and patients, which would have an impact on their relationship, which will in turn have some impact over the organization. So this is the system for the family medical center. So I'm logging into the system by typing my username and password and clicking on the button login. So I'm first going to the users section. Here I have created several users. So to search any user of the system, here we can type any name or we can enter numbers here so that the particular user will be generated. So to create a new user, I'm clicking the button create new. First of all, I'll explain the user types. So these are the user types: doctor, receptionist, pharmacist, and laboratory assistant. So I'm going to create a receptionist here. Name, contact number, email, password, confirm password, and save. So the newly created user is recorded here in the system. So I'm moving to the next section, patients. Here, this is the database of the patients in the system. So accordingly, the patients are given a patient number. So I'll create a new patient here. So here, as you see, patient number is an auto-generated number. So I'm adding the patient name, date of birth, contact number, sorry, it should be a number, email, NIC, I'm going to put no, and I'm clicking the button save. So here the newly created patient is added here, and this number is generated here for the patient. Like if we want to edit a patient's details, we can click on the button edit and do the necessary modifications. Here I am modifying the patient's contact number and clicking on save. If we search any patient here, we can type either few characters of the name or numbers so that we can get the patient easily. It's a filtering option here. Channeling is the next area. So if when the doctor wants to examine a patient, he can, if there's very large number of patients, again we can use the filter option by typing J. So we are examining this patient. So these details are automatically generated: the doctor, the channeling number, patient number, and the name. So I'm typing a description here. So I'll be typing this description. So the allergies section here, I can type any allergy relevant for the patient. So I'm adding food allergy, and by clicking on add allergy, this allergy is added. And by clicking on remove allergy button, this allergy can be removed. For medical reports, here I have added few medical reports. So again, I'm going to add one. So here the available medical reports in the medical center are given here. So I'm going to add this report by clicking on the button add report, and I'm going to remove one report to show how the report can be removed. By clicking on the button remove report, the report can be removed. In the patient medicine section, again the medicine available in the medical center are given here. So I'm going to add one medicine with the quantity. Here I can manually enter, or I can change the numbers as such by using the arrows, and then add medicine, so that the particular medicine will be added. So if I want to remove any medicine, I can click on the button remove medicine, so that it will be removed. Next section is pharmacy. Pharmacy has the details of the patients with their channeling numbers, the dates, and the doctor. So by clicking on, again there's the filtering option here. So I'm going to filter this by the doctor. So, and I'm going to select one patient here, and clicking on medicine. Here the patient has got all delivered. To show how the pharmacist marks it, I'll show this. So when it comes to vitamin C, the quantity is 10. So if the pharmacist has delivered the entire quantity, delivered here, and save. Next is laboratory. Again the same areas as patient. For example, the change is reports. By clicking on reports, we can identify the reports delivered to the patient. Once reports are delivered, we can click on the checkbox and save. Payments. Under payments, now we are going to make a payment for this patient. Doctor's fee, we have to add the fees manually. 2000. Total cost of medicine would be 300. Total cost of reports would be 0. And by clicking on calculate total, the total will be calculated, and by clicking on save, it will be saved for this patient. Medicine. This will show this is the date. This can be considered as the as an area which shows the quantity available when it comes to medicine. Sorry, it shows the ID and the medicine available of the organization. Medical reports. It shows the report ID and the name of the reports that can be seen in the organization. Patients. So these are the patients which are in the organization. By clicking on the button print, we can print a detailed sheet of these patients, and we can search patients again. It's a filtering option there. Channeling. So these show a history of channeling. So here it has the channeling number, the name, the date, the doctor channeled with the fees charged from the patient. So this is the system for the family medical center. So I'm logging into the system.
Thank you. So now we can go for the Q&A session. Mr. Vajira and Mr. Tanishka, over to you. I think Saini is available.
Tanushka, you can start.
So is she there? I think
this is
she dropped.
Excuse me, sir. This is Saini. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we just hear.
Sir, there's a problem. I am unable to start the video camera. It says fail to start video camera.
I can hear you, but I can barely hear you.
Yes, Saini. Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
The thing is now my video, so my video camera, there's a problem. It says cannot start the video. It failed to start video camera. Please select another video camera in settings. It says. Can you give me a few minutes?
So have you finished? Yeah, have you finished your presentation, or is there anything else?
So yes, I have finished, but when recording, sorry, when recording the presentation, due to technical issues, I was unable to add the final part. For the final slide, it says thank you, so I was unable to do a proper conclusion. So if you can give me a few minutes, I can do something for the camera. Can you give me 1 or 2 minutes for that?
Radhika?
Okay, Saini, I will try to fix it out. While you're fixing it out, you can give your conclusion. Right? You mentioned that you are unable to add the conclusion in your presentation. So you can give the conclusion, and then we can open the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so according to my presentation, I hope you got a better idea of what my system is. It's mainly related to patient history management. That's the function's name. So it's the system is mainly for medical center. That's why I used all 2 colors for the system, and it doesn't have much artwork. So I'm hoping to develop it by joining another stakeholder, which is patients, so that the organization would be moving to a next level by making patients place their own appointments on their own rather than contacting a second party from the patient's side called the receptionist or called the receptionist. So that's what I'm hoping to do when it comes to the system for as further development. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. So I have to set up the camera for the Q&A, I guess.
Okay, it won't be a problem, Saini.
I guess yeah, I guess if you don't have anything else to present, then there won't be a necessity of your camera. So yeah, Saini, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, there are a lot of people developing this kind of patient management systems and things like that for the academic work. This is something more common, I think, when it comes to academic people. One of the common things that they choose to develop is a patient management system. So, I mean, like from apart from all of the other things, other patient management systems available, what are the different things that you can provide from this system? What are the go-to factors for your system?
Accordingly, sir, there are many, according to you, it's a very true fact. Even I have seen other patient history management systems, especially when it comes to hospital level. I have seen one, and that's for a government hospital. So it's a very large system. It's like you can't implement it to a small organization or even for a medium-sized one. It's solely for large organizations, according to what I saw. So my system is aiming at the small scale medical centers, such as those centers that you call dispensaries. So I'm aiming centers, and this is very useful when it comes to dispensaries and small medical centers, especially in rural areas, or even because patients, they can't remember everything. As people, we are not able to remember everything, and we are not able to say everything from the day that we were born, the sicknesses, the allergies, and the medicine that we have taken. So I think this would be very easy for a small center for people who are unable to go to a hospital or for people who don't prefer to go to hospitals. And that's why I developed this system. I aimed a medium scale or small scale center, and the organization that I have selected is also it was a small scale medical center, and now it has slightly grown up. They have changed places, so they moved out of being a small scale center. So I think that's why my system is quite different from the ones, most of the ones that are in the market, because they are mainly aiming large organizations such as large hospitals, private or government. They are for the large organizations as I see. That's my system is about a small medical center supporting the doctors and the other parties working there so that they can work in collaboration to provide better patient care for the patients.
Okay. So, do you think this system would be more profitable if it is a centralized system rather than a standalone system?
I think if it is centralized, it would be
Centralized in the sense that, say, your system is like has multiple tenants or multiple dispensaries, sort of thing, that they will be, managed in a centralized way, so that the patient information will be shared among different medical centers.
I think it's centralized would be better than standalone, because like if according to you, centralized is like connecting medical centers, right? Sir?
Yeah.
So like if
kind of, yeah. Yes.
Definitely, like if now I'm living in Ragam and now I'm going on a trip to another place in Sri Lanka. For example, if I go to down south to Gaul, and the area is connected with this system. So like from if I get sick and I go to medical center, and if that doctor can get my details from this doctor that I'm visiting to on a regular basis, that would be much easier for them to treat. Like I think that a centralized system would be better when it comes to patients, and they will gradually go to those medical centers rather than going to those that have standalones. That is my view.
Mm-hmm. So what are the reports in your system, Simon?
Reports in the sense?
No, I mean, like, do you generate any reports based on the information that you collect, patient information and stuff like that?
Sir, it only the doctors have access to all details now. Currently does not generate such details, so that the doctor will be able to type the patient's channeling number or the patient or the patient number, and he or she can view it. So currently no reports have been generated. Only the doctor can see the entire history from the start, like start of the visit to the medical center till now.
Okay. Over to you, Ajay.
Okay, so from my side, there are two questions I have noted. So the first thing is, now this is a health related system, right? So
yes,
for the health related systems, normally there are some global best practices and standards are also. So when you are doing this development or research, the background problem analysis, have you gone through any the legal aspect of this solution with respect to Sri Lanka and even with respect to globally?
So when it comes to legal aspect, mainly it is connected to the security of patients' information health related. Here I have given different access levels for different users. For example, the doctor has access to all information of the patient. starting from the illnesses, the allergies, the medicine taken, to the person and identification details. If I am a receptionist and I am logging into the system, I don't have access to patients' health conditions, health details, the medicine taken, or laboratory details. I don't have access. I only have access to personal identification information of the patient. So, as a pharmacist, if I log in, still the pharmacist has access to the part where he or she has to do, that is when it relates to medicine, and for the laboratory assistants, the laboratory reports that they take. So when it comes to medicine, medical industry, this is one of the main aspects considered under the legal side, that is privacy. So I have made the privacy aspect given prominence to it by adding different levels, user levels for each user in the system, for each stakeholder. So like if they log in into the system by their email address and password, they can only access the areas that they have access to. Like the pharmacist can't access pharmacists, receptionists, and the laboratory assistants, they can't access the doctor's area. Or even if I join the patients, they can't access, if I am a patient, I can't access another patient's health conditions.
Okay, Shiny, like from the system-wise control is clear. Is there any from the backend side, data security level, is there anything special you have considered with respect to any, have you gone through any global standards regarding health systems or anything?
So not very thoroughly.
It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to check
Aspects,
your
that's
compliance or anything.
yes.
Okay. So the last question, when it comes to usability.
Alexa?
Sir?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So when it comes to usability, whether doctors are ready to take this kind of a solution, because now in here your proposed solution, doctor have to log into the system and do the prescribe through the system, right? So
Yes, sir.
have you checked that whether doctors are ready to do it, and have you observed any feedback from doctors?
Yes, sir. I contacted few around the area of this medical center. There are about 4 to 5 doctors around this area, and those who are working in the medical center itself. So, like 75%, if I can say, from those doctors, and I contacted few from the hospital which has a computerized system, and yet they have said that at the first implementation, few of them have found very difficulties, because not the very young staff
Okay, clear.
have found difficulties, but now they are very happy with the system because it is very easy for them, and they say that it has saved their money going out for paper and the printing of letterheads. They have to print letterheads for prescriptions, and they are saving money. So and it has been very easy to save patients' details, so that they are very happy with the system. Only problem is with the typing. That typing is not very fast, not as a programmer. So all typing.
Okay, right. So anyway, your solution, I'm much like this because it's a practical solution. So, and it's a working solution. And as you explained, I feel like you have already started to deploying that one. So wishing you all the best to deploy it and experience the actual user feedbacks, and then it will be very helpful for your future career also, like get the real feeling of users. So good done. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And sorry for not having the video camera on for the presentation, for the Q&A.
Okay, Savindra, thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Again, dear panelists, it's time for you to update the marks. Could you please update the marks?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm also done.
Okay. Okay, then we can move on to the next presentation. Now I would like to call upon Savindra Jayewardenepura to present her project title, order management and e-commerce system for a medium-scale shoe business. Over to you, Savindi.
Hello everyone, my name is Savindi Vaduge, and my application development project was an order management and e-commerce system for a medium-scale shoe business. To give an introduction about the project, as you can see, it's a shoe business, and they are based mainly on social media like Facebook and Instagram. And basically what they do is they showcase their products on social media, and customers can inquire about those products. They can talk to the customer care assistants, which NERA has employed, and then they can talk to them and they can ask about things, and they can place an order through them, and the customer care assistants simply just actually they communicate all the orders at the end of the day to the factory warehouse where those people deliver the orders to the customers. So around 2 to 3 weeks of time span is taken for this process due to this tedious and task where customers are continuously asking questions and the orders are placed at the end of the day. So it's taking a bit of time for the sale to happen. So NERA currently has more than 30,000 followers and more than 10,000 followers on their Facebook account. And due to their great quality and increasing popularity due to celebrity endorsements and things like that, NERA is growing in demand, and it's making it a challenge to cater to all customer inquiries promptly, which has led to a major delay in sales and also occasional customer complaints. So this is a picture of a customer repetitively asking for availability and for the price. So the problem identification was done in 3 perspectives accordingly. In the employee's perspective, it actually takes quite a lot of time for them, and it's very tedious, and it could cause a lot loss of sales, which is one of the main issues that NERA is facing. In the customer's perspective, it is very inconvenient for them due to the low response rate, and they could lose interest. And if there are delays in delivery, there might be customers who are reluctant to keep messaging, and they could be busy. And in general, it's quite less accurate. The data the order numbers, order and sales numbers may be less accurate, and it is quite time consuming, and the efficiency is very low, and the cost of employing customer sales assistants keep rising because of the increase in demand. Sorry. So the functional and non-functional requirements are displayed here. So in general, there should be a simple registration and login, and they should have the registered users are given the option to have a wish list where they can decide to purchase, maybe add them to the cart and purchase them later. And they should be able to add items to a shopping cart, and should be able to place online orders. Either guests or registered users should be able to use this system. And employees should be able to simply register and log in. So their main requirement was to have an order management system. So orders should be able to be managed, and user management is also included, and product management. And non-functional requirements are as performance, usability, reliability, security, correctness, and maintainability. So this is the ER diagram of the system. This is mainly used to build the database of the system. Yes, these are the main tables that I have identified. When taking the interface design into consideration, a color palette was developed based on the client's inputs and also based on the target audience. So this is a picture of the landing page of the site. And to develop the system, certain technologies and the programming languages were used. So mainly the languages were PHP, SQL, JavaScript, and CSS. Talking about security and the user experience, when taking security into consideration, certain data validation and security methods were used. For example, POST was used as it is the most suitable HTTP method to communicate sensitive data to and from the application and the database. And form validations were used. So it was made a requirement for users to include the information required for in the form, and trimmed values and strip slashes are two methods used in PHP to validate form data. So these methods are used. And also password encryption was used to encrypt the passwords and store in the database, and also user sessions were used to temporarily store the user's data. When taking the user experience into consideration, Bootstrap is a very famous and widely used framework. So to improve the responsiveness of the website, Bootstrap was used, and also it gives a better look to the website. And Ajax was used. Ajax is basically it's a technique where it's actually a powerful tool, more like it's used to update parts of the UI or user interface without reloading the existing web pages, and you can send and retrieve data from the server without asynchronously. They can send and retrieve data asynchronously and update. So features like update wish list item quantity, and also updating items after deleting them. Those kinds of features were made possible because of the use of Ajax. Let's go for a small demonstration. Due to the time constraint, I will explain the very main features. So this is the guest view of the system, so they can have a good look at the categories available, and they can simply place orders, add items to the cart, and they can simply check out. So here in this checkout form, their details are not filled. So if they if a user wants to log in, let's just go to sign up first. So if a user wants to sign up first, let's just put some dummy data for now. And we sign up. Oh, okay. So this username is already taken. So this is a validation that I have put here. So since the username is already there, let's just sign in. Sorry. just sign in with that. Yeah, okay, we are good to go, and they can simply add items to the cart, and since this user has already has this item in the cart, I get the message saying that this item is already in the cart. Just add a new one, and item added to cart. Okay, so they can either continue shopping, or also they can add items to the wish list. So you can see that the wish list is getting, this number gets updated in real time, and so they can simply, this is a wish list, this is the cart. If they want, they can simply click this button and get it sent to the cart. So these are different combinations, that's why they are, it looks, even if it looks like the same item, it's not. It's like black and size 6, gold and size 5, like that. So they can delete the items that they have added. If they want, they can clear the cart. Let's just go to the checkout and gives a summary of everything. And since the user has already registered in the system, everything is displayed. But to get an additional confirmation, they want the I have included the option, I have included it to be mandatory for users to enter the delivery address again. So the user must select the country first before they select these two. So the user must select a district first before they select the city. So these are the available districts where Nira is delivering to. And once they select the district, all the list of cities get displayed. And for now, only cash on delivery is available. So once you place the order, they get a unique ID where they can use as a reference number to get the updates about the order. Yes, those are the basic things about that, and the customer's view. So if you go to the admin view, this is the dashboard, and this is the main feature that they wanted. So they can basically just search data and just ignore these names. These are just dummy data. Yeah, so they can, these are the orders, and they can check what are the products under each order by clicking here, and they can get an idea about the products. And so since this is used by both customer care assistant and also the manager in the factory, they can simply update the status here. So if they have delivered the product, they can update the status here, and it gets updated automatically. And they can manage customers and users. So if they want to check what are the orders that have been put by a customer in one view, they can just go to this and they can check. Can delete if they want. And if they can also manage employees. So this is a view of employees. They can also they are able to add employees, and they are able to edit employees. They are able to delete the employees. So I'm not going to go into every single feature because of the time. Yeah, so these are the products. So if they want to edit the products, they can do so here. They can add new combinations of size, color, and shoes here. They can edit it here also. And so those are the products. These are the categories. So if they want to change the name of the category, they can just change it here itself. They can delete, they can add. They can do the same to the sizes also, and to the colors. Yeah, so those are the important features of admin panel. So let's get back to the presentation for the final part. When talking about future improvements, we can definitely go for a mobile application, and we can have the online payment option as well. And maybe to improve the customer service, we can include a chatbot, and maybe the admin dashboard could be improved with better analytical predictions and better graphs. Yes, so those are the future improvements. Yes, so thank you for listening to this presentation.
Okay, thank you, Savindri, for your presentation. And I'm really sorry for the background noise. Yeah, so I would like to open up this session for the Q&A. Mr. Danushka and Mr. Vajiran, over to you.
Okay, so I'll start from my side then. Teams, it's a good presentation and a good project. So what I have seen is like in this project, you have gone through the full cycle of the product what you have done. That's a good point what I have noticed. However, I just wanted to ask one thing regarding the problem analysis side, right? So this solution is purely a new shopping cart system, right? At the moment, that businesses customer base is around Facebook, right? So have you analyzed or have you thought about whether you could bring all these people from Facebook to this custom website? Or have you analyzed any other alternative solutions where you can do rather than going for a specific that kind of a custom website?
Yeah, actually, like the first main requirement they had was to have this website sort of a thing, just e-commerce system. Then only I just added the order management system because it's easier for them to check the status of the orders and things like that. I didn't specifically do a research on like the best solution as to if it should be a mobile application or a website. I just, for the first phase, I just went for a web application.
Okay, it's okay. So anyway, because at this moment now these e-commerce solutions are moving again back to social media, and now the chatbots and chatbot based ordering solutions are coming back, but that backend is really required, right? So it's okay. Now the second question from my side is, again, when it comes to shopping cart system, so I think there are so many off-the-shelf shopping cart solutions, even open source solutions. Rather than taking such kind of a solution, what are the key reasons, or what are the advantages your system have rather than using a existing shopping cart solution? There are so many solutions in the market or out there.
Yeah, like there could be things like Shopify and things like that. True, but maybe if I can say, maybe it's so much easier to customize the system when you're doing it from scratch. Maybe then I can include their specific small build an application from scratch. And also maybe there's this order management system that they specifically needed because there were so many orders and they wanted to manage the orders, maybe including that with the e-commerce system. I think that was made possible because of the system. Maybe that could be why they didn't go for a off-the-shelf system.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Mr. Danushka, you can continue.
Thank you.
I also had the same question. Vajira, the second question you asked, since there are a lot of off-the-shelf system, why would someone go for this system? So I don't know. I think you have given an answer saying that they are like using this for their order management or something like that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So that yeah. So that was the same question I had. Yeah, you have done quite a good implementation compared to many systems that people do for their academic things. So this is developed with PHP, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, that's it, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Savindi. If there are no any questions, we can take few seconds and we can update our mark sheets. Dear panelists, it's time for you to update our mark sheet.
Completed.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
done.
Okay, then our final presenter for the day is Shashini Amasha. So she will be presenting the project titled Business to Business Social Media Platform. So I will call upon Shashini Amasha to do her presentation.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Shashini Amasha. So I'm here to present my final project presentation. My final project is B2B social media platform. So when we talk about small businesses are the grassroots of a certain economy. So as Sri Lanka is a developing country, small businesses plays a vital role for the development of the country. And as there are many young entrepreneurs who are more convenient with digital platform for their day-to-day business work will be very important for them. So when we talk about social media platforms which are existing right now in the world, there are several social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, likewise. So basically, those platforms are for individuals and to target customers as for the businesses. So when we talk about e-commerce website, there are several e-commerce websites existing, but few are mentioned in this slide. So e-commerce websites, we can do business activities, sell online, do promotions, and so on. And some of the e-commerce websites are IndiaMart, Alibaba, B2B.lk, Omentra.lk, Kapluka.lk, Wow.lk, likewise. So B2B.lk is a business-to-business e-commerce website. So my proposed system is different from e-commerce website and a typical social media platform. So my proposed system is a social media platform, but it is for small businesses to communicate with another small business. So in this platform, small business owners can sign up in their accounts and publish their business information. They can make friends, post news about the businesses, and read other posts and comment for them. So for the product functions, there are two user modules, admin module and user module. In the user module, there are few functions like create user account, login, log out to user account, publish posts, become friends with each other, view others' profiles, comment for other posts, likewise. And for the admin module, sign into admin account, log into administration account, delete post of other users, likewise. So for the non-functional requirement, there are performance requirements, security requirement, and software quality attributes. For the performance requirement, there we can get speed and ability to handle large volume of data and many number of users, likewise. And for the security requirement, we can get only authorized users can access to the system and require users a unique username and password. As for software quality attributes, ability to function without critical failures under normal conditions, backup for database are available, easy to modify features, user friendly, easy to use, likewise. So this is the use case diagram I drew. There are 2 actors and few tasks. So yes. So this is the ER diagram. So there are 5 tables in my database. So this is the high level picture of my ER diagram. And the activity diagram, here's my activity diagram. User can sign up if he is not a user, or if he is a user, he can log in and view home page and do several tasks like go to profile, add friends, remove friends, publish posts, likewise. After doing all the things, he can log out. So for the programming language, I use PHP, and for further development, I use HTML and CSS. And my database, I use MySQL to develop my database. And for the IDE, I use Visual Studio Code. After developing my system, I tested my system using different scenarios like user login, user registration, insert posts, insert comments, add a friend, likewise. So those scenarios all were passed. So as for the achievements, I can say I could develop a accurate, effective web application, and this application is secure because unauthorized users can't access to the system. And for the development, in every step I could be able to use the theoretical and practical knowledge which I gained through the degree program. So the benefits of my project is like this application provide as a communication method for SME owners with their partners and competitors and substitutes. And this application acts as a learning tool for SMEs to refer other strategies and marketing methods. So as there were some limited resources and also time constraint, I couldn't complete the messaging module and auction module. So for the enhancement, we can add action module, messaging module, and furthermore, we can add share in the GPS location, connect to other social media platforms likewise. So thank you for listening my presentation. So let's go to the demonstration. So this is the application which I developed. So user can sign up by filling this form, and after that user can use their username and password to log in. So this is the home page. So there are several posts that are displaying, and here we can go to the profile. So we can see that my profile, company name, my company name, and the location which it is located, and the started date and the friends count. So the post that I posted, we can see here. And also we can create a new post using this form and upload a picture. So after that, it will go to my profile and the home page, and my friends can see. And I can add friends using this function, and also I can see the list of my friends. So this is the friend that I made right now. So I can log out after doing all the things. So this is the user flow. So for the admin flow, admin can sign up and log in. So he can see all the posts that all the users have posted. He can view, and he can simply delete a post which is irrelevant or something complainant. Likewise, he can delete the posts. So after doing that, he can log out. So this is my system. So I hope you got something from my presentation and the demo. And thank you for listening me, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Shashini, for your presentation. So I would like to open up this session for the Q&A. Mr. Vajira and Mr. Dhanushka, over to you.
Yeah, so Sashini, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Sashini, yeah. So you have developed another sort of social media platform. So why do you think someone should come to your system instead of using a Facebook group?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Why should someone come to your system instead of using a Facebook group?
Yes, instead of using a Facebook group, we can put the notifications and put the posts using my system, and others can view the competitors' posts, or let's take if I am a shoemaker, I want some rubber. So I can simply put a post, I want a rubber. So it is like a combination of all the SMEs instead of limiting to a separate industry. It is an open SME platform. So everyone can see the other SMEs posts, and also the news about them. So instead of a group, I think this is more clear, and it has act as a social media platform also. And I hope to add the messaging module, so it can be very easy to use, just like a Facebook is with the individuals and also the businesses. The Facebook consists, but this is only SMEs. So with that, I think SMEs can easy to use rather than Facebook.
Okay. Yeah. Over to you, Vajra.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to clarify my small thing. Now in this platform, whether are you planning to attract customers also, or
no,
you are planning?
No, it's with small business to small business. It is a platform only for small businesses. So small businesses can log into the system and put their posts, and another small business can view and comment for them, and after implementing the messaging module, they can contact with each other and do some transactions also.
Do some transaction mean
let's take I'm a shoemaker, some other, I want some rubber. So I can put a post, I need a rubber, or a rubber producer can post there, I have more rubber for that price. You can call me likewise. So they can do their business through my
that whatever the raw materials and all they can get through this platform, right?
Yes, and also they can post their new opening warehouse, like the news and the interesting stuff using my system.
Okay, so actually from my side also, Danushka, the one question what I had is like why we can't get this one through Facebook groups. So I just wanted to know during your problem analysis end. So what are the findings you had that currently facing by Sri Lankan SMEs which is not supported through a Facebook group? What are your findings?
Like it's Facebook group, it's like a it's the Facebook platform. I thought like it's a combination of individuals and businesses. So I wanted to create another platform like LinkedIn. We have the platform for professionals. Likewise, I thought like making a new platform for small businesses.
Okay, great. I think I'm clear because you have put the same answer to Danushka as well. Now, the final question is like, now this is going to be a new platform, right? So then we have seen this similar kind of platforms. So many platforms has been introduced, and later it is getting not usable. The main factor is the platform is unable to attract users, right? So for this platform, what is the plan in your side to attract people in, like to attract users in?
Yes, I mentioned in the future enhancements, I hope to connect my platform to the social media. So by using social media, they can also log to my system by promoting through many social media. I hope to give the attention to my system.
I'm clear on the answers, but anyway, I told like that was my final question. This is not related to this Q&A kind of thing, but at the moment, do you have any plan to implement this for the Sri Lankan SME sector? Whether you have done any discussions with such set of organizations?
Not yet.
Yeah. Just giving an idea, like there is an organization like SED who are like currently building bridges between that is small size entrepreneurs. They are making groups in this divisional secretariat level kind of level. So this would be a good platform for them. There may be so many improvements, but this would be a good start for them. So anyway, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi. So with that, we have come to an end. So thank you so much for being here, and most importantly, for giving your time and making your presence here, Mr. Danushka and Mr. Vajira. So thank you very much. I'm thanking you again. So since this session is over, if you are interested, you can join another research panel. That means they are still going on. If you are interested, you can leave this meeting and rejoin for that sessions. And also, once all the parallel sessions are over, please join with the main session again, because we will be announcing winners there. Okay. And again, I would like to thank Mr. Vajira and Mr. Danushka for being here. And thank you so much, Mr. Vajira and Mr. Danushka. Thank you, everyone, presenters and guests who are there Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Hi all, good evening. I think all of you can hear me well.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. So I warmly welcome all the panelists, academic staff members, presenters, and other attendees to the panel 3 of project presentations. First of all, I'll introduce the distinguished panelists of the panel. Today we have Mr. Nilendra Saratchandra, Senior Software Developer at Herbalife Nutrition, Malaysia, and Mr. Vatsala Karunatilaka, Software Engineer at Virtusa. Thank you, Mr. Nilendra and Mr. Vatsala, for your valuable contribution. Before commencing the presentations, I'll announce the guidelines again. All the presenters are given 15 minutes for their presentations, but we have already collected the presentation recordings from the presenters due to possible technical interruptions that may occur during the live presentations. So first, we'll play their recorded presentations, and then we'll start the question and answering session. Each presenter will be given 5 minutes for the Q&A session. I kindly request the panelists to finish the evaluations as soon as a presentation is over, since all the mark sheets will be disabled after the presentations are over. And one small request for everyone, please stay in the breakout room until this session is over. Now I think all the guidelines are clear. Students, do you need any clarifications? Are these guidelines clear to you?
Yes, madam.
Okay, good. Thank you. So congratulate all the presenters. Now we'll start the presentations. As the first presentation today, we have a group project titled Health Information Management System by Pavitra Vijayasinghe and Sandhu Nishan Tilakaratne. Ms. Dilinika, can you please play their recording?
Good evening all. We are here to present our group project Health Information Management System, which called MyHIMS. I am Pavitra Vijayasinghe. Let's move on to the introduction part and let's start with the brief overview of the organization. Here we are dealing with health information of a person. Since the health information does not exist in only one organization, this system caters whole society. Let's see what are the challenges of conventional health data management technologies. First one is misdiagnosis and missing data. 44,000 to 98,000 preventable deaths occur each year due to medical errors, and most of them are happened in order to misdiagnosis due to missing data. Second one is, so there is a need to maintain health data in a central location. Second one is accessibility, and third one is data availability. By addressing those issues, there are many health information recording systems in current, including hospital management system and health apps, which are listed in here. But by looking those current systems, still there are issues, and we came up recognizing 3 main issues. First one is health information are maintained by one party. These systems are only for one health institute. Most of the government hospitals still use paper-based recordings. So in this project, we decided to address these issues by developing our system called MyHIMS, where we can maintain our health-related information in one database. Let's move on to the system analysis part. When we were doing system analysis, we used formal interviews and observations. We did the requirement analysis in 3 ways: business requirement, functional and non-functional requirement. Here are the functional requirement and non-functional requirement. Under functional requirement, register individuals and doctors, manage health information such as prescription details, medical report details, and so on. Maintain checkup details and generate and view reports. Under non-functional requirement, performance, security, and software quality requirements were there. Let's move on to the system design part. In system design phase, we use 4+1 model view of architecture to model the requirement. There are 3 modules and the functions. I'm not going to list those in here. It will be covered in demo part. Let's move on to the system development. For the database development, we use MySQL server, MySQL, and for the interface development, we use VS Code. So to connect these two, we used WAM server. And we did testing and evaluation. And here is the conclusion and future works. There are, apart from the web application, here are some other main deliverables of the system: customers user guide video, doctors user guide video, and technical report. And here are some future enhancement: extend the system for pharmacies, enhancement of report generating process, developing a mobile app, generate monthly health report, add more security enhancement features, connect with smart devices, and so on. Let's move on to the project demo.
Let's move on to the demonstration part of Health Information Management System. This is web application called MyHIMS. Here you can manage your health information with more secure. This will provide error-free diagnosis process and instant accessibility. So this is basic landing page of MyHIMS. Here we have Tarindu. He wants to manage his health information for the future needs. So what he can do? He can use MyHIMS web.00webhostapp.com, and by providing these basic information, he can register for the web application. Here, Tarindu need to add personal information, emergency information, and health information. If Tarindu add all information in here, then doctors can get decision based on these added information. Otherwise, Tarindu can skip this process also. Now, Tarindu have been added all personal information, emergency information, and health information successfully. Now, he can redirect to his profile in here. Now, Tarindu can see all personal information, health information, emergency information in his profile page. If he want to change his data, he can free to do it in here. In this profile page, Tarindu can do more things. Let's assume Tarindu very concerned about his blood pressure. Then under the other information tab, he can calculate his blood pressure in here. If he want to change date and time, he can change date and time in here, and want to add SP value and DP value. Then automatically calculate his blood pressure status. Then he can save it. After that, he can see all the past entered data in here. Tarindu can see it in table view and chart view, and if he want to download it, he can download it also. Likewise, Tarindu can maintain a lot of features in here. For example, he can maintain his PMI calculation and sugar level information also. In here, he want to add height and weight, it's automatically calculate BMI value. Then he want to add only this information, it's again calculate the sugar level automatically. Then he can see past data in table view, chart view, and if he want to download and see that feature also in here. Other than that, he can maintain information about his medical reports by adding cost of the report and report name. Then end of the month or year, he can see what kind of amount he spent for the reports. Likewise, next feature is he can make pill reminder by providing date and time with a message. Next one is add meetup information. In here, let's assume Tarindu went to meet a doctor to get medicine, but doctor doesn't register for this system. But however, Tarindu needs to add all information for this system. So he can do it himself in here by providing doctor name and disease's name and medicine duration, and he can save in here. Other than that, if Tarindu need to add prescription, he can add it in here. Next one is checkup information. Under the checkup information, first one is doctor records. We don't have doctor records up to now, but we have the self-record history. This medicine is active status now. After these 2 days, it's become a deactive status automatically. And Tarindu want to see prescription, he can see it in here. And if he want to download it, he can download it in here. And the next one is a message with your doctor. If Tarindu want to send something to his doctor, he can attach this file it in here and want to choose your doctor in here and make a message and save. Then Tarindu can see it in his outbox, this message like this. That's all about user module side. Now I'm going to log out from this profile. Next one is doctor module. In here we have Kasun. Kasun based on more issues when the diagnosis process, like no necessary information in patient side and not received right information in right time, and Kasun is not like to do more paperwork. So Kasun can make a request in here for this application. Kasun want to fill all these information with providing SLMC registration number. Now Kasun fill all information by providing this SLMC registration number, and he going to submit this information. After submitting this application successfully, if this request approved, then Kasun can get that from a message. After submitting that doctor request, then this application have person called officer. So officer can see that all request in his side, and then officer can list in here the pending list and approved list and reject list also there. So then basically, so officer can see this information, and based on this doctor ID number, he can check using this website, this government website. By providing this ID number in here, officer can check all details is correct or not. Then officer can decide approve or reject this application. Now I am going to approve this Kasun request like this. It's successfully approved. Now we can see it in here as a approved doctor. So now I am going to log out in here. After the approved that Kasun's request, then Kasun can receive a message. Now your account is activated. So then Kasun can log in here by using his credentials. Right, this is the interface of this Kasun's page. Basically here he can edit his profile again, but limited features in here. He can't edit everything in here, and he can see his information like this. And next, assume Kasun is in his medical center. Then Tarindu came to visit Dr. Kasun, and so these two people are already registered to this application. So then Kasun need to see all the information related to Tarindu. So first of all, Kasun need to put Tarindu's NIC number in here and send OTP to the Tarindu. Successfully sent that OTP, and Tarindu received that OTP. And Tarindu need to give that OTP to the Dr. Kasun, and he can put that OTP in here and submit. Then Dr. Kasun can see all information about Tarindu. like personal information and health information, emergency information and BMI information and sugar level information and blood pressure information likewise. Other than that, he can check active medicine also. They don't have any doctor records up to now, and they have the self record in here. Now, Dr. Kasun going to write medicine to the patient called Taredu. So they have two options. Dr. Kasun can add it as a text, or otherwise he can attach this prescription as an image. So first option, we go like this. He can add diseases in here and drug name and dosage, then usage per day, and he want to add some more medicine if they have, or otherwise Kasun can add medicine for days and any related reports and any special notes. And also if Dr. Kasun want to get this printout, he can get printout also in here. And how I'm going to save this is successfully added. Now you can see they have the doctor entered data, it's appear in here. Another option is Dr. Kasun can add prescription it in here and enter number of days of the medicine and save. So successfully add this part also. Then we can check all information added in here, all doctor entered data and all doctor upload prescriptions also we can see in here, and self entered data and self upload prescription also we can see in here. All details can see doctor and can get right decision. So other than that, in here users can login this system by using social login in here. In first time he or she want to give NIC number and continue. They can basically access this information page in here. Like this. And this application is responsive for the all tablet and the mobile view also. So this is end of our demonstration, and thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Sandun and Pavitra. Now we'll start the live Q&A session. Sandun and Pavitra, are you available now?
Yes, madam.
Okay, good. So Mr. Nilendra and Mr. Vatsala, you can start the Q&A session.
Okay, so first of all, it's a very nice presentation and very nice work you have done. So yeah, I'm very impressed with the work you have done. So I have a couple of questions actually. So what is the SMS gateway you have used for this one, for the OTP registrations?
Yes, actually, we use BISSS. It's actually the Sri Lankan company. We want to add get for that API, and we want to provide our credentials with message to that API. Then that's the process of that API configuration and OTP configuration.
All right. So how about the cost of the the OTP and all?
It's actually there are
Hello, Sandun.
If someone has an ID of a doctor, how do you like from the system? How do you like? I know you have an officer who is validating from the website. So how do you prevent that?
Yeah, actually, in that process, we want to actually we get that doctor ID and go to that side, the government side, and we can put that ID number and get see all information that doctor. But we not limit that part. We not need to limit that part because someone can tell another person details and can register on the system. So that prevent that issue. This officer want to get a video chat, and then there should be any other process to guide that guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Then they can only approve that.
All right. For that, I'll give a small suggestion. All right. So what you can do is you can have the doctor. You can ask the doctor to take a picture with his ID like this, something like this. So imagine the ID is like this phone, and you can ask them to take a picture like this, so that we can identify both the ID and in the ID they have a picture on it. So like that you can identify. You don't need to go to the like a process like that. I mean, yeah, it's just a suggestion. Anyway, I'm actually really impressed with that, and I see in the presentation there's a Fitbit thing, right? In the UI. So is it like working right now, or is it? You mentioned it in the future enhancement, but I'm just asking whether it's working now, or how does it?
No, actually, we try to call that their API, but I not get its reality. So that's we not improve that part.
All right, perfect. All right, okay. Before like moving on to WhatsApp, I have few suggestions, right? So in here, there's no like place I haven't seen. So any place to upload your scans or something, right? So imagine you have a MRI scan or any X-ray have taken. So that are the critical part. So those are the things I think you should consider about. And one more thing, so is there any way that the doctor can refer this patient to someone else? So is there any feature like that?
Can you explain a little bit about?
All right. So in normal practical scenarios, so when you go to a doctor, so let's say you have an scan or something, so doctor will be referring to a specialist. All right, so a consultant or someone like that, because of his lack of knowledge, he thinks that he will give a sheet with saying that normally patients. So this is what we are talking about, patient who has a history. So normally in general clinics, government clinic, they have a book. So in that book, if they are referring to a doctor, they will say, doctor, these values, medical reports, they will say, doctor, these values are not good. Please refer this. Likewise, they will refer another consultant doctor. So it's, I think it also a point you should, if the enhancement, so you should consider. And also I've seen like for insurance, you can add claims for the insurance, so that directly from the system, the insurance claims can be, insurance companies can get this information and all, so that the user don't have to go to insurance provider likewise. So yeah, overall it's a good work. I'm really impressed with your work. So yeah,
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, Vatsal, if you have any question, can.
Yeah, so actually you guys done actually really good work here. So actually I'm and Nirendra both are actually from IT department actually. So actually 10 years ago we also done the same things like you. So because I know the so two things we are facing issues when getting this kind of project and other things because we also face those things. So and my first question is, so did you use any frameworks for this to to build this app?
Actually, for the development, we not use any frameworks. It is actually backend also PHP, and for the CSS, we use the Bootstrap framework. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think the because it's good that you have experience on the framework, so you can use Code Igniter,
Yeah.
or there are some PHP other leveler or something. There are a lot of frameworks are there, so it's good if you have exposure in. So then if you
Yeah.
are doing something, so you guys should use those things, no? So
Yeah.
yeah,
And
Actually, sir, that time
yeah,
we
yeah.
not that time we not allowed to use any frameworks in department. That's why we use not use that in framework.
Okay, okay,
We'll,
okay.
we'll
Okay.
noted about that. And okay, with
Really?
Vatsala's
Okay.
question, so
Yeah.
I do have another question. So do you have
So
any patterns used in this one? Any software development patterns in the coding level?
No, actually, we not mostly important that about.
Okay,
Got it.
so okay, so yeah, if you good, you can use because you learn those patterns, and it's good if you can use the frameworks, but thing is
Yeah.
so it's a criteria, no? So anyway, so my next question is, this is a health information management system. So I saw there are reports, and I saw there are some uh, what, heart rate or blood pressure, like reports. So when it comes to that health system, so you guys, I think so, use some colors. So use some threshold value. So if your heart rate is higher, so you can
Alright.
show the reports in red,
Yes.
and because then easily grab, so patients so easily know, so the, now the threshold is high, so he is in danger. So if it is
Yeah.
critical, so another
So
color.
then the
So
doctor
yeah,
will get a notification for the
Patients.
about the patient and all. So
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, with the limited of time, we know that you can do everything, but we are really impressed. That's
Yeah,
why we
yeah,
are
yeah,
like we are
actually
talking
we are
about
giving
this.
suggestions actually while asking questions. So another thing is that OTP. So your doctor going to log into his account, and if he needs to get information from of a patient, so he need to add ID or the find
Yes.
that patient's
Patient.
account, and put NIC and get the OTP
OTP.
from patient.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then
Is
it
it
will
not
send
just
to it will send to patient's mobile. Am I right?
yeah?
Yes.
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 It's
Oh,
yes.
okay.
It
I think
prevent an unauthorized access to the patient account because the details are inside there are really sensitive
yeah,
details.
yeah,
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 is
yeah.
it not the
That's that.
first time like when I'm registering as a patient? So is it not the first time I'm getting the OTP? Like imagine a situation like this is normally what will happen. So when we have a constant relationship with the doctor, so when first time it's okay to have OTP, but let's say I'm messaging my doctor, doctor, I have this with the report, and I will I will message him. So
Yes.
in that scenario, doctor will go there in the system and see his history, and he will message me, okay, whatever. So, like in this scenario, if it is not from the first time, after the first time also, every time if it is like OTP, then I guess there will be a problem, right?
Now, another thing is that I think that should be, I mean, that permission should have to give by patient. So I think it's something a link, some link, or it should approved by patient's account or something like that. And also I feel about that, I miss about that scenario because doctors are not searching patients actually. So if you need a doctor, I mean, if you are consulting a doctor, you should give authorized to check your reports. Okay, then I think it should pass to patient side. So because so you are the things, the scenario, the real scenario. So doctor checking, doctor finding a patient. Okay, patient and put that and that NIC number and that OTP sent to the patient. So doctor need to call the patient at that time and get the OTP from on by the call. Did you?
Yeah. Otherwise, if patient is in front of he can request that OTP also.
Yeah, that can be. So yeah, that I think it feels like it feels to me like that it's not a, it's a good scenario. So
For the
so
registration, I agree,
yeah.
but not every time. Like it will be a
So
headache.
since yeah, so I think you have to think about that scenario again because we are searching doctors. Doctors are not normally searching
And
patients. So
yeah, okay.
yeah.
One other question. So how do you make the download report part? Did you use any kind of what do you call it, plugin or something to download the report? How do you like? What's the engineering part? How do you do it?
Yeah, actually, we use for the download that the like we call download fee. Yeah, that's for the support for the PHP part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, download fee. That's like that. Yeah.
It's like a library, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Cool.
Okay, so and that I saw the that when you're using that forms also you can change the colors of the buttons. So I saw that actually. So I mean, so if it is a very interactive application, so then so it submit and cancel both buttons in same color. So actually we are giving
Yes.
license for those are
And
the
Yeah, we went for same theme, same color theme, so we didn't
yeah,
think
now you
about that.
can go with the same color theme, but the submit button and cancel button should have to easily identified by the user. So
So,
that's
and the other thing
another.
is, I saw is like when you got the success magic, it's like, wow, that's not good. So,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, these are minor things. I'm like, overall, we are very happy, but these are like minor
Yeah,
things.
yeah. You done a great performance. Very impressive. But because we are saying these issues we found in the app and the because for your improvement, so you can. So that's why. So maybe it's a minor thing, but will significantly have impact on the project. So yeah. So then
Yeah, I think, yeah,
any
that's
other
it from my
question?
side. No questions, and maybe we can go to, I don't know, what's Tamali, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nilen and Mr. Vatsala, for
Thank
your
you.
valuable
Thank
comments.
you. Thank you.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you, Sandhana and Pavitra, for your interesting presentation. Now we'll move ahead with the next presenter. Next, we have Varuna Lakmal with the project title Student Complaint and Support System. Ms. Tirinika, can you please play the recording?
Well, the title of my project is Student Complaint and Support System. Content of my presentation is Introduction, Stakeholders, Usefulness, Novelty of Project, System Analysis, Problem Identification, Functional Requirements, Non-Functional Requirements, Identification of Module, System Design, Selected Technologies, Use Case Diagram, Activity Diagram, Class Diagram, ER Diagram, Overview of Modules Design, System Development, Programming Languages, Database Management System, Integrated Development Environment, Overall Experience and Conclusion, Suggestions for Future Work. When it comes to introduction, I selected as my organization our University of Sri Jayewardenepura. Since there are more than 12,000 students studying, more students has resulted in more problems that they need to get answers and support. At present, there is a manual process of making student complaints and getting support from mentors. The main objective of this system is to automate the current manual process of making student complaints and getting support from mentors. These are the stakeholders of my project: students, mentors, administrators, student welfare center, employees. The usefulness of my project is, first one is students don't need to go to relevant places and meet relevant persons in person. Other useful features are security of data, protection of identity, time saving, user friendliness, reducing of paperwork, etc. When it comes to novelty of project, there is no automated system to make complaints and discuss problems with mentors. There is a manual process of making complaints and get support from mentors. The system will automate the student complaint and support system and will provide a solution for identified problems. The system is an innovative product since there is no any other web-based system available for students to make complaints and get support from mentors. System analysis is provides a complete overview of student complaint and support system. When it comes to user requirement gathering, interviewing students and using operation method for employees in the welfare center, I use this method to gather the user requirements. The purpose of the system is to automate the current manual process into a web-based system. Users are students, administrators, and mentors. When it comes to problem identification, there is no any system to make the complaints and get support from mentor to a system. Instead of that, student must go to relevant places in person and communicate through word of mouth about their complaints with welfare center and problems with mentor. If a student has a personal problem, he or she will not go to meet a mentor to tell his or her problems because of the fear of exposing their identity. And other factors are time consuming, more paperwork, and finally, the solution for this problem is to systemize the current manual process into web-based system. Functional requirement. Login and logout are common requirement for both student, administrators, and mentors. When it comes to student, there are student involved in two systems. First one is complaint system and second one is support system. Under complaint system, student has to choose category of problem, make complaint, submit complaint, view complaint, update, delete complaint, and check progress. Under student support system, select a mentor and start, continue, and end the conversation. When it comes to administrators, they can view complaint, inform student about the actions taken to solve the problem and progress, and update complaint status. The mentor has only one activity, that is start, continue, and end conversation. When it comes to non-functional requirement, there are a few factors. First one is performance requirement. The client system is designed to be operated through Windows operating system. Thus, no additional system requirement exists beyond those requirements to run Windows operating system. When it comes to safety requirement, if any damage happens to the system, the data will be lost. To avoid that, I plan to use external storage device to store data from database periodically. When it comes to security requirement, the data of the system will be secured because usernames and passwords are required to access to the database. This security is not in the current process. When it comes to software quality attributes, there are three factors. First one is user friendliness. The system is easy to use and saves a lot of time of the student. Maintainability. This system will be maintained by CITS, Center of IT Services of the University. Reusability. The system will be designed in a way that allows the database to be reused regularly for any number of functions. These are the modules in my system: user management module, student complaint module, student support system module. When it comes to system design can be defined as steps of defining parts of this student complaint and support system. It is the process of describing, developing, and designing systems or software that fulfill the specific wants and requirements of a business or an organization. These are the selected technologies: HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, MySQL, PHP, JavaScript, Ajax, and jQuery. This is the use case diagram. This use case diagram shows relationship between use cases and users in which the user is involved. This is the activity diagram. This diagram explains the system from the perspective of the student. This is the class diagram. Class diagram describes the structure of a system by showing system classes, the attribute, operations, and the relationship among objects. This is CR diagram. This shows the structure of the database. The system has 9 entities. They are user, student, admin, mentor, admin complaint, chat message, login details, and the complaint. Overview of modules design. There are 3 modules as I mentioned earlier: user management module, student complaint system module, student support system module. Under user management module, there are create and login student account, create and login admin account, create and login to mentor account. Under student complaint system, student choose the category of problem, student submit the complaint, student view, update, delete the complaint, admin review the complaint and update the status. Finally, student support system module. Select a mentor, chat between student and mentor. When it comes to system development can be recognized as a step-by-step process of defining, designing, and implementing of a new system, software application, or new program. Programming language, database management system, integrated development environment will be discussed under system development. When it comes to programming languages, I use 3 programming languages. First one is HTML as the standard markup language for creating web page. Then PHP as the scripting language. Then SQL to access and manipulate database. When it comes to database management system, I use PHP MyAdmin as the administration tool for database. And also I use MySQL database to store relevant data that were gathered from the system. When it comes to IDEs, I use mainly 2 IDEs. First one is Adobe Dreamweaver and second one is Visual Studio Code. Overall experience and conclusion. Firstly, I had to find an organization to develop a system. Then I identified the problem in that organization. Then I gathered requirements and proposed the solutions. Then I did system analysis, system development. Then the purpose of system was to automate the current manual process as web-based system. This effort was made to bring that into success. These are the suggestions for future work. Include modules like video conferencing, it will be useful for student support system to chat between student and mentor through video conference. And the second one is develop the system as mobile application. Third one is develop complaint system for other government universities. Fourth one is develop a function to receive status updates of complaints to students' cell phone as SMS. Final one is develop a student support system in various types. Example, add emojis to the chat, display typing when one party is typing a message. And thank you. That is my presentation. Well, this is the homepage of my student complaint and support system. You can log into the system from here as a student admin or mentor. First of all, you can create a student account from here, admin account from here, and mentor account from here. If I log in to the system as a student, this is the interface of a student. There are three buttons for get table of complaint, create new complaint, and enter to the student support system for chat with a mentor, and this button for logout. If I click make a complaint, we can create complaint from here. I can submit the complaint. Then the table of complaint is updated based on the details that I filled. After clicking this button, we can get the table of complaints. This is the complaint that I recently made. I can edit these details and also I can delete. Then there is a button for the student support system. I will explain this later. We can register. I will explain it later. Then I log out, and then I will log into the system using admin account. Admin have only one button. He can update complaints according to the progress of the complaint. Those are the previously submitted complaints. He can edit these complaint status based on pending or completed. And also he can delete the complaint. He can update its complaint by adding comments, what actions taken for the complaint, and etc. And also he can delete the complaint. Those are the activities that admin can do for the system. Then if I log into the system through mentor account, This is the home page of the mentor. Mentor can log into the system by giving his username and password. So this is the interface of the student support system. These are the currently entered users for the system. This button shows the if the user is offline or online, and from this button we can chat, and from here we can log out. And I will log from the another account, and you can see what will happen. I will log into the system using the student account and go into the get support from mentor. Then we can, if we didn't register yet, we can register by here by entering username and password. I already registered, so I log into the system. By entering my username and password. Now you can see here all users are offline, but after I log into the system, we can see that the lecture is online from my side, and other side lecture can see Varuna is online. Then they can start their chat from here. Then the message will appear on the top. Then the other side, we can see there is one message from lecture to Varuna. He can start chat. There is the message that I sent using lecture account. Then they can chat using this platform for solve their problem. After they can log out. Here you can see the second message I sent from Varuna. Then lecture also can log out. That's the process of my student complaint and support system. Thank you.
Thank you, Varuna. Now we'll start the Q&A session.
Vatsala, are you going to lead?
Okay. Okay. So,
okay. All right, Vatsala. I have few questions. First one is, so you have mentioned that in your slide, I saw somewhere there's only we can use Windows in the system. Can you go to? Do you have the presentation, or how do you?
Sorry, you mean PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, your point in the bio in your PowerPoint presentation, there was a point that saying that you can use only Windows in the requirements section, as I guess. So why is it like? Is it because like is there any system requirement?
No, actually the thing is I am working on Windows and I don't have any experience in other systems. So that's why I mentioned that.
Okay. All right. For that, I should say that because these are open source technologies, PHP and MySQL, and also it will work on any platform. So that I need to correct that. So that's why I asked that. So anyway, so and I saw that in your demo there was like the error handling part was not that good. So maybe you should have a you know more careful of these things, because it's a presentation, right? So you need to have if you're getting an error, so 3 times I think you got that error. So next time, please go through with it. So, and for the complaint thing, so you have mentioned that user can delete a student can delete a complaint. So an admin can also delete a complaint. So is there any scenario you can delete? So imagine a situation like I'm the admin, I can delete any complaint, so there's no record of it. So it might be a difficult scenario, right, for the you the student does not know that there was a complaint and it is now deleted. Do you have any preventive mechanism to do this, or any condition should be met before deleting this, or it just you can go straight forward, you can delete it, is it?
No, actually, I don't think about that. I mean, that's why I add that function.
All right. Okay. Cool. And so you also, if you get a practical scenario, imagine some student is complaining, and when the complaining is on the process, the student can delete the complaint. So I guess you should next time, for enhancement, so you can delete, you can disable deleting the complaint after it is processing, or so some kind of status. And about the chat, I saw, is it real? It is real time, right? What is the technology you have used to, do this chat? How do you do it?
jQuery is the main thing that I use for that. jQuery and Ajax.
So it's like Ajax cores, is it? As Ajax long plotting, is it?
Yes.
All right, cool. That is very good feature. So yeah, it's good. And yeah, in that also, so a small suggestion in your presentation, you should have like split the screen to two, then we can see in the same screen we can see the chat going on. So you should have like, you know, right, there's a split screen feature in Windows, so you can split it into two screens with the logins. So it would have been like more visible to us then. That is also a suggestion. And yeah, that's about it from my side. Vatsala, if you have any suggestions or questions.
I think first of all, I would say that this idea is, I think, novel one. So I think,
Yes.
yeah, it's did you implemented this in the university?
Sorry, I can't hear.
Did you any got a chance to implement this in university?
Sorry.
No,
did you get any chance to implement this application and software in the university? Because we
No,
can
actually,
use
while
this.
I'm starting the project, there was no system. But while continuing the project, as I remember at the second presentation, our head sir said that there is a system in LMS. You know that.
Okay, then okay, then you don't have to do that. So okay, so what are the so did you use Bootstrap
Yeah.
in here? Any CSS framework?
Yes,
Okay,
I use Bootstrap.
so yeah, so I think so this so UI should be improved. You can use
You could
some.
have done a better
Yeah,
job.
yeah, I think there's a welcome screen is it's not good. There are
It's
small buttons there, so it's not
it's
much
like watching
interactive.
Sarnavahini, like so many ads and smaller.
Yeah, small buttons there, so it's not
So it
like,
should be
yeah.
visible. Yeah.
So but I saw some, you use different colors for the different buttons, and for the showing some status in different colors. So that is really good. So but also you had to use some beautiful buttons, so so and also you can, if it is good, so you can show some stats. So what so in for the admin, you can show some stats regarding the complaints and mentors, so then keep improve the
How many,
this
for an example, so how many complaints in this week, likewise a dashboard for the maybe mentor
exactly.
or for the admin. So it would have been made. I mean, you have addressed a burning issue. So this is a burning issue for, I mean, like a university with a uh, population of mine. I think it's very highly density. Likewise, this is the biggest university in Sri Lanka. So yeah, you have addressed a burning issue, but what I'm thinking is like you should have had something like a student notice board and some more features, so that people will engage more with your system, just not the complaint. Complaint can be just a feature, but a module where students can interact with each other and likewise. So, I mean, not as in LMS, but as in a different perspective from the student side with the extracurricular activities, or with the ability to create some clubs and groups and share some files and all. So, but you have addressed a burning issue, so we should give the credit for you. Yeah.
Yeah, then another thing, so you much explain about your design part and how the class diagram, what is class diagram, so that is actually I don't think need. So you should go to how that use you in your project. So you have to say those things. Uh, Actually, we are telling this as improvement points. Okay, so. And you have to go with your project. Okay, so you have to emphasize the what you done in project. So I think you didn't much explain your project features. I think you have to highlight the chat feature. I think that's a very advanced feature in your, that's an advanced feature in your application. So you have to do those things. So because your app is, I think there are some functionality issues handling and some security issues, but I think app is good. It's a functionality also good, but uh, you have to uh, improve that. You have to show that in your UI. So and because it's not only about functionality, so it should be interactive, and users users who are engaging also, they also need to uh, need attractive app. So you have to think on those issues. So especially in UI, and uh, then some other things as well. You should have a audit history, so you can identify what are the delete records and what are those things. So something like that. So and there are some yeah, the measure that improvement, that what are the in progress and what are the successful, I mean to get all the so if think as an admin have, so admin in dashboard, so he can show all the details like Nilendra said. So then you can add some dashboard like that, so you can see what your app is can do. Okay, so uh, so I think you can take those as improvement points. Okay, Nilendra, any issues?
Yeah, not from my side. So I'm really happy that you have taken into consideration a scenario like this. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's good. So I think I'm good from my side. Tamali, over to you.
Thank you, Sri and Vatsala.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you, panelists, and thank you, Varuna. Next, we have a group project titled Student Performance Management System by Darshika Potueva and Sandhani Pramodya. Ms. Dirinika, can you please share the screen? Ms. Dirinika, can you please play the video?
Sure, Miss.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We are Sandhani Pramodya and Darshika Potueva. This is the content we will be discussing. We are presenting a student performance management system. The system we propose intends to overcome most of the inefficiency and inconvenience inherent to conventional student performance record systems. So, this project will assist to maintain overall student performance related records. Taking a look at the organization, we have approached a school named Royal International School located in Kurunegala. This school consisting of 2,700 students and 214 teachers under 4 sections. Discussing current situation, this school has been using a manual system for most of its administrative activities. Regarding students' performance records, two are handled mainly manually, and these records are focused on academic performance alone. Taking a closer look at the problem, we can see that the current system is not sufficiently efficient nor interactive with students, teachers, and parents. A report card is handled to each student term-wise. It is the sole document that records, reports, and communicates the academic results. There it indicates the marks obtained for each subject of that term, the total marks, the class average, and the student portion. We can find this information handling analytical or illustrative of a student academic performance. Further, except for the class average figure, there is no other information depicting comparative analysis. These lacking pieces of information can be the key to improve individual student performance as well as to enhance the quality of education provided by the school. Next, the current system focuses on reporting academic performance alone, and no attention is paid toward important areas other than academics. This can result in unhealthy scenario like student excelling in sport being branded as weak due to poor marks. So, on the other hand, students claim only to get better marks with no examination performance. Apart from these two main problems areas, we can say the current system is obsolete on the ground that there is potential incorporate new ways to do it better. The current system, which is paper-based, consumes a lot of time and effort. And also, students can easily get their report card misplaced. At the end of the day, it might not have been even communicated nor take use of properly. And finally, the current system is incomplete in the keeping take of a student overall performance throughout of the whole student life at the school. So this project is intended to overcome these drawbacks and efficiently report student performance information. Next, we are moving on the proposed situation. The main aim of this system is to record and report the student overall performance respectively to academic, sport, aesthetic, club and society, health and well-being, and teachers' blog. So this is summary of the modules. And next, we have summed up non-functional requirements, which are performance, reliability, maintainability, security, usability, and training. Next, we will move in system designing.
Moving on to system design and development. First, taking a look at the design. We have used several diagrams to understand and illustrate the flow, processes, uses, and relationships related to the system. As you can see in this use case diagram, we have three main users: the admin or the IT head, who can create and update student and teacher accounts, subjects, classes, and exams, and assign students and teachers to classes and subjects to students. The teacher, who is the class teacher, can only enter marks for the students of his or her class and also view student and class performance. The student can only view his account and reports. Likewise, we have also used other diagrams such as activity diagrams, class diagram, sequence diagram, and the year diagram. Taking a look at the database design, initially the proposed project consisted of many modules like academics, sports, clubs, etc. But based on the extent of the scope and complexity of the database against the time we had back then, we had to narrow down the scope of the system using only the academics module. So here is the ER diagram for functional academics module. As you can see, there are 7 main entities, namely the classes, teachers, students, admin, subjects, tests, and roles. We also have 4 associate tables to overcome several many-to-many relationships, namely there are class students, class subjects, subjects enrolled, and marks. It's important to note that each class ID identifies a class separately. For example, class 12A of 2010 is different from class 12A of 2011. So the subject class ID identifies these 2 classes separately. Likewise, each test ID identifies one particular test separately, so that 15.first.t.sub1 means 2015 first term test accounting, and 15.feb.m.sub2 means 2015 February monthly test economics. By taking use of the fundamentals of relational database, we have been able to eliminate many potential complications. So this is an overview of the system's design. Taking a look at the system development, we have used Adobe Dreamweaver as the IDE to develop the system from scratch, and HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP to develop the code. And next we have used SQL as the database management system. And this is run on the local server of WAN. Now let's take a look at how it works. So this is the home page of the system, and we have already entered some test data in order to see the output at the end. We have also prepared the usernames and passwords for 3 users, 1 admin, 1 teacher, and 1 student. First, we'll see the admin's login. So once the admin enters his page, you can see his tasks. He can enter new students, enter new teachers, update the roles table, create new classes, create new subjects, and create tests. We'll create one test too, for example. So it's 2016 January monthly test for subject 1. It's a monthly test and it's January. The academic year is 2016. The subject ID is sub1. So once this data is entered, you can see that it's created. So here it's created. Likewise, let's check out the teacher's login. So let's enter a mark for the new test we created. We can give the same test ID. For student, we have student 1 created. Let's give 90 marks. Submit, and that data is entered. Likewise, the admin and teachers can student the data through these forms. And next, the final output is how a student can view his results. Once he goes to his performance information tab, he can check out his academics results. These are just the front-end interface figures we have created for the other modules, but this is the one we are going to go. So here, with the previously entered test data, you can see for 3 subjects for 3 terms. Let's say, for example, the 12A commerce class, they have 3 subjects, accounting, economics, and business studies. And the student faces these 3 subjects in 3 terms. And the marks are presented in the table. And this graph shows the same information. Also, you can see the improvements more clearly. When you go to the class averages chart, you can see how well the entire class has performed in the same tests. So this is basically the academics module. So finally, we would like to say, as future enhancements, all other modules can be incorporated to reach the best of this project in order to reap the benefits, all benefits of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshika and Sandhini, for your interesting presentation. Mr. Nirendra and Mr. Vatsala, over to you.
Okay, Vatsala, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Sandhini, so did you use any libraries libraries or framework in this application? Sandhuni, can you hear me?
Sandhuni and Darshika, are you there? We can't hear you.
I mean
So
that.
we have used Canvas.
Did you
So
use IELTS?
we
Yeah.
have used Canvas.js to create the graphs.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Did you use chart.js? I
So we
saw
have
that in. Yeah. Okay. So the when it comes to requirement, I saw there we have student role and uh, academic role and admin role. Am I right? Sandhuni?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I want. Why didn't you add the parent role here? I
Yes,
mean,
actually, sir, we want to, yeah, student result mainly want to parents
yeah.
because teachers want to know about parents, how about their children. So that's why we add parent model.
I didn't see that.
Yes, I
I
think
didn't see that. Did
we
you
have
did
only seen the student part,
student?
right?
Yeah.
Yes, not
You mean
parent
that is,
part.
yeah, because see, think like when we are in school, so we don't care about our results, no. So I think the parents should definitely have in this system because they have to evaluate, they have to know the
And
performance of their child, no. So sometimes we can think like we can parents can logging through the student logging and see the his test results and all the things. And so anyway, so I think if you can add, that's good. So another one is that I saw that test ID is everywhere. I think it's like a primary key or something you use in the DB. So yeah, one thing you can do is you can keep that. Actually, it's good to not use that test ID in the application. Actually, it shouldn't be visible. I mean, you can generate in the backend and you can put it in the DB because it's a, since it's a complicated number. So sometimes you have get an idea from the ID, but I think ID don't need to show. So
and
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 there.
adding to that, I saw in the UI. So there was, I think, log. I believe it's a log saying that it is connected successfully in the UI.
Yeah.
So I believe it's a log database connection. So I think it should be removed. I mean, you are in a demo, right? So you should be considering those parts.
Yeah, and that I saw that this is good. I mean, when we are logging as a student, I saw there are nice icons. So if it's a good UI, I think you use some that images, but images might be not much good. But I like that UI. You use big buttons, and so then since it's a student login, so he can easily know what are the features he have, and he can easily interact with the application. I like that one, and I like the statistic you showed. Yeah, I so okay, Nilendra, over to you.
All right. Okay. Is this like a practical thing? So, do you have a practical? Is it like what I'm asking is um, it's a commercial value project or just a system like thing? Commercially, are you going to develop this or it just for the project? Because I'm asking this because you have mentioned that this is a school and likewise, right? In Kurunagala, it's commercially, can you like sell this or how does it work? I think we can't hear Sandhini.
Actually, sir,
Yes,
we
so
have to
actually,
give this.
Hello.
I think both of them
it's
are
a
talking.
very first thought. When I was talking the school, they were schools. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, that's
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
You're working,
So for the
your
requirement
voice is
analysis, we
breaking.
actually
Yeah, Darshika, your voice is breaking. I guess some connectivity issue is there.
Sandhini, are you there?
Yes, madam. We hope that project due to Royal International School because that is their requirement, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
And we
what I'm
built
asking
that
is like,
project. And
are you going to commercially develop this, or like for the school, are you commercially going to develop this? Is it or just a pilot project?
no, actually, at that moment we have no idea, but we hope to do advanced.
All right. So first of all, if you need any help in developing this one as a commercial product, we will there to guide you guys. And what I have noticed is the main UI, the in the login part, that in the password section, the UI is not good. I mean, the username is a big box and the password is a very small box. So it is the first thing that you user will notice, right? So for me, it is not a good practice. And the other things are like I saw some drop downs. Sorry, you have to enter some subject ID, academic years, and all. So, and for these ones, it should be like drop down. So you should have a master data table, and from that table only you can get the as drop downs. For example, 2016, 15, likewise. There should be admin who can create this data. So and one other thing is I have noticed is there should be that when the user log into the system, in the dashboard, I think student. So should be a dashboard where this is like for your system, in your system, that user the student has to go there like 3 clicks and get the dashboard. I mean the the charts and all. So it should be like in the dashboard. You can straight away in the main page you can give like all the information. So yeah, from my side those are the things. So yeah.
I think that yeah, I think you told that you use some libraries. I think it's good. So in your doing your project, you have to go search and find whatever you required libraries to enhance your application. So that is good actually. And the UI side, there are some inconsistency there. So I also there's a buttons are also not in the same line, and yeah, you have to
I mean
improve those things. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, in a system, the main part is the UI. I mean, that's what where you see, right? So the user will impress and all. So I mean, for me, and I mean, overall, it's the first thing. So you should consider. I mean, UI should be very very good. So yeah, I mean, and I saw one other thing. I saw that when a record is added, that you have showed in a white background. There's only one log. Yes, a record is successfully, and user have to go back and select. So that is not a good user experience. You should have, I mean, you should
Go
have
back.
considered alert JavaScript alert or something like that. I mean, at least that. So yeah, it should be
Yeah, you
like
have
corrected.
so redirect to some current page
Yes,
or another
because
page.
otherwise, yes, otherwise user will not know like what am I doing? Is it the error? I mean, how where should I go? Likewise, user will be like in a road. I mean, endless road. So it should be corrected there as I see. So yeah. And yeah, and I'm happy with that you have mentioned about the blogs, and you will be creating a blog for teachers and notice board, like, and if you can cater for the students, like for the students like first grade students and second grade students, a place where teachers can type their homework, and the parents can see that there's, I mean, the notice board, something like that. It would be a good feature too. So yeah, if you are, I mean, if you are developing this in a commercial product, please let us know. We will help to develop this in a good way.
Yeah, you can add a notification bar or something, so then you can easily track down those what are the latest what are the tests I have, what are the likewise you can get what are the what we as a user perspective or admin perspective, so you can maintain a notification bar. Okay, think
And
of
yeah, one more thing. So did you face any challenges? What are the challenges you have faced developing this? Is there any changes, or it's like a easy thing?
Sandhuni, can you hear us?
So can you hear me?
Yes. I think Darshika is having some connection issue, right?
Yeah. Sandhuni, what about you?
Is it a piece of cake, or is it like? Right. That's okay. I mean,
Tamari, then we continue the next.
yes,
Okay,
we'll
sure.
continue with the next one.
Yes. As the next presenter, we have the project titled Web Application for Second-Hand Products by Pramodini Jayewardenepura. But actually, at the moment, she is presenting her research in a parallel session. So first, we'll play the recorded video. Meanwhile, I'll try to contact her. Ms. Tirinika, can you please play the recording?
Hello everyone, my name is Pramodini Jayewardenepura and I am presenting you the web application developed for second-hand products. Let's have a look at a brief introduction for the application. As we all know, second-hand products is currently an increasing material form which is used by people in their daily lives. But in Sri Lanka, mostly the second-hand market is fairly limited to items such as electric products, mobile phones, washing machines, laptops, likewise high valuable products. It has been limited, but second-hand products, for any product which is in a reusable content, in a reusable state, can be a second-hand product and can fall into this category of the market. Suppose products such as books, clothes, chairs, pens, pencils, even small items, household items, like toys can also fall into this category, which are unlikely being used in this market at large. Therefore, this application Thrift World comes into play as a social platform to assist information sharing among the product owners and the requesters, so that people can easily get to know who has the product and who wants the product, and how to get them easily. So looking at this system, which is existing currently, as said before, it is limited to few products, or it has been limited to a state, limited to a few commercial websites like ikmang.lk, secondhand.lk, or Facebook or social media. But there is no only platform which is available to share information regarding second-hand products. And if the product is not that valuable, people tend to throw it away and they do not bother finding someone who is in need of that particular product. Hence, this gap can be filled by the application Thrift World, where people can ask or request even for small type of products, or where people can post whatever the products that they have already been used, but they are in very reusable condition and no longer required by them, can be easily posted using this application. So this application comes in handy as a solution for excess and unnecessary wastage of materials and resources, as well as to increase the product reusability within the society. Moving on to the product functions, this application has account holders module, visitors module, and administrators module. Administrators module is not yet developed for today, and today application is not presenting the administrators module, but the account holders module. Account holder can play a product owner or a product requester, where they can create an account, log into the system, add products, add request, view all the products and requests, and get information. Also, the visitors module, the visitors who are visiting the application has access to all the products and requests that have been already posted, but they do not have the ability of posting a product or posting a request in the application if they don't have an account. And the application was developed using these softwares. It was WAMP or SAMP server was used, and MySQL for database is used, PHP was used for backend, HTML, CSS was used, and these browsers and OSs can be used. For hardware requirements, you need internet connection, a touch screen or machine screen, and a processor and a memory. So the system developed using Bootstrap and MySQL as database. IDE uses Adobe Dreamweaver, and the server is WAMP server today using SAMP server. So these are the applications interfaces. You have the home screen, product screen, request screen, which I will be further shown in my application demo. Moving on to the achievements and benefits of this application. So by developing this web application, we can list that people can get a common medium just for second-hand products of almost all the categories in a very convenient way to convey the availability and the needy of products in advance in a timely manner, rather than posting in a commercial website or finding someone to donate them via word of mouth. Simultaneously, one main advantage of this application is it has a separate section for the requester who wish to post a request for a product, so that anyone visiting the application can view and respond to that product request. So the products will be gone to the right people in the right time with this application. Talking about the limitations of the application, the business perspective of this application is limited, and it's focused more on the social impact and increasing community's reusability, and the focus given for privacy and security improvements is less, like can develop the application to make every upload pass through an approval of the admin, and the interfaces too can be developed in a more attractive way. Also, the final application presenting today, as mentioned earlier, the administrative part and the user's ability to edit and delete whatever they post, which can be added to the future enhancements. Talking about the main future enhancements for this application, apart from the things that mentioned earlier, can add a small chat room to talk with the admin and the account holders to create an in between account holders to create a small second-hand community, and for the privacy security aspects and validations can be improved. All right, now let's have a look at a demo of my application. So you can see this is the home screen of the Thrift World, and in the home window you can see the latest products and the latest requests that have been posted in the application. This is a visitors module, sorry, this is a users module because I have already logged in, and you can go to the products view and you view all the products, and if you want to sort products accordingly, you can sort it using this. If there are products under that category, then it will be shown here. Likewise, can be sorted. Similarly, requests are shown here. The request title, the address, the category, and the request details. So that also can be, now if it is baby and maternity related request, yes, requesting all toys. Likewise, you can select requests, both request and products according to the category. And also contact, anyone can contact the admin by sending feedback to the admin. If you move on to the profile, you can see in the profile, the account owner's information is there. And in the account owner, you can add a request, add a product, leave whatever the things you have added. So if you go here, this user has added 2 products. And if you go here, you can leave this user has added 2 requests as well. So, and if you can add a product by going here, you can just add something like this. Let's say plastic chairs. Plastic chairs. So you can say 2. You can say furniture and household, and you can say some small description like there are 2 available condition, need, please contact, something like that. You can give your contact information, something like that. You can upload an image if you have. Yeah, let's go ahead and add the traveling bag. Scan it. Traveling bag. And make it 1. And it falls under, let's say, other. Then you can submit. And the product you have submitted. The product which you have submitted can also be viewed under your products list, as well as if you go to the products, it is there, it's added, right? So likewise, a request also can be added by going to your profile and going to add request, and you can add request, requesting IELTS books or something like that. IELTS books. So you can give go ahead and give a contact number and your address and select category, description. Books, something like that. And then you can submit your request. So whoever is visiting this application has the ability of viewing whatever the request people are requesting and can respond personally. So from here you can log out if you're not a user, and you can sign up from here. You can sign up from here. Can go ahead and give a name. You go ahead and give a name and a contact number and an email address, and try to create the account. Likewise, you can right. So likewise, you can, create your own account and you can view these information. That's basically the application where you can move around and see second-hand products and second-hand requests, and you can even add requests and provide requests. You can add requests and provide for the requests and products. So that's mainly the main functionalities of the Thrift World application that has been developed up to now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pramodini. Now we will start the Q&A session.
All right. I'll go ahead first. I like the UI. It's very simple and everything is there. So I would say simple and nice. So and then what you have created is very nice thing, and the name is very nice because from the name itself we understand what is going on with this system. What is the system is about. So and yeah, and did you use any framework or any software patterns for this?
No, Bootstrap was used.
Just Bootstrap and just coding, right? I mean, any practices like clean code or anything likewise?
No, it's just coding. No.
Yeah. All right. And one thing I have noticed is like there's no success message. I haven't seen. I may be wrong, but I haven't seen any success messages when once user is logged in. Likewise, there's no. I mean, when there's a account is created, there should be a success message, right? So that part I didn't see. And for the demo part, I mean, you don't have to this is like a suggestion. You don't have to type everything. You just can copy paste. It's okay because this is everyone is know that this is a demo. So can I know how do you get this idea? Is there any particular reason? I mean, this is some idea you want get, right? Somebody just won't get it, right? So I see this is a brilliant idea, and I'm really happy with what you have done with the UI, and everything is perfect. Like when I logged into the system, I can see everything, latest ones, and yeah, it's very attractive. I would say if I'm a user, I will definitely use again this system. So how do you get the idea?
Idea is like I have my sister. Like she lives in another country, and she like in those countries this market is really big, and they use like second-hand products quite often than in Sri Lanka. Like in Sri Lanka, we rarely use them. It's limited to mainly high valuable products like electric items and stuff. That's only that we use. But when it comes to other countries, they use starting from furniture to clothes, everything. There's separate market. There's a separate thrift markets there. So now we can actually if there's no physical place, so we can actually have a virtual place for that. So that was the main idea. So in Sri Lanka, people are willing to use these items, but there is no like platform. We have ikman.lk, but that's like, so that's not connected to secondhand.
Do you know about Facebook Marketplace?
Yeah, I have seen it, Facebook Marketplace, but the differentiating here is that people can request, for example, like at children's homes, people can post, we need books, we need this, if there's anyone, please contact. So that feature is, I think, the one that differentiates from us.
All right. Okay. The way I see it, like this, I mean, why this is not selling in Facebook Marketplaces? These are like mostly disposable ones, right? So, I mean, nobody is going to put it in Marketplace. That's true. I mean, the idea behind it is true. And what I'm suggesting is like, if you can have something like, when you sell some products, so I mean, not like sell, when you're giving away some products, you can have a feature, something to share on Facebook, all right, or something like that. Or there, when you go on, how do you call it, giving away things, there will be a particular score that you will get, and it will be representing in your profile so that you can share it in Facebook, so that you do something good and there's a value for you, so that your profile will be highlighted, and likewise something like that. So yeah, overall the idea, I mean, the idea is good, and the executing the idea is good. And yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with the name, because name itself gives you the idea even when you before you go to the system. So yeah, yeah, let's see. And yeah, that's it. And one thing, I think there were no validations in the inputs, so that was missing. So I noticed that if you, I mean, for the phone validation, it should be like required likewise. So there should be validations. I mean, these are smaller things. Overall, you did a great job. So yeah, I mean, good work.
I will add them.
All right. Okay, what's it?
Okay. Okay, so actually this was as a commercial idea, actually this was great actually. So if you can implement this, actually it's really good, really great, because there are, I think, not much competitors in this kind of web. So the I have few questions. So uh, I didn't see any price tags in the items, so in the product also. If you can request, so if you adding a request, you can ask for this price. So then it will easy to understand which kind of quality he is asking. So likewise, so because I think it should be there. And also, if you can put the quality type or something, I don't, it may be specific to the product category.
Some
Okay.
rating, right? Some rating, let's say out of 8, out of 10, this
Yeah.
is 8, likewise.
Yeah, so
Something
then
like that, right?
users can, or consumers can understand the quality type of that particular product. So, and also I saw when you are adding a request, I saw that available and not available status.
Yes.
Why is that?
That was actually to tell the product is if it's still available or not for someone. So that part needs to be developed like in a way that where the person who enters the product can change the availability status if it's available or not. So part
my question is why, so it is a request, so why is availability in, I mean, we need that status we have in for the app, I mean, so if we are always keep that in available, so you can set as default, so you know not need that available status in there. So if someone fulfill that request, so he can update, I mean, so that will to unavailable, you know,
Yes, and
as per my understanding that scenario, I think so.
yeah, and
I think, yeah,
one more thing. So if you can add some rating for the seller or buyer, and it will be, I mean, it will be a good point, right? So seller can rate the buyer, and the buyer also can rate the seller, so that they will know, I mean, this is like yeah, we know that it's used products, but there are some kind of problems like grievances handling part should be also there, complaint module should be also there, and the rating part as
and
improvements.
yeah, that and another thing, so so we are so when we are adding phone numbers, is there any I mean, is it everyone can see that, or you have use any you have to users can only see the numbers, so is there any validation or preventive measures? Because you know that I saw that somewhere websites in there they're using dot, they're not directly visible the phone numbers.
Like something like
So
Ikman.lk, right?
okay,
So
yeah,
they only visible the phone number when you are trying to go click it and something like that, right?
yeah. You can use that, and also so you can add some state specific for the request, so you can sort it completed or available request, unavailable request, like that. And yeah, yeah, you can use some colors to identify the from the UI easily, so okay. So yeah, and I think there's no payment module in here, no?
It's because this is like charity products, right, Prabodhini? That's the reason behind that, right?
yeah, people can actually give them free if they want.
Okay.
Yes,
Like
that's why the name
just
suggests that thrift. Yeah.
communication. Yeah, it's communication and
Okay.
availability of the product.
All right.
Okay. Then that another thing you mentioned that you have a chat group or something. So that is not included in the demo, no?
No, so that's an improvement suggestion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Enhancement.
Yeah.
Enhance.
And
Anyway,
so one other question. So if you could develop this product, let's say commercially, how do you like what is the mechanism of how do you call it, cover the cost? So there's a cost of hosting and all, so there should be some money comes on for your platform. So how do you manage that if we think that this is commercially available? How do you think?
Maybe by allowing to post advertisements, something like that.
All right, and you can have donations coming in. So you can have a donation button, so that the people can donate for your cause, and then I mean, I think donation will be the part, and you can put some advertisement and all. So that is also there. Yeah, overall good job.
yeah, it's I think great job you have done. So yeah. What are you, Tamal?
Okay, thank you, Pramodini. With that, we have finished all the presentations allocated to our panel. So I kindly request the panelists to update the mark sheets. And I would like to thank Mr. Nilendra and Mr. Vatsala for the expert knowledge you shared with our students and for your valuable contribution given to the success of this symposium. Now all of you can leave this room and then join with the main session. Once again, thank you all the panelists, academic staff members, presenters and other participants. We'll see you all in a while.
Tamal, can we say a word here?
Sorry, Mr. Nilendra?
No, it's Vatsala.
Vatsala here. So actually, we want to say something to all students. So as we said earlier, so if you need to develop this, so if you need any, if you have any queries regarding you, sometimes when you are developing a project or for your career development or anything, so you can contact we both. Okay, so we
And
all
also, yeah, also if you need some kind of monetary assist of developing these projects into commercial level, we are there to help you. So actually we have one of our alumni members is willing to hire you guys, I mean, in a project. So if you can come forward and say like we can develop a project, so he has idea and he wants someone from the university to develop that. So it's there are two options. First one is like if you want to develop this project in a commercial way, we are there to help you. And there's an opportunity where there's a product and looking for developers and QA people. So yeah, if you can contact me, I will do the coordination with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nilendra and Mr. Vatsala, for your valuable thoughts and comments as the panelists as well as the alumni members. Now we all leave this room and join with the main session.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone has taken part in a very fruitful evening where a lot of valuable insights have been created, have been exchanged, and I'm pretty sure a symposium, the opportunity to take part in this particular symposium, quite rewarding as well. So now the time that everyone have been awaiting for, the time for announcing the winners who will be receiving valuable awards for the best extended abstracts and best project presentations. So first of all, before announcing the winners, we have to specially mention that all of you who presented in this symposium today are already winners because you have performed exceptionally well in this research study which you have conducted during your last 2 years as in the university as well as in the project which you have conducted. It's because that you have excelled exceptionally in these areas that you got the opportunity to present it in front of an eminent panel like this. It's not a chance that every student receives. So you all are very special in that way and you all are already winners. So may I please request everyone to please join with me in sharing a round of applause with all the presenters who joined with us today before announcing our winners. So now I have received the final results from our team. So first, to announce the winner of the best extended abstracts. We had in total 13 extended abstracts which were evaluated within this symposium. So there was a very tight comparison between all these extended abstracts, I must say. So finally, we have the winner. The lucky person tonight is going to be none other than who presented about factors influencing customers to switch mobile internet service providers in Sri Lanka, Nuwan Taranga. Let's all share a virtual round of applause to Nuan Taranga. Nuan, are you there?
Yes, madam. Yeah.
Nuan, would you like to share your thoughts with us?
Yes, of
You
course. Thank you very much. First of all, all the judges and the head of the department and dean and all the lecturers of my department. I'm really nervous in this situation. I didn't hope this because this is not only for my effort, it is also included my supervisor. I must mention his supervision was given bigger help for me, and all the other my colleagues and the senior students and all the department members. So I would like to thank again and again for all the persons who involved me to success my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuan. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And we would like to once again congratulate you on your great achievement. And now to move on to the best project. Once again, it was a very tight competition between all the projects. So finally, we are ready to deliver the verdict of the best project. Just give me a couple of minutes before I announce that. Please kindly bear with us until we finalize the results. In a couple of minutes, I'll soon be back with the best project presentation. So until we receive the final verdict on the project presentations, we have several of our panelists who would like to share their thoughts with us. I would like to open the session to our reviewers, the panelists who join with us today. What comment do you have to give to our students in general? What sort of insights would you like to share with them? I would like to open the session to all our panelists. We have several of our alumni members as well joining with us today. Yes, I can see Mr. Nirendra Sarachandra is ready to share his thoughts with us.
Yes, Sandhini.
Over to you.
All right, thank you, Sandhini. So overall, what I have seen is like from my panel, so the students have used the PHP and MySQL. So as a comment, as a feedback, what you can do is like you can use maybe React and JavaScript framework, because even though it is not that kind of frameworks is not in your syllabus or in your course manual, that those are the things you can use, because those are the things widely used in our industry. So, I mean, it will be very, very easy to use with a couple of lessons available in internet. So, as a comment, please try, I mean, to use a JavaScript framework with you, and it will be, and some cloud functions from the maybe Asia or from Google. Maybe you can use Firebase, and yeah, something like that. So yeah, I mean, as a comment, that's what I have to give. And thanks for having me for this symposium. It's an honor to be here. And thanks for all the students who was presenting projects and presenting the researchers. And thank you all. Over to you, Sandhini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirendra Sarachandra, for sharing your comments with the audience. And also, I would like to mention that he's one of very bright alumni members of our IT department. So it's quite heartwarming to see that you're coming back to give back to your youngsters. And I can see that Mr. Vatsala is also prepared to share something with us. Over to you, Mr. Vatsala.
Oh, thank you, Sandhini. So actually, I firstly have to tell that it's a great privilege to participate as a panelist in this symposium. Actually, we don't have this kind of symposium in our time. So actually I think so there are some projects which have commercial value, so I think if you guys try to implement those and so there are some projects I saw there are the some they trying to uh, implement for there some issues in the university. So I think we should use those projects and implementing as a department. So we should encourage them to implement. I think if we can implement in the university, so I think it's not a it's not hard. I mean, we have all the resources, and so at least we can implement in the management faculty. So I think we should try those things. And also Nilendra said earlier, so I think we should not stick with the one technology. So at least you are developing in the PHP, you can use some PHP
Some basic
PHP,
JavaScript, right?
yeah, PHP frameworks, Laravel or Code Igniter. So that I think I as my personal opinion. So I think we shouldn't restrict to the that technology in our final year projects. I think then they can actually it will be like a research. In our days also we did using some called meteor.js. That is also JavaScript framework that is we learn ourselves. And so I
I
think
mean,
yeah.
every technology. So, and in academic level, for the lecturers or the teachers can teach you only the basic of software engineering. So, from that point, you have to go beyond that. So, you have to learn from yourself by yourself with the articles available in internet. There are a lot of articles available in internet, so that you can. I mean, that to be honest, like it's a very limited time, right? In academically they can teach is what you can what they can teach is a very limited things. So you have to yourself have to improve your things, and you have to go and research those things. Then only you will be highlighted in the industry. So the main purpose is to highlighted in the industry. And one more message. So if anyone is going to implement these solutions commercially, we are there to help you with monetary wise, or in as a mentor. So to improve your product and to go, if you want to earn from that product, it's totally up to you. But we are there to help you to get that level. So please keep that in mind, so that if anyone is interested, please contact us. We are willing to provide you the guidance and the commercial monetary value you need to have for the product.
Yeah. Then another thing that I saw there are some they use some uh, SMS gateways, and there are some uh, chat apps in their project. So that is good improvement. There are some people, some student use canvas.js for that show the charts and all the things. So I think that is good, but I think there are a lot of things, there are a lot of technologies and lot of tools. So there are maybe some people are looking to be a developer, and sometimes some are looking for the business analyst and project manager. So sometimes say you can find you tools according to your roles. So I saw there people draw their diagrams using draw.io. So there are some open source tools to it relate with to your job role. So you all should learn those things. So you have to sometimes those are not included in your academics, but you have to research and find what are the latest tools using GitHub and user version control system. So likewise, I think you should use in your project, so then you can tell when you are facing an interview or something. So we use this, so then you can easily find a career. So
Yeah, I think
Sandhani?
something.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you very
Sandhani.
much,
Yeah.
Mr. Vatsala and Mr. Leandro Sarachandra for joining with us today once again. So that is from the aspect of project developments, application project developments. We also have a very expert person when it comes to researchers in this panel today, Professor Sudat Tamarasena from the Department of Decision Sciences of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. Sir, can you hear us? Are you still with us?
Yes, Sandhani.
Yes, we would also like to give the students the opportunity of listening to you because you are a very brilliant person in this area. So would you like to share some thoughts regarding these researchers with our students, sir?
Yes, Sandhani, actually, I'm really happy about that the student performance. We evaluate only that student abstracts only. But however, that the student they selected very interesting and timely, valuable topics, and I think they should think about somewhat more doing the research, especially they need to collect the literature, that latest one, and also that analysis part, better to consider about the correct population and sample size and use that important, correct tools to analyze. And also that I think they need to do the research, not only the final exam purpose, better they need to continue, and your department can ask to that from the student published paper after improving that they are the research. I think you did really well the research symposium because that use a new technology also. I am sure that is a good experience for all of us. Thank you, all of you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, once again for your commitment to this task. Actually, we should mention from the beginning itself, you were very prompt in responding as well as helped us to keep the agenda online. So thank you very much, Sudat sir, once again, and have a great night, sir. So now we are ready to announce the winner for the best project presentations. Now, like I told you earlier, it was a very tight competition for the project presentations. So we were actually, once evaluating the marks, we were actually able to find out 2 exceptionally outstanding projects who deserve the first place tonight. So therefore, we would like to announce that the award for the best project is a shared award, which will be shared among 2 projects, and a valuable cash prize and a valuable medal, which we will be presenting to you based on the situation of the country. Hopefully we get to meet you again soon, so we will present those things to you at that point. And also finally, now to deliver the verdict. So the best project presentations, the award goes to 2 projects like I mentioned. One project is online seat reservation system for train passengers done by Poshani Sivaruban and Chaturi Dilrukshi. And the second best project award goes to Health Information Management System done by Pavitra Vijayasinghe and Sandun Tilakaratna. Shall we share a virtual round of applause, everyone, with Posheni, Chaturi, Sandun, and Pavitra. Well done. It's a well-deserved win to all of you. So we would like to open the session to share your thoughts with us, if anyone is willing to.
Yes. Hi, madam.
Yes,
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, team and audience. So thank you for this opportunity. Actually, I'm happy that we got this award. We did a great problem analysis, and I also wish to thank my co-partner, Chaturi, who helped me in doing the project, and not just Chaturi. I also wish to thank the lecturers and also my co-friends who helped me to do a good analysis and develop this project in a better way. So thank you to our lecturer who gave us a good mentoring and helped us throughout the project to make it a success and to bring it to this stage. So thank you, everyone. And last but not least, I wish to thank the organizing committee of Symposium, BISSS Symposium, who gave us this opportunity to do the presentation and to score marks. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Poshini. Would Sandun or your partner would like to go ahead?
Yeah, actually, I want to thank my first of all my supervisor, Dr. Amita Padukage sir, and the co-supervisor Ali sir. So they actually give the lot of things to we encourage always to do this project. And other than that, I want to give thanks for our head of the department. Dr. Mahesh and this organizing teams to give this opportunity to us, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Sandun. Once again, congratulations to the both teams winning. You will be receiving a very valuable award in near future. Before we wind up the session, I would like to make a kind request to our audience today. We would like to keep a memory of this event. May I kindly request everyone to, if possible, turn on your video so that we could take a snapshot for future reference and as a memory of this event. We can finish it in a very short time, and our technical team, please let me know when we are done with it.
Guys, can we smile, please?
Yes, of course, why not? Should be a celebrating night to all of you. So why don't you all give your best pose to the camera. Right, I have just received the message that the photograph has been taken. Once again, thank you very much everyone for cooperating. So before we wind up, I would like to invite another very important person who worked a lot behind the screens to success of this project. This is none other than the co-secretary 21, Ms. Tamari Darshika. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandhini. Good evening, all. Most distinguished keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Dinesh Hamangoda, Honorable Guest of Honor, Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Professor P.D. Nimal, Honorable Head of the Department of Information Technology, Dr. Mahesh Fernando, all honored panelists, members of the Department of IT, members of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, presenters, and beloved students. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. My heart fills with lots of gratitude and respect to all who have helped us in making this event such a resounding success. I would like to take a minute and thank all of them. First of all, I would like to express sincere thanks to Dr. Dinesh Hamangada for gracing the event, putting aside your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. His explanation of is academic success a guarantee of your professional and career success was imperative for making this event meaningful. We were all inspired by your great words. I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our guest of honor, Professor P.D. Nimal, for gracing today's event. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. A big thank you to the head of the department, Dr. Mahesh Vanandu, for his moral encouragement and support. Your guidance made this event very interesting, sir. Our thankfulness should definitely be given for the AHEAD project and the ODS director. If not for its financial aid, events of this nature would be far from being realized. Also, I would like to express my gratitude towards all the panel members who have pre-evaluated the research and projects, and to those who have participated for today's evaluation process. Without the contribution of your time, expert knowledge, and effort, we would not be able to make through this event. Next, I would like to thank all the project and research supervisors who have dedicated their time and effort to make the extended abstracts and project reports outstanding. Dear participants, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of high motivation and dedication. Thank you very much, the members of the organizing committee, which includes the members of the Department of IT. And I would like to especially thank Dr. P.D.K.A. Kumara and the team at IDRC for providing their valuable time to support us in making this event successful. Opportunity to participation. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tamali. That was the co-secretary of Business Information Systems Student Symposium 2021, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, we have come to the point of conclusion of the second symposium conducted by the Department of Information Technology for its students for showcasing extended abstracts and project presentations. And also, before we wind up, we would like to give a special shout out to a few of our alumni members who have contributed in sponsoring for this cash prize, which our winners will be awarded with tonight. So it was with the help of a few of our alumni members that we are sharing this gift with you. So thank you very much to you as well. And once again, until we meet again with a similar symposium in the next year, once also congratulating to all the winners and all the presenters who presented today. Thank you very much to all the academic members who have taken part in this event from the Department of IT, as well as from the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, as well as to all the external reviewers who extended immense cooperation all throughout. So thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe. Until we meet again, have a great night.